Jagdish. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Seminar on Emerging Trends and Practices in Environmental Conservation, which is known as ISEPE 2022, scheduled to be held on 5th and 6th June 2022 under the auspices of Component 8 of Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan RUSA for enhancing quality and excellence, signing in from the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. On the behalf of our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the inaugural session of ISEPE 2022. अतिथि देवो भव कहती है भारत की ये धरा, स्वागत करके आपका हम निभा रहे हैं परंपरा। आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार ऑन इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स एंड प्रैक्टिसेस इन एनवायरमेंटल कंजर्वेशन ISEPE 2022 में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आप सबका अभिनंदन है। इस टाइम हम करीब 200 प्लस और 25 कंट्रीज साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं। First of all, I wish you all a very happy World Environment Day. I thank you and congratulate you all for joining us in this noble task of saving the environment, which was initiated by RRC Alvar last year on 15 December 2021 with the launch of International Conference ICMESD 2021. So let's be together and take a vow to save the environment. माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं, वह वेदों की जननी है। माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान, साहित्य, संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत करते हैं। अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ इस इनॉग्रल सेशन के चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर JB यादव, वाइस चांसलर RRBM यूनिवर्सिटी अलवर, हमारे महाविद्यालय के प्रिंसिपल और ISEPE 2022 के संरक्षक और इस इनॉग्रल सेशन के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह जी, और आज के हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट डॉक्टर अशोक आर्या, कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन RRBM यूनिवर्सिटी अलवर, कि वह मां सरस्वती के आगे दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। I would also request all the departmental in charges, Dr. Upendra Singh, Nodal Officer RUSA, Academic Head RRC Alvar, and other faculty members to join in the lamp lighting ceremony. I would request all the departmental in charges, faculty members, Academic Head Upendra Singh ji to kindly join in the lamp lighting ceremony. Saraswati Vandana. I would request please all the Saraswati Vandana. I would request Dr. Sudha Sukwal and Muskan Datta to kindly assist for the smooth conduction of the lamp lighting ceremony. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhan sampada Shatru buddhi vinashaya deepkaya namostate Deepo Jyoti Param Brahmam Deepo Jyoti Janardana Deepo Hartu Me Papam Sandhya Deep Namostate। जो शुभ करता है, कल्याण करता है, आरोग्य रखता है, धन संपदा देता है और शत्रु बुद्धि का विनाश करता है, ऐसे दीप की रोशनी को मैं नमन करती हूँ, बार बार नमन करती हूँ। For all the delegates who are joining from the different parts of the world, a translation in English for what I said above. In India, Ma Saraswati is known as goddess of knowledge, wisdom and education. So we are beginning the ISEPE 2022 by remembering her, worshipping her. Inauguration of ISEPE 2022 is done by our chief guest, Professor Dr. JB Yadav ji, Vice Chancellor Raj Rishi Govt University Alvar, our head of the institution and patron of ISEPE 2022, and chairperson of the inaugural session, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh ji, and our special guest, Dr. Ashok Arya, Control of Examination, RRBM University Alvar, by lighting the lamp in front of Goddess Saraswati. They are accompanied by departmental in charges, RUSA Nodal Officer, Academic Head RRC, and other faculty members. Dr. Sudha Sukwal and Muskan Data assisted the dignitaries for the smooth conduction of the lamp lighting ceremony. Please close this. Back to me. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from our Creator. Another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-creator or a starter. Let your first star set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through entire day. I would request everyone to please maintain the silence because we are going live. Please maintain the silence. Today will never happen again. Don't waste it with the false start or no start at all. You are not born to fail. A smile is the universal welcome, so it's time to welcome our guests. I would request Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, Principal RRC Alwar, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. J.P. Yadav Ji, with flowers, a turban, a shawl, a memento, a token of love and appreciation, and by presenting a green sapling to him. I would request all the departmental in charges, Nodal Officer RUSA, to join for doing the honors. I would request all the heads to kindly join and all the faculty members to join. I'm very happy to tell you that we are 261 right now. Thank you all for doing the honors. And I would like to tell Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, that we are very happy and pleased to have you with us. And we are very, very happy today to have you with us. Thank you so much. I would again request Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, Principal RRC Alwar, to welcome our special guest, Dr. Ashok Arya, with flowers, a shawl, a turban, a memento, which is a token of love and appreciation, and by presenting a green sapling to him. I would request all the departmental in charges, Nodal Officer RUSA, and other faculty members to join him for doing the honors. आगे चल लेते हैं। मैम आगे चलिए। साथ में से। Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And I would like to tell Dr. Arya that we are overwhelmed to have you with us in the inaugural session of ISEPE 2022. Now I would request Dr. Upendra Singh and departmental in charges to welcome our patron of ISEPE 2022 and chairperson of the inaugural session, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, by presenting flowers, turban, and a green sapling to him. I would request all the department in charges. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to tell our respected principal, sir, that we are so much thankful to him for his support and guidance, and promise him that we will do our best and everything to take this institution to the greater heights. We are blessed to have you as head of the institution. Thank you so much, sir. It's matter of pride and pleasure for the RRC community that we have received stupendous response from all over the world. We have nearly 3,300 registrations and 35 countries with us. We have 12 keynote speakers and 12 chairpersons in the comprehensive international seminar of 2 days who will discuss the multidisciplinary aspects and recent research trends in emerging practices in environmental conservation. Let me get you acquainted with the countries joining us. Tanzania, Canada, Malaysia, Oman, China, USA, UAE, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Philippines, Algeria, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, Nepal, Bhutan, Hungary, Norway, Morocco, Sierra Leone, Sri Lanka, Uganda, Libya, Iran, Singapore, Bahamas, South Africa, United Kingdom, Cameroon, Kenya, Egypt, Uzbekistan, Spain, Iraq, and India. We have touched all 7 continents of the world. Let me tell you something about our institution. Raj Rishi College, Alwar is one of the premier colleges of the state of Rajasthan. It is co-educational, postgraduate and a research institute and the only autonomous college in the government sector of Rajasthan. It was established in 1930 by His Highness of Alvar, Raj Rishi Maharaja Jai Singh Ji, an educationist entrepreneur who had a vision to empower the people of his native town through education. The college has proudly completed its 91 years of glorious existence with a student strength of 4,000 and faculty strength of 69 in number. RRC is affiliated to Raj Rishi Bharatri Matsya University, which is popularly known as RRBM University, Alwar. Presently, Professor Dr. J.B. Yadavji is the Vice Chancellor of RRBM University, Alwar. Establishment of RRBM University, Alwar was announced in the budget speech of 2021-13 by Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Jurisdiction of RRBM University, Alwar spreads over all academic, teachers training and law colleges of Alwar district. RRBM University, Alwar is the only university in the Rajasthan to catering the needs of students of Alwar district. Since the university is located in the Matsya Mewat region of Rajasthan within the Aravalli Hills of the university, thus it imparts education and conduct research on the various aspects of this region. ISEPE-2022 is happening under the auspices of RUSA, the Rashtriya Uchtar Shiksha Abhiyan. We are thankful to RUSA for providing all the support. What made me design this international seminar on environmental conservation? Being an environmental toxicologist by profession, I always believed that sustainable development is that what meets the need of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs. That means we have borrowed this environment from our great ancestors to live in, and we are supposed to transfer it to future generation to meet the needs of the same forms as we have received it from our great grand ancestors. Without polluting it or without destroying it, this thought pushed me, and today I'm here in front of you. Over the years, environmental toxicology research has been providing tools and scientific evidence to the policymakers and the public in preventing substantially greater environmental degradation, including adverse human health impacts. The ultimate goal of ecotoxicology is to reveal and predict the effect of pollution within the context of all other environmental factors. Based on this knowledge, the most efficient and effective action to prevent or remediate any detrimental effect can be identified. So we must be thankful to environmental toxicology. And why wildlife? Only when the last tree has died and last river has been poisoned and the last fish has been caught, we will realize that we cannot eat money. जिस दिन हम आखिरी पानी की बूंद को पी लेंगे, जिस दिन हम आखिरी मछली को खा लेंगे और जिस दिन हम आखिरी पेड़ काट देंगे, उस दिन हमें पता चलेगा कि हम पैसे को खा नहीं सकते. As a part of the world ecosystem, wildlife provides balance and stability to nature's processes. The goal of wildlife conservation is to ensure the survival of these species and to educate people on living sustainably with other species. The conservation of wildlife is necessary for the prevention of drought, new deserts, fires, as well as flood. Also, this conservation ensures that upcoming generations of human and wildlife will be surrounded by the nature, thereby loving it and understanding the signification of wildlife. Also, wildlife act as a gene pool for various resistant strains of pests causing the diseases. By conserving wildlife, we will ensure that future generations can enjoy our natural world and incredible species that live within it. What is important to mention here is that poor countries or the third world countries who cannot spend a lot of money on the projects to save the environment because of their breaking economy or use of technologies which are environmental friendly, because of such technologies which are available as now are costly in terms of money and procurement. But we all know that we have only one earth, one environment, one mother nature to live in. Maybe we are from different countries, but if one country endangers the environment, other country cannot remain unaffected. So the environment and sustainable development is a matter of concern to every country, every person who is living in this beautiful planet named Earth. With this thought, I have designed international seminar on emerging trends and practices in environmental conservation, ISEPE 2022, and I tried out to reach to academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants as much as I could around the globe and bring them together under one forum, discuss their latest findings about sustainable development and environmental change and conservation of natural resources and development of alternate sources of power while reducing pollution and harm to the environment. Many of the projects that are rooted in environmental sustainability will involve replanting forests, preserving wetlands, and protecting natural areas from resource harvesting. The biggest criticism of environmental sustainability initiative is that their priorities can be at odds with the needs of the growing industrialized society. Finally, today we are here in front of each other to contribute whatever little we can do to save our mother nature. ISEPE 2022 will be conducted on Google Meet. The delegates will be joining on Google Meet. The delegates can ask questions in question and answer sessions after the keynote address is over. I would request all the delegates not to ask any questions in between. We would appreciate your understanding on this. In these 2 days of exhaustive training every day, I would be talking to you about one terrifying incident, which is the outbreak of environmental pollution and has raised a highest concern among toxicologists. And then you can write your views to me on endtoxicol@gmail.com or Dr. Mamta at the environmentaltoxicology.com, and then we can initiate a dialogue and this will be a small step towards saving the environment. Today I'm going to talk about the bald eagle, the Haliaeetus leucocephalus. They are the natives of North America, including Virginia. They can live up to 20 to 30 years and their wingspan can reach up to 8 feet long. Their preferred habitat is forested regions alongside the bodies of water. Most of their diet is fish, but bald eagles will also hunt small mammals, other birds, reptiles, and they will also sometimes scavenge. Since 1782, the bald eagle has been the national symbol for the United States of America. Yet, more than 50 years ago, the species was in danger of extinction. In 1966, only 487 pairs remain. The primary culprit was a sneaky chemical pesticide, which is known as DDT, diphenyl trichloroethane, the magic, the one which got the green revolution on the earth. Sprayed from the plants to control mosquitoes. DDT dribbled into the water bodies, where it worked its way up in the food web, through aquatic plants to fish, and then to bald eagles who ate the fish. DDT caused birds to produce thin eggshells so that the eggs often broke during incubation or didn't hatch. The bald eagle population declined and became critically endangered at their lowest point. There were 0 nesting pairs of the bald eagles left along the James River. Several interventions from the humans, such as banning DDT, protecting habitat, had to restore the bald eagle population to stable and healthy size. The story of the bald eagle is one of our greatest success stories. When we see bald eagle flying by the river, you are seeing the proof that humans can repair damage to the environment if they take strong enough actions. इसका मतलब ये है कि इंसान अगर चाहे तो किसी भी जानवर को बचा सकता है और अगर वो ना चाहे तो किसी भी स्पीशीज को एक्सटिंक्ट कर सकता है तो ये हम सब एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट की एक सक्सेस स्टोरी है Thanks to the writer and scientist Dr. Raquel Carson, bald eagle population have been rebounded, known best for her last book, The Silent Spring, condemning the overuse of pesticides like DDT. Raquel Carson was an environmental goddess of the 20th century. Her poetic, sometimes sentimental writing opened the reader's eyes to the wonders of the sea and engaged them in scientific complexities. Her stoic effort and passion for writing and the natural world ushered in the era of environmental awareness and change. She died too soon at the age of 56 from breast cancer, but her words continue to inspire everyone like me. Today, when we spend time along the James River, we are likely to see few bald eagles soaring high above the water. Tragically, 50 years ago, that wasn't the case. In the 1970s, the bald eagle were there but disappeared from Virginia. Raquel Carson was my hero since I'm the pesticide toxicologist. Now it's time to formally start the conference and let's walk together on this noble path of saving the Mother Nature. One of the marvelous things about the community is that it enables us to welcome and help people in a way we couldn't as individuals. When we pool our strength and share the work and responsibility, we can welcome many people, even those in deep distress, and perhaps help them to find self-confidence and inner healings. Now it's time to hear the welcome address by Professor Dr. Subhash Chandra, advisor to ISEPE and head of the Department Zoology, Maharishi Dayanand Saraswati University, Alwar, Rajasthan. So the stage is all yours. Please pin up Dr. Subhash Chandra.
Thank you, madam.
Swagat, Abhinandan.
Thank you. Am I audible?
You are.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And good morning. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all in this international seminar on emerging trends and practices in environment conservation, that is ISEP 2022. As you all know that it has been 50 years after Stockholm Conference where this Environment Day was declared to be celebrated on June 5th every year. The theme of this year, World Environment Day, is only one Earth, and that is with focus on living sustainability in harmony with nature. We hope for this seminar to be grand success, and it will be definitely help to achieve the goals of theme of this year, World Environment Day, and you all know the theme is the only one Earth. And in the welcome series, first of all, I welcome chief guest of this seminar, Professor J.P. Yadav sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Raj Rishi Govt University, Alwar. I welcome patron of this seminar, Professor Hukum Singh, Principal, Raj Rishi Government College, Alwar. I welcome Dr. Ashok Arya, chief guest of this seminar, Controller of Examination of the Alvar University. I welcome all the keynote speakers of this seminar. I also welcome all the delegates of seminar from India and abroad from more than 35 countries. I also welcome all the media persons present over here as well. I also welcome RUSA and other funding agency of this seminar and government of Rajasthan and all the department who are helping us to organize this seminar. At last but not least, I welcome all the volunteers of this seminar. Again, I welcome one and all in this international seminar. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We are delighted to have collaborated with you, and we look forward for many more milestones in the future. Thank you
Thank you,
so
madam.
much for joining us from Ajmer. We
Thank you,
appreciate
madam.
your
Thank you, madam.
presence with us.
Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you. Home together. We created boundaries, not the mother nature. Now I would request Dr. Upinder Singh, Nodal Officer RUSA RRC Alvar, and advisor to ISEPE 2022 to come on the stage and make us acquainted with the international seminar on environmental conservation. Dr. Upinder Singh, sir, the stage is all yours.
Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor J.P. Yadav ji, Patron and Principal of the seminar, Dr. Hukam Singh ji, special guest, Dr. Ashok Arya ji, delegates joining from different parts of the world, faculty members and students. I am very delighted to inform you that in this international seminar on environmental conservation, we have global participations with 3200 registrations from 35 countries. This conference is organized under the auspices of RUSA, that is Rashtriya Uttar Shiksha Abhiyan, which is meant to bring the change in the higher education scenario. Transforming the higher education in India, that's what RUSA is meant for. The Rashtriya Uttar Shiksha Abhiyan, RUSA, is the central government's contribution to further the promise held by the rich expense of India's state universities. The country's future lies in empowering these campuses with all that it takes to enhance learning, better research, and promote innovation. A centrally sponsored scheme, RUSA, understand that sometimes the most important lesson of life are learned outside the classroom. So, whether it is upgrading libraries or computer laboratories, promoting autonomous colleges, or clubbing them to consolidate their strength and forming cluster universities. This program realized that every institution holds the power to enrich lives through top-class education. Nature has provided us numerous gifts such as air, water, and sunlight, minerals, plants, and animals. All these gifts of nature make our earth a place worth living. Existence on earth would not be possible without any of these. Now, while these natural resources are present on earth in plenty, unfortunately, the necessity of most of these has increased extremely over the centuries due to growth in the human population. Conservation of nature means the preservation of forest, land, water, bodies, and minerals, fuels, natural gases, etc., and to make sure that all these continue to be available in abundance. Thus, all these natural resources make life worth living on Earth. Life would not be imaginable without air, water, sunlight, as well as other natural resources present on the Earth. Environmental conservation is necessary for many reasons, including the protection of the ozone layer, the sustainability of food chains for animals and humans, the preservation of drinking water, and proper use of non-renewable resources. Environment plays an important role in healthy living and the existence of life on planet Earth. Earth is a home for different living species, and we all are dependent on the environment for food, air, water, and other needs. Therefore, it is important for every individual to save and protect our environment. It is very important to conserve our another earth and the environment. Natural resources like coal and petroleum are depleted, depleting yet at a very fast rate. And once they are depleted, we will have to dependent on other sources of energy. Therefore, it is very necessary for us human to act in a way that ensure the conservation environment is maintained. With this thought, we have designed this seminar, and now we are present in front of each other to discuss latest practices in the environmental conservation. I am very delightful to be part of this wonderful initiative and give my best wishes to all the delegates who are joining us from the different part of the world, and looking forward to hear some good research from our highly accomplished keynote speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for making us acquainted with the RUSA and the seminar. We appreciate. Please change the screen. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for making us acquainted with RUSA and the seminar. We appreciate your help and support a lot. Thank you so much. There's a question from the participant that do we have to keep our camera on? No, you can off your cameras, but stay, because we are taking your attendance on the Google Meet. And I'm delighted to share with all the participants that we are right now 3:30 and 29 countries are together under one forum. Thank you so much. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest thing. He's the one who gets the people to do the greatest thing. Leadership is not about the titles or the positions or the flowcharts. It's about one life influencing the another. This is how RRBM University is blessed today to have a leader like Professor Dr. J.P. Yadav Ji. It is being cherished and reaching new heights under the leadership of him. With a lot of gratitude and respect, now I would like to call upon our chief guest of today, Professor Dr. J.P. Yadav, for his address. Sir, stage is all yours. Sir, आपका स्वागत है, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है.
Good morning. Today is very important day, World Environment Day, विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस. और इस दिवस पे पूरी दुनिया पर्यावरण की चिंता कर रही. I am happy that Raj Rishi College is organizing an international conference today on this theme. That is very important theme. Principal of the college, Dr. Hukum Singh Ji, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma Ji, Coordinator, Muskan Ji, advisors, Dr. Reena Mathur, Dr. Sunita Agarwal, Dr. Seema Gulati, Dr. Madhu Gupta, Dr. Upendra Singh, Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Subhash Chandra of Ajmer University, and Dr. Upendra Singh, Nodal Officer of RUSA, this college, explained various issues related to this seminar. Dear teachers, students, and various participants of the seminar who are related to India and abroad, I am happy to know that so many countries and so many experts of the environment are joined this seminar. Raj Rishi College is one of the important college of this Alwar. So many seminars are organized by the college in previous years. और आज बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण थीम पे ये जो सेमिनार हो रही है, मैं इसके ब्रोचर को देख रहा था. There are 8 sessions. There are so many experts who are the related of this subject. They are the experts of geography, botany, zoology, and other environment sciences. Not only India, but from abroad also. पर्यावरण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है और जिसपे पूरे देश नहीं पूरी दुनिया में चिंता हो. 74 से लगातार 5 जून को अपन ये पर्यावरण दिवस पूरी दुनिया मनाती है और इस दिन हम याद करते हैं जो मिसबैलेंस हो रहा है. आई एम द मैन ऑफ कॉमर्स और कॉमर्स में हमने डेबिट क्रेडिट सुनी. हर एक चीज की one part is debit and another is credit. They should same for balancing of accounts. In science, there is a concept of action, reaction. ये पर्यावरण के लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात. लगता है अपन विकास की इस दौड़ में, अंतरराष्ट्रीय डेवलपमेंट की इस होड़ में पेड़ों को, जंगलों को, पहाड़ों को, सबको अपने खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए विकास की दौड़ में इतने सारे इंडस्ट्रीज, इतने सारा रॉ मटेरियल, इतने सारे पत्थर, इतने सारी बजरी, इतने सारे पेड़ काट करके यूं लगता है कि हम विकास की दौड़ में दुनिया में बहुत आगे चले गए. लेकिन इसके जो रिएक्शंस, नेगेटिव पार्ट्स, उनको अपन भूल जाते हैं. वो बहुत जरूरी है. और अपन देख रहे हैं पिछले कुछ सालों में बहुत चिंताएं की जा रही हैं. दुनिया में कई तरह की बात हो रही है. एनवायरनमेंट के इस क्राइसिस से पर्यावरण में असंतुलन हो रहा है. बहुत सारी बर्फ पिघल रही है. बहुत सारी पहाड़ अपनी एक तरह से खत्म हो चुके. बहुत सारे जंगल जितने थिक थे वो थिन हो गए. अभी वहां पशु भी नहीं बचे. बहुत सारे पुराने नदियां सब खत्म हो गए. इसका बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है. और विकास की दौड़ में जिस तरह से अपने व्हीकल्स, इंडस्ट्रीज और ये सब आ रहे हैं, एयर पोल्यूशन की बात हर बार अपन चिंता करते हैं. जल के प्रदूषण की बात अपन करते हैं कि वाटर भी अब उतना शुद्ध नहीं रहा. हिमालय से चलता चलता जब तक समुद्र में गिरता है पता नहीं कितने तरह का वो प्रदूषित हो जाता है. हम सब के लिए जरूरी है कि हम उन सब बातों को ध्यान रखें. पूरी दुनिया के स्तर पे बहुत सारे इस तरह के गोष्ठियां, विचार संगोष्ठी हर बार होते हैं. आज के दिन तो पूरे दुनिया के लोग किसी न किसी एक कंट्री में बैठ करके डिस्कस करते हैं व्हाट वी शुड डू इन फ्यूचर। लेकिन हम सब की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि उन डिसीजंस को अपन नीचे के लेवल पे लागू करें। स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हैं, बहुत सारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स जुड़े हैं। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है कि इस पर्यावरण की संकट पे नीचे से काम शुरू करें। और मेरा तो एक और मानना है, जल वायु और ये प्रदूषण तो अपनी जगह है ही, सामाजिक पॉल्यूशन, सोशल पॉल्यूशन, एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। अपने घर का एनवायरमेंट, कभी कभी परीक्षा के दिनों में जब कोई तेज आवाज में डीजे और कुछ बजाता है तो अपन कंट्रोल करने की बात करें। घर में जब किसी तरह की वातावरण ठीक नहीं होता है, लड़ाई हो जाती है किसी बात पे, तो अपन कहते हैं पढ़ने दो, हमारा डिस्टर्ब मत करो। पास पड़ोस वाले भी चिंता करते हैं, आए दिन लड़ाई हो रही है, झगड़ा हो रहा है, मोहल्ले में ठीक एनवायरमेंट नहीं। ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी, जो चीज नीचे के लेवल से शुरू होती है, घर से, घर का एनवायरमेंट कैसे ठीक रखे, अपन अपना सिस्टम इस तरह से बनाए दूसरे को डिस्टर्ब नहीं हो। अपन को गाने सुनना है, अपन को डांस करना है, तो उसी वॉल्यूम में करें कि दूसरे को डिस्टर्ब नहीं तो नॉइज पोल्यूशन हो जाएगा। तो जरूरी है कि अपन ये शुरुआत करें कि घर के एनवायरमेंट को ठीक रखें। और पेड़ जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज है, एक साधारण सी बात है जिसको अपन जानते हैं, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा टेक्निकल की बात नहीं, कि पेड़ लगाए जाए, पेड़ों से वातावरण बहुत अच्छा होता है। आप कहीं जंगल में जाएं, अच्छे अच्छे पेड़ और बहुत सारे पशु पक्षियों की आवाज और उस तरह का वातावरण सुन करके अपन बड़े प्रसन्न होते हैं। इस विकास की दौड़ में अपने साथ इतनी सारी गाड़ियां हो गई, एसी लगी हुई है, लेकिन गाड़ी को जब खड़ी करते हैं तो ढूंढते हैं कोई पेड़ की छाया देखो। यानी आखिरी सॉल्यूशन वो ट्री, उसकी छाया, उसके बिना सब बेकार है, क्योंकि उस गाड़ी को स्टार्ट करके एसी वाली में भी आप बैठ नहीं पाओगे। जरूरी है कि पेड़ की छाया देखें। इसलिए पुराने जमाने में भी लोग पेड़ के महत्व की बात कहते थे, और बड़े पेड़ लगाओ, बरगद के पेड़ लगाओ, पीपल के पेड़ लगाओ। ऑक्सीजन देने की बात तो अपन सबने पढ़ी सुनी है। कोरोना में ऑक्सीजन की याद अपन को और ज्यादा अच्छी तरह आ गई। और जब कोरोना काल हुआ और बहुत से मित्रों के कोविड की समस्या हो गई, कुछ हमारे साथी हमारा साथ भी छोड़ गए, मैं खुद और भी कई लोग कोरोना पॉजिटिव हो गए, तो फिर हमने सोचा कि पेड़ बचाने का काम करना चाहिए। तो अलवर की मत्स्य विश्वविद्यालय ने एक संकल्प पिछली साल लिया था, हरा भरा अलवर, ग्रीन अलवर, और उसके लिए आप सबसे सहयोग चाहिए। अभी तो गर्मी का समय, जुलाई अगस्त में जब बरसात आए तो हम सब ये संकल्प लेंगे कि अपन पेड़ लगाएं। आज भी अभी पेड़ लगा के ही ये शुरुआत अपन कर रहे हैं, प्रिंसिपल साहब और हम सब लोग बाहर ट्री प्लांटेशन पहले किया और उसके बाद एनवायरमेंट से रिलेटेड इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम जुलाई अगस्त में ये प्रयास करेंगे कि अलवर जिले के हर एक कॉलेज में पेड़ लगे, अच्छे पेड़ लगे, और वो पेड़ बचे। जरूरी पेड़ लगे, ठीक जगह पे लगे। मेडिसिनल प्लांट बहुत हैं, उनकी बड़ी वैल्यू है, चाहे तुलसी हो, चाहे गिलोय हो, अश्वमेघ हो, या और 4-5 तरह के पेड़, ये बोटनी वाले और जूलॉजी वाले ये सब जानते हैं, केमिस्ट्री वाले, उस तरह के पेड़ों को घरों में लगाएं। और दूसरे पेड़ जो छाया के हैं, ऑक्सीजन देने का काम करते हैं, एनवायरनमेंट को ठीक करने का काम करते हैं, वो मोहल्ले में लगाएं, सड़क के किनारे लगाएं और उनको पालें। केवल पेड़ लगाना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, उसको बच्चे बच्ची की तरह से पाल पोस के बड़ा करें, ये हम सबका कर्तव्य है। जरूरत इस बात की है कि सोशल एनवायरनमेंट को अपन ठीक करें। छोटी छोटी बात को लेकर अपन स्ट्रेस में है, पड़ोस वाले के पास बड़ी गाड़ी आ गई, इस बात का स्ट्रेस, घर में एक के कमाई ज्यादा, एक के कम, इसी का स्ट्रेस, आपस में कई बातों को और मुद्दों को लेकर के लड़ाइयां हैं, खेत के लिए, जगह के लिए और बात के लिए। इन सब चीजों को दूर करें, सोशल एनवायरनमेंट अच्छा हो, सब मिलजुल करके रहे। और जो एनवायरनमेंट आपका सांस्कृतिक वातावरण जो है वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है आजकल। आजकल अपन इंडिया की जो अच्छी चीजें हैं, आपस की फैमिली, पुराने टाइम पे जॉइंट फैमिली सिस्टम जिसके कई सारे बेनिफिट्स थे, उसको छोड़ के अपन आजकल बिल्कुल सिंगल फैमिली, हस्बैंड वाइफ और सन, बस उस तक सीमित। इससे भी एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम, मिलजुल करके रहें, दोस्त हों, आपस में एक दूसरे की हेल्प करें, कोई प्रॉब्लम के टाइम पे स्ट्रेस है तो उसको स्ट्रेस को रिलीज करने की कोशिश करें, घर में हो, परिवार में हो, संस्थान में हो। तो इट इज आवर ड्यूटी टू improve the environment of family, institution, colony, mohalla, village, city, district, state, country and world. ये हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी। जहां भी हम हैं, जो अपना एरिया है, सबसे पहले वहां से शुरुआत करें। इस विषय पर बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट्स 2 दिन तक जुड़े हैं, अपने व्यूज बताएंगे। मैं प्रिंसिपल साहब से और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी रेखा जी से आग्रह करूंगा, ममता जी सॉरी, आग्रह करूंगा कि जो भी सजेशंस आए उनको पॉलिसी मेकर्स तक, कॉमन मैन तक, सब जगह तक पहुंचाएं और अपने स्टूडेंट्स को ये सारी बातें बताएं क्लासेज के थ्रू और कॉलेज में कि ये 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी, जो इससे नहीं जुड़ पाए, ये खास सजेशंस थे, उन सजेशंस को सब अडॉप्ट करने की कोशिश करें तो असली अपनी सेमिनार की सफलता होगी। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है, जिस संख्या में लोग बाग जुड़ रहे हैं, रजिस्ट्रेशन जितने हो गए, देश विदेश के लोग, ये निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत ही सफलतम कॉन्फ्रेंस, और इसके माध्यम से जो मैसेज जाएगा स्टूडेंट्स तक, कॉमन मैन तक, उसका बेनिफिट पूरे कंट्री को, पूरी सोसाइटी को होगा और एनवायरनमेंट को ठीक करने में उसमें बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा। आई एम थैंकफुल टू प्रिंसिपल एंड स्टाफ ऑफ दिस कॉलेज फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी इन दिस इम्पोर्टेंट कॉन्फ्रेंस। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge and thoughts. We really appreciate your presence amongst us. You very rightly said that saving the environment is not the responsibility of one. It is the responsibility of everyone on the earth. You spoke about the new kind of pollution, the social pollution. We need to work upon the improving the environment of the society. You said tree is life. We need to save the trees like our children. सर, कुछ चीजें मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। 1 किलो कागज बनाने के लिए 325 लीटर पानी खर्च होता है। एक A4 साइज पेपर को बनाने के लिए कम से कम 10 लीटर पानी की आवश्यकता होती है। दुनिया में हर मिनट 2400 और हर दिन लगभग 80,000 से लेके 1,60,000 पेड़ काटे जाते हैं। हर पेड़ 3 लोगों को सांस लेने के लायक ऑक्सीजन देता है। हर सेकंड में एक फुटबॉल मैदान के आकार का जंगल कट जाता है। वनों की कटाई के कारण हर साल पक्षियों और जानवरों की करीब 50,000 प्रजातियां नष्ट हो रही हैं। विश्व स्तर पर वर्तमान में लगभग 1,400 वृक्ष प्रजातियों को गंभीर रूप से संकटग्रस्त रूप में सूचीबद्ध किया गया है। 2000 एंडेंजर्ड स्पीशीज। एक प्लास्टिक की बोतल बनाने के लिए करीब 5.3 लीटर पानी लगता है। एक प्लास्टिक शॉपिंग बैग का इस्तेमाल सिर्फ 12 मिनट के लिए किया जाता है, जबकि उसे नष्ट होने में 450 वर्षों से अधिक का समय लगता है। So I again leave a question to you all. As I said before, do we really need to cut the trees? एक सफल लीडर वो होता है जो रास्ता जानता है, रास्ते पे चलता है और रास्ता दिखाता है। ऐसे लीडर हमेशा 3 चीजों का अभ्यास करते हैं: स्वयं के लिए सम्मान, दूसरों के लिए सम्मान और उनके सभी कार्यों के लिए जिम्मेदारी। सफल लीडर की ये आदत होती है कि वे लगभग हर परेशानी में संभावना ढूंढ लेते हैं, जबकि सामान्य लोग हर संभावना में परेशानी को तलाश करते हैं। एक असल लीडर मौकों की तलाश में नहीं रहता, अपितु वो मौकों का निर्माण करता है। This is how I could have best described our head of the institution and patron of this seminar, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji. There are times when we need some inspiration to uplift and motivate us. This is how RRC is blessed today and being cherished in the great leadership of our principal, Dr. Hukam Singh Ji. He is the driving force behind this conference, and without his support, this seminar would have never ever happened. Now, with a lot of gratitude and veneration, I would like to call upon patron of the seminar and chairperson of the inaugural session, Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, Principal RRC Alwar, to kindly grace the stage and formally inaugurate the seminar and also deliver the chairperson's address. Sir, the stage is all yours.
आज ज्येष्ठ शुक्ला षष्ठी विक्रम संवत 2079 आश्लेषा नक्षत्र हर्षण योग में आयोजित दुनिया की सबसे लंबी पर्वत श्रृंखला अरावली पर्वतमाला की उपत्यका में बसा वर्ल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी सरिस्का के नाम से विख्यात स्वतंत्रता सेनानी राव तुलाराम की कर्म भूमि, स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वीर हसन खां मेवाती की जन्मभूमि, महान तपस्वी महान ऋषि भर्तृहरि की तपोस्थली, भक्त पूर्ण मल की कर्मस्थली, ऐसे शहर राजस्थान के सिंहद्वार जिला अलवर में अवस्थित राजस्थान के एकमात्र स्वायत्त शासी स्नातकोत्तर महाविद्यालय राज ऋषि महाविद्यालय के जुबली सभागार से मैं आज की इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय प्रोफेसर जेपी यादव, वाइस चांसलर राज ऋषि भर्तृहरि मत्स्य विश्वविद्यालय अलवर, आज के इस कार्यक्रम के विशिष्ट अतिथि प्रोफेसर अशोक आर्या, कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन राज ऋषि भर्तृहरि मत्स्य विश्वविद्यालय अलवर, हमारे रूसा के नोडल अधिकारी मेरे अनुज प्रोफेसर उपेंद्र सिंह, समस्त विभागाध्यक्ष, समस्त पधारे फैकल्टीज, प्रोफेसर साहेबान, विद्वान और विदुषी, समस्त एनएसएस और स्काउट्स के सेवार्थी और दुनिया के 35 देशों से 3200 रजिस्ट्रेशंस करने वाले और लाइव इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से जुड़े हुए सभी सुधीजनों का, विद्यार्थियों का, शोधार्थियों का, प्रोफेसर साहेबानों का मैं महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। राज ऋषि महाविद्यालय मुझे 1.5 वर्ष इस महाविद्यालय में हुआ है, लेकिन मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि दुनिया के मानचित्र पर पहले ये था या नहीं था, लेकिन अब दुनिया के 7 महाद्वीप के 35 देश इस महाविद्यालय से रूबरू होते हैं। और ये पहला अवसर नहीं है, ये चौथा या 5वां इवेंट है हमारा। 15 दिसंबर से 18 दिसंबर इसी पर्यावरण पर, जिसकी पुस्तक का विमोचन भी आज हम करेंगे। 15 से 18 दिसंबर तक 4 दिवसीय जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार हमने आयोजित किया था, उस पर लगातार 8 वॉल्यूम हमारे आ रहे हैं। पहला वॉल्यूम आ चुका है, जो प्रथम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पुस्तक है, टोरंटो और कनाडा से प्रकाशित है। उसके बाद ISTTP फर्स्ट, ISTTP सेकंड, और अब 24 जून से 30 जून तक ISTTP थर्ड हम आयोजित कर रहे हैं। बीच बीच में, जैसे आज का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस और एक बीच में हमने किया, ये होते रहते हैं। तो मैं महाविद्यालय परिवार का शुक्रिया और साधुवाद अदा करता हूं कि आपके सबके सहयोग से हम इस मुकाम तक पहुंच रहे हैं। आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रिंसिपल और पैटर्न होने के नाते मेरा ये दायित्व है कि इसका जो मिनट टू मिनट प्रोग्राम है 2 दिवसीय, उस पर मैं प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगा। आप इससे सब लाइव हैं और अब तक के इवेंट से आप वाकिफ हैं। माननीय प्रोफेसर JP यादव वाइस चांसलर सर का बहुत आसीर वचनात्मक उद्बोधन हम सब ने सुना। उनके प्रति मैं कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं कि व्यस्त समय में से समय निकालकर उन्होंने हमें समय दिया और हमारा मनोबल बढ़ाया। प्रोफेसर वेलकम एड्रेस आप सबने देखा था, डॉक्टर सुभाष चंद्रा जो MSD यूनिवर्सिटी अजमेर में जूलॉजी के हेड हैं, उनके द्वारा दिया गया। प्रोफेसर सुभाष चंद्रा जी के प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज के इस डे फर्स्ट 5 जून को जो इनॉग्रल की नोट एड्रेस फर्स्ट है, वो डॉक्टर धर्मेश गोहिल द्वारा दिया जाएगा, जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं CSR ग्रुप मुंबई महाराष्ट्र, यानी कारपोरेट जगत से इस ख्यात नाम युवा को हमने चुना है जो अपना उद्बोधन देंगे। क्योंकि पर्यावरण किसी एक विषय का नहीं है, पर्यावरण की समस्या किसी एक व्यक्ति की नहीं है, पर्यावरण होल पूरे संसार की समस्या है, हर प्राणी की समस्या है। इसलिए कोई भी इसमें भागीदार हो सकता है और होना चाहिए। इस सत्र के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर रुचि शर्मा प्रोफेसर भोपाल से हैं, आप लेक सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी से आप अपना समय हमें दे रही हैं, आपके प्रति भी मैं कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूं। अगले कीनोट एड्रेस प्रोफेसर अनिल कुमार चंगानी DSc, जो जाने माने पर्यावरणविद हैं, जूलॉजिस्ट हैं और महाराजा गंगा सिंह यूनिवर्सिटी बीकानेर राजस्थान से आप हैं। और इनके बारे में तो कहा जाता है कि इनका जीवन भी जानवरों के बीच में, वन्य जीवों के बीच में निकला है। इस सत्र के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर सुधा सुखवाल श्रृंगी हमारे ही महाविद्यालय की प्रोफेसर हैं। अगले कीनोट एड्रेस डॉक्टर अजय प्रकाश गुप्ता, पर्सन इंचार्ज ड्रग टेस्टिंग लेबोरेटरी जम्मू एंड कश्मीर इंडिया से हैं। और इस सत्र के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर राजेंद्र पुरोहित HOD जूलॉजी गवर्नमेंट डूंगर कॉलेज बीकानेर से हैं। अगले कीनोट एड्रेस डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी, जो मलेशिया से हैं, ये संबोधित करेंगे। और इनके सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर रानी झा, जो अरुणाचल प्रदेश इंडिया से हैं। पांचवें कीनोट एड्रेस करेंगे डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तियार, जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर इंडिया से हैं। और इस सत्र के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर रंजना अग्रवाल, आप जूलॉजी की कानोड़िया पीजी महिला महाविद्यालय जयपुर से हैं। और कीनोट एड्रेस 6 डॉक्टर रश्मि त्यागी, साइंस कम्युनिकेटर, आईआईटी रुड़की से हैं। मैडम, हमारे सभी प्रोग्रामों में आप शिरकत करती आ रही हैं, आपके लिए बहुत बहुत आभार। इस सत्र की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, बीकानेर करेंगी। और फ्री फोरम एंड फीडबैक प्रोफेसर ममता शर्मा प्रस्तुत करेंगी। डे सेकंड यानी कल दिनांक 6 का कार्यक्रम, रिकैप ऑफ द फर्स्ट डे, डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा करेंगी। कीनोट एड्रेस फर्स्ट डॉक्टर सत्य प्रकाश मेहरा, एनवायरमेंटल कम डेवलपमेंट प्रोफेशनल, फाउंडर, सेक्रेटरी एंड एडवाइजर, राजपूताना सोसाइटी नेचुरल हिस्ट्री, उदयपुर, राजस्थान से हैं। और इनके चेयरपर्सन इस सत्र की डॉक्टर के सलीला, जो तमिलनाडु चिदम्बरम यूनिवर्सिटी से हैं। अगले कीनोट इस एड्रेस डॉक्टर अभिषेक मेहता हैं, जो पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी बड़ौदा गुजरात से हैं। चेयरपर्सन ममता शर्मा करेंगी। कीनोट एड्रेस अगला प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र नाथ, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंसेज एंड एनआरएम, आप प्रयागराज उत्तर प्रदेश इंडिया से हैं। और चेयरपर्सन निकिता पत्ता जोशी, जो उड़ीसा से हैं। अगले कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर सुभाष चंद्रा, एचओडी जूलॉजी, एमडी यूनिवर्सिटी अजमेर से हैं। और चेयरपर्सन है रश्मि त्यागी जी, आईआईटी रुड़की से हैं। मैडम, और लास्ट कीनोट एड्रेस स्पीकर डॉक्टर प्रदीप कुमार पत्ता जोशी, उड़ीसा से हैं। चेयरपर्सन अजय कुमार गांधी, औरंगाबाद, महाराष्ट्र से। और इसके बाद वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन, रिकैप ऑफ द सेमिनार ममता शर्मा जी द्वारा, वैलेडिक्टरी एड्रेस प्रिंसिपल पैटर्न द्वारा, फ्री फोरम एंड फीडबैक ममता शर्मा द्वारा, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तियार द्वारा, और ऑफिशियल क्लोजिंग डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह, और नेशनल एंथम के साथ कल ये 2 दिवसीय सेमिनार हमारा समापन की ओर होगा। इस अवसर पर सबसे पहले तो मैं दोनों दिन के सभी विद्वान जो भी इसमें शिरकत कर रहे हैं, अपना समय दे रहे हैं, उन सब के प्रति महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सबके सहयोग से हम निश्चित रूप से एक सफल कह सकते हैं, जैसा वीसी सर कह रहे थे, सफल सेमिनार की श्रेणी में हम इसको रख सकेंगे। अब मैं, इच्छा हो रही है, वैसे तो मैं संस्कृत का बालक हूं, लेकिन मैंने अभी अपने मुख से कहा है कि पर्यावरण का कोई सब्जेक्ट, कोई विशेषज्ञ, कोई एक्सपर्ट एक विषय का नहीं होता। अब मैं संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी हूं तो मैं चुप रह ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि मैं उस देश में पैदा हुआ बालक हूं। ये वो देश है जो ज्ञान में दुनिया का गुरु कहलाता था। आप सब जानते हैं, सबने पढ़ा है, और ये सच है। ये एक अलग बात है, या कहूंगा दुर्भाग्य है इस देश का, परिस्थितियों का। हजारों वर्ष तक विदेशी आक्रांताओं ने हम पर आक्रमण किए, हम पर शासन किए, और अपनी पद्धतियों को हम पर थोपा। लेकिन गर्व है कि जिन्होंने भी अपनी पद्धतियां, अपने कस्टम्स हम पर थोपे, हम उन सब को पचा गए। लेकिन हमारा स्वरूप वही है जो था। इसीलिए भारत महान है। हम पर कोई असर नहीं हुआ उनका, चाहे वो अंग्रेज आए, फ्रांसीसी आए, डच आए, हूण आए, मुगल आए, तुगलक आए, लोधी आए, गजनवी आया, कोई भी आया, सबने कोशिश की, लेकिन हमें नहीं मिटा सका, वो खुद मिट गए। और हम उनकी संस्कृति को पी गए, आत्मसात कर गए। यही इस देश की महानता है और यही इस देश की विविधता में एकता इसकी विशेषता है। ज्ञान में गुरु था, हमारे ही ग्रंथों को, हमारे ही नॉलेज को यहां से चुरा करके विदेशी आक्रांत अपने देशों में ले गए और विभिन्न भाषाओं में उसी को ट्रांसलेट करके वापस परोसा गया। और ये दुखद है कि आज का भारत का बालक, भारत का नागरिक, एक हल्का सा उदाहरण आपके सामने दे रहा हूं, दिन में 10 बार बाय गॉड शब्द का प्रयोग करता है, कर सकता है, कर रहा है, लेकिन उसे यह पता नहीं है कि मैं क्या कह रहा हूं। अगर उसी बच्चे को यह कहा जाए, उसी नागरिक को यह कहा जाए कि तुम ईश्वर की कसम खा करके कहो कि तुमने ये काम नहीं किया, तो वो सिर हिलाएगा और मना करेगा, मैं ईश्वर की कसम नहीं खाऊंगा। लेकिन बेचारे को ये पता नहीं है कि वो दिन में बाय गॉड 10 बार करता है, क्योंकि उसे अर्थ पता ही नहीं है कि मैं क्या कह रहा हूं। ये दुखद है। भारतीय संस्कृति दुनिया की प्राचीनतम सभ्यता और संस्कृति है। उदाहरण के तौर पे मैं पर्यावरण पर आता हूं। आप जितने भी अपने देश के त्योहार हैं उन सब का नाम लो, याद करो। मकर संक्रांति आपके आती है, दीपावली आता है, दशहरा आता है, बैसाखी आती है, हरियाली तीज आती है, गणगौर आती है, गोवर्धन आता है, राखी आती है, जितने भी, ओणम आता है। क्या है ये? भारतीय त्योहार। भारत सरकार छुट्टी करती है, भारतीय जनता इनको सेलिब्रेट करती है, मनाती है, पर हम कभी इनकी गहराई में नहीं गए। बैसाखी क्यों मनाई जाती है पता तो है आप सबको, लेकिन क्या मतलब फालतू सोचने से, वैसे ही काम चल रहा है ना। रक्षाबंधन, हरियाली तीज, अरे मैं वो नाम ले रहा हूं भारतीय त्योहारों के जो प्रकृति के साथ अटैच हैं, जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं पर्यावरण की बात करना चाहता हूं आपसे, मैं पर्यावरण पर ला रहा हूं आपको और दुनिया के विद्वानों को कि भारतीयता क्या है। हिंदुत्व क्या है, हिंदुत्व का सकारात्मक पक्ष क्या है, मैं उस पर प्रकाश डाल रहा हूं। अर्थात जितने भी भारतीय त्योहार हैं वो सब प्रकृति से जुड़े हुए हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि जब प्रकृति ने जन्म लिया होगा या प्रकृति ने जब मानव को पैदा किया होगा तो इन दोनों का अटैचमेंट, संबंध रहा है। या ये कहें कि प्रकृति में ही तो मानव एक जीव है और सबका बादशाह वो इसलिए बन बैठा क्योंकि वो बुद्धि रखता है, पंडा तत्व है उसके पास। नहीं, जीव तो बहुत है। ये जूलॉजी के प्रोफेसर बैठे, ये ज्यादा जानते हैं जानवरों के बारे में, कितने प्रकार के प्राणी हैं, इनको ज्यादा पता है ना। लेकिन इनमें से मानव एक ऐसा है जो सब पर राज करता है और उसका एक ही कारण है कि उसके पास पंडा तत्व है, बुद्धि तत्व है। आहार निद्रा भय मैथुनंच एतत् समानम पशु भी नराणा। 4 चीजें पशुओं में और मानव में बराबर हैं, आहार, निद्रा, भय, मैथुन, चारों में। फिर मानव क्यों श्रेष्ठ है? तेसाम यदि को बुद्धि विशेषो, ये बुद्धि है ना, इसके बल पर उसने शेर को वश में कर लिया, हाथी को वश में कर लिया, दुनिया को वश में कर लिया। इतना चालाक है प्राणी कौन सा? हम, मानव। तो मानव का संबंध प्रकृति के साथ रहा है। भारतीय संस्कृति के जितने भी तीज और त्योहार हैं वो पर्यावरण की बात करते हैं, पर्यावरण के साथ जुड़ने की बात करते हैं। आपने सुना होगा भारतीय संस्कृति में 33 करोड़ देवी देवताओं की बात करते हैं, सुना है खूब, और मजाक भी होता है कि 33 करोड़ देवी देवता है ना, लेकिन इसको 33 कैटेगरी मान लीजिए आप। 8 वसु, 12 आदित्य, 11 रुद्र और 2 अश्विनी कुमार, हो गए 33। ये 33 करोड़ है। तो 33 करोड़ जो देवी देवताएं हैं, अब आप देवी देवताओं के नाम, चाहे वो ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश है, भगवान राम है, कृष्ण है, तीनों माताएं लक्ष्मी है, सरस्वती है, आपने याद किया होगा, देखा होगा, इन सब के वाहन हैं, है क्या याद? अरे कोई गरुड़ ऊपर बैठता है, कोई मूसे की सवारी करता है, हा? कोई नंदी की सवारी करता कोई कुएं पे भी चढ़ता है ना, इस तरह का। ये क्या है? क्या पर्यावरण में पशु पक्षी नहीं आते? आते। ये भी घटक हैं पर्यावरण के। जैसे सारी वनस्पति पर्यावरण की घटक है, वैसे ही सारे जीव जंतु प्राणी भी पर्यावरण के घटक हैं। भारतीय कल्चर इस बात को सिद्ध कर रहा है। मैं आपको सिद्ध करके बता रहा हूं कि जितने भी भारतीय देवी देवता हैं, उनके साथ जितने भी वाहन हैं, वो सब पशु पक्षी है। इससे ये बात सिद्ध होती है कि भारतीय संस्कृति पर्यावरण से ओतप्रोत है। दुनिया का मुझे पता नहीं, मिस्र की सभ्यता क्या कहती है, चाइना की क्या कहती है, मेसोपोटामिया की क्या कहती है, मैं तो खुला मन से कह रहा हूं, मुझे उनका मालूम नहीं। लेकिन माई सेल्फ इंडियन, वी आर इंडिया। मैं भारतीयता की बात कर रहा हूं और भारतीयता को सिद्ध कर रहा हूं कि भारतीय संस्कृति पर्यावरण से ओतप्रोत है। हम पशु पक्षी की बात करते हैं, हम देवी देवताओं के जितने वाहन हैं वो पशु पक्षी हैं, और जितने जीव जंतु हैं वो सब प्रकृति के अंग हैं। इसलिए सिद्ध है कि भारतीयता प्राचीनतम है, सनातन है, और हमारे पूर्वज पर्यावरण के प्रति सावचेत थे। मैं गांव का व्यक्ति, आप में से मैं समझता हूं आधे गांव के लोग बैठे हैं। गांवों का आप निरीक्षण कर लीजिए आज, और पहले आपने किया होगा, जब आप गांव में घुसते थे तो पहले पोखर मिलती थी, तालाब मिलता था, पगडंडी होती थी, उसके दोनों तरफ वृक्ष होते थे, और ये नियम था कि जब मेहमान गांव में आता था तो उसको छोड़ने पोखर तक जाते थे, वो गांव के बाहर होता था। ये क्या है? ये पर्यावरण है। हम कह सकते हैं कि भारतीय जनमानस पर्यावरण के प्रति सचेत था। वेद कहता है, माता पृथ्वी पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या, माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या, माता भूमि मेरी माता है, मैं इसका पुत्र हूं। आज भी इंडियन, अब आप कहोगे मैं संस्कृत का बालक हूं, जब हम सुबह खड़े होते हैं तो हम तो एक मंत्र पढ़ते हैं, कराग्रे लक्ष्मी बस्ती, कर मध्य सरस्वती, करा मूले गोविंदो बस्ती, प्रभाते तू कर लक्षणम। ये भारतीयता कहती है, इस मंत्र को पढ़ो और फिर धरती माता को स्पर्श करो, फिर सीधा पैर जमीन पर रखो, तब उतरो इस पर। ये माता है। तभी तो कहा पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या, ये पृथ्वी माँ है। और सुनो, आज भारत क्या मना रहा है? विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस। थीम क्या है आज की भारत सरकार की? बच्चों याद है? किसी को पता है? आज भारतवर्ष जो मना रहा है, जिसको हम मना रहे हैं, आज की थीम क्या है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की? वन ऑफ द अर्थ। क्या थीम है? पृथ्वी एक है। इस थीम पर, और जो पहला विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस 1974 स्टॉकहोम में मनाया गया, उसकी थीम भी आज की थीम थी, वन ऑफ द अर्थ। मैं कहता हूं ना, मैं संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी हूं, अब संस्कृत की बात करूंगा। अब प्रदूषण चाहे वैज्ञानिक मुझे पता नहीं कितने प्रकार का बतलाते हैं, लेकिन मैं तो मोटी सी बात समझता हूं शास्त्रीय, वो ये है, छति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व मिल बना शरीरा। पृथ्वी, वायु, आकाश, जल और अग्नि, ये 5 तत्वों से मानव बॉडी निर्मित हुई है। इन्हें जब फिलॉसफी में मैं जाऊंगा तो इनको पंच महाभूत कहूंगा, स्थूल तत्व कहूंगा। जब मानव बॉडी इन 5 तत्वों से बनी है, तो प्रकृति में भी ये 5 तत्व हैं, ये 5 महाभूत हैं। आपको ध्यान होगा, जब किसी का देहावसान हो जाता है, पंडितों के द्वारा जब वो क्रिया कराई जाती है, तो जल जल में मिले, अग्नि अग्नि में जाए, वायु वायु में समाए, ऐसा बोला जाता है। इसका मतलब तेरा तुझको अर्पण क्या लागे मेरा। अरे 5 तत्व से ये पुतला तुम्हें बनाकर दिया परमात्मा ने, अब तेरा काम पूरा हो गया, अब तू जा। अब जाए कहां? 5 तत्व अपने अपने मूल रूप में विलीन हो जाते हैं। इसलिए सिद्ध है कि प्रकृति में ये 5 तत्व हैं। जब ये 5 तत्व हैं, वीसी सर ने अपने उद्बोधन में जिक्र किया था, जब ये इम्बैलेंस हो जाएंगे, इनको छेड़छाड़ तुम करोगे, तो फिर बीमारी पैदा होगी ना। अरे बॉडी में वात पित्त और कफ, आयुर्वेद की भाषा में बात कर ले हम, 5 में से कोई भी गड़बड़ होगी तो 3 तरह के रोग होते हैं, वात पित्त और कफ, उसी में सारी बीमारियां समाहित हो जाती हैं। ऐसे ही जब प्रकृति के इन 5 तत्वों से, 5 घटकों से जब आप छेड़छाड़ करोगे, तो चेक एंड बैलेंस की थ्योरी चाहिए, नियंत्रण और संतुलन का सिद्धांत। पॉलिटिकल साइंस के प्रोफेसर बैठे हैं यहाँ, अशोक आर्या, मैंने भी बीए तक पढ़ा था। तो ये चेक एंड बैलेंस की थ्योरी संविधान पर ही लागू नहीं होती, ये पर्यावरण पर भी लागू है। किसी भी घटक को आप छेड़ोगे, उसके साथ अति करोगे, बैलेंस प्रकृति का गड़बड़ाएगा और कोविड-19 पैदा होगा, मंकी पॉक्स पैदा होगा। अभी तो देखते जाओ क्या क्या आएगा, अभी तो शुरुआत है। ये सारा, इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि ये जो 5 तत्व हैं, अग्नि, वायु, जल, पृथ्वी, आकाश, ये 5 तरह का ही प्रदूषण है। वीसी सर ने तो बहुत आगे तक की बात कर दी थी, सोशल पॉल्यूशन, बहुत आगे की बात, गहरी बात। पर हमारे लिए तो ये पॉल्यूशन ही भारी है, इसको समझ लें। तो ये 5 तत्व हमारे साथ हैं, इनके साथ छेड़छाड़ हमें नहीं करना चाहिए। इनके साथ साथ छेड़छाड़ करोगे तो वो पर्यावरण प्रदूषण की श्रेणी में आएगा। अब देखिए, अब तक तो मैंने ऐसी बात की आपसे, अब कुछ वैधानिक बात आपसे करूंगा। वैधानिक बात इसलिए करूंगा, ये तो मैं तो संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी हूं, तो अभी तो मैंने संस्कृत की बात की थी आपसे। अब हमको ये पता होना चाहिए कि ये पर्यावरण प्रदूषण है क्या, कब से शुरू हुआ, भारत सरकार क्या कर रही है, दुनिया क्या कर रही है, क्या हमें करना चाहिए, इस पर थोड़ा सा मैं प्रकाश डालूंगा। संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ, यूएनओ जिसे अपन कहते हैं, ये आप थोड़ा सा, ये जो बालक बैठे हैं इनके लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि जिसकी जड़ कमजोर है ना, फिर वो पेड़ भी ढंग से लग नहीं पाता। और संस्कृत इसी काम को करती है कि वो जड़ में जाती है। हम ये पता करते हैं कि जूलॉजी प्राणी विज्ञान कहलाता है, तो ये प्राणी विज्ञान क्यों है, इसको जूलॉजी क्यों कहा, इसको सोशियोलॉजी क्यों नहीं कहा, हम ये खोज करते हैं। पॉलिटिकल साइंस ही क्यों है, इसको हिस्ट्री क्यों नहीं कहा? ये हम में कमी है या ये हमारा जिज्ञासा रहती है संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी होने के नाते। जैसे एक प्रश्न छोड़ रहा हूं, संस्कृत लिटरेचर है आपको पता है, उर्दू लिटरेचर है आपको पता है, हिंदी लिटरेचर है आपको पता है, लेकिन इंग्लिश लिटरेचर क्यों है ये आप पूछकर बताना मुझे। तो संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ ने प्रथम पर्यावरण सम्मेलन किया था 5 जून से 16 जून 1972 में बच्चों, यूएनओ ने 5 जून से 16 जून तक, और 2 साल तक इस पर मंथन हुआ। उसके बाद प्रथम पर्यावरण दिवस 5 जून 1974 को मनाया गया, पहला पर्यावरण दिवस, और इसमें 119 देशों ने शिरकत की थी। स्वीडन की राजधानी स्टॉकहोम में पहला क्या है ये विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस मनाया गया था। आज की थीम मैंने आपको बतलाई दी, ओनली वन अर्थ, अर्थात पृथ्वी एक है, इसको बांटो मत। इस थीम का भाव क्या है सर? वन ऑफ अर्थ, पृथ्वी एक है, अर्थात अमेरिका की पृथ्वी, पाकिस्तान की पृथ्वी, चाइना की पृथ्वी, इंडिया की पृथ्वी अलग नहीं है, धरती माँ है। तभी शास्त्र कहता है पृथ्वी पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या, पृथ्वी मेरी माँ है और मैं इसका पुत्र हूं। समस्त धरती की बात करते हैं, और समस्त धरती को जब संरक्षित हम करेंगे, सुरक्षित करेंगे, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण से बचाएंगे, तभी सही मायने में पर्यावरण प्रदूषण संरक्षण कहलाएगा। भाई वो जाते हैं ना सर प्रभाव, मतलब इंडिया में आपने सही कर लिया, लेकिन इंडिया से लगता म्यांमार है, बांग्लादेश है, पाकिस्तान है, तो फिर वहां इसका प्रभाव जाएगा, और वहां अगर पॉल्यूशन है तो वो यहां आएगा। इसलिए ये कहा पृथ्वी एक है और इसको मां मानो, और इसकी सुरक्षा करना हमारा सबका कर्तव्य है। भारत की बात करें हम, मुझे बंद करने के लिए ताली बजा रहे हो या सुनने के लिए? भारत की बात करें, भारत के कुल क्षेत्रफल का 2.4%, भारत जो है ना दुनिया का क्षेत्रफल का 2.4 और विश्व की जनसंख्या का 17.5% वाला देश है हमारा इंडिया। वनों की कटाई के कारण आज भारत में 18.34% अर्थात 637,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर क्षेत्र ही बच पाया है वनों का। अब भारत सरकार इस दिशा में क्या कर रही है? जल अधिनियम 23 मार्च 1974 को पहला जल अधिनियम भारत सरकार ने पेश किया, और उसमें संशोधन 1977 में किया। वायु प्रदूषण एवं नियंत्रण अधिनियम 1981 प्रस्तुत किया। वन्य जीव संरक्षण अधिनियम 1972 आया। वन संरक्षण अधिनियम 1980 आया। पर्यावरण संरक्षण अधिनियम 1986 आया। जैव विविधता संरक्षण 2002, राष्ट्रीय जल नीति 2002, राष्ट्रीय पर्यावरण नीति 2004 और वन अधिकार अधिनियम 2006, और भारतीय जो संविधान है अपना, उसके अनुच्छेद 48A और 51A में भारतीय जो पर्यावरण है उसकी सुरक्षा के कानून भारत सरकार ने बना रखे हैं और उनका पालन हो रहा है। अब देखिए वर्तमान स्थिति कैसी है अपनी। जैसे इंडिया अब क्या कर रहा है, कैंपेन चलाते हैं ना, जैसे फ्रेश एयर, सेव वाटर, सेव एनर्जी, ग्रो मोर प्लांट्स, अर्बन ग्रीन, ये भारत सरकार की कैंपेन चल रहे हैं। अब इस तरह के नारे आपने देखे होंगे कि ये हमको करना है। और इस अवसर पर देखिए पेड़ पौधों की मैं बात कर रहा था। उत्तराखंड में काला डूंगी जंगल में एक हंसने वाला पेड़ पाया जाता है। नई चीज बता रहा हूं, भारत के उत्तराखंड में काला डूंगी के जंगलों में एक पेड़ का नाम है हंसने वाला पेड़, है ना। इसको रेडिया ड्यूटोरम कहा जाता है। तो एक ऐसा पौधा प्रकृति ने हमें दिया। असम में एक पौधा पाया जाता है काटकिन यू, इंडियन बेडेलियम, कैलिफोर्निया का विशाल वृक्ष सिकोया और अफ्रीका के बेओबाव वृक्ष। ये ऐसे पौधों के नाम मैं गिना रहा हूं जिनकी प्रजाति लुप्त होने के कगार पर है। लुप्त क्यों हो रही है प्रजाति? क्योंकि क्या बोलते हैं उसको, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग ये जो हो रहा है, इससे कुछ ऐसी प्रजातियां हैं जो बेचारी, ममता मैडम ने तो अपने भाषण में कहा था 1400 ऐसी प्रजातियां हैं। शायद मैंने यही समझा, ये अंग्रेजी में बोल रही थी, मैं हिंदी का प्रोफेसर हूं, तो मैंने ये समझा 1400 ऐसी प्रजातियां हैं वृक्षों की जो संकटग्रस्त सूची में आ चुकी हैं वर्ल्ड की, अर्थात वो प्रजातियां लुप्त हो जाएंगी। उसी श्रृंखला में मैंने ये 3-4 पौधे कोड किए हैं जो मिटने के कगार पर हैं। फिर चित्रों में ही आप देख पाओगे कि इंडिया में हंसने वाला पौधे का चित्र ऐसा था, है ना। ये सब क्यों हो रहा है? ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की तरफ से हो रहा है। अब पृथ्वी जो आज की थीम है, एक पृथ्वी है और ये ही कितने 9 ग्रह हैं, शायद साइंस में 9 ग्रह हैं, उनमें एक पृथ्वी ही ऐसा ग्रह है जहां इंसान रहते हैं। शायद, हो सकता है मैं झूठ मतलब गलत कह रहा हूं, लेकिन 9 ग्रहों में पृथ्वी ही एक ऐसा ग्रह है जहां इंसान रहते हैं। और इंसानों पे मैं बरसता भी खूब हूं। थोड़ी देर पहले भी मैं कह रहा था कि बुद्धि के बल पर सब पे राज कर रहा है। अब देखो इसने क्या किया, इंसान ने। पृथ्वी पर इंसान रहता है, प्रकृति रहती है, पशु पक्षी रहते हैं, जीव जंतु रहते हैं, लेकिन मानव जो इंसान है, इसने क्या किया? इसने पशु पक्षी के घोंसलों पर भी अधिकार कर लिया। जितने जंगली जानवर हैं उनके जो निवास हैं उन पर कब्जा कर लिया। जबकि मैं डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह जिस घर में रहता हूं, मेरा जो एड्रेस है वही एड्रेस मेरे घर के आंगन में फुदकने वाली गिलहरी की है। वही तो एड्रेस है उसका। मेरे आंगन में जो चिड़िया, मेरे वृक्षों में जो मैंने लगा रखे, कबूतर, जितने भी प्रकार के पक्षी वहां मंडराते हैं, क्या उनका एड्रेस अलग है? अरे वो भी तो हुकम सिंह 3/214 में हुकम सिंह रहता है। तो जो मेरे पशु पक्षी, मेरे वहां चूहे, बिल्ली, कुत्ते, 2 कुत्ते मेरे पास रहते हैं, वो सारे, उनका एड्रेस भी तो वही है 3/214। लेकिन नहीं, मानव बहुत तेज इंसान है, ये अपने स्वार्थ की पूर्ति में लगा रहता है। वो अपना ही एड्रेस बताएगा रविकांत जी, तो ये नहीं कहेगा कि मेरे घर में ये और भी रहते हैं पशु पक्षी, उनका एड्रेस नहीं बताएगा। और यही उसकी क्लेवरनेस है, यही उसका प्रकृति के प्रति अपराध है जो क्षम्य नहीं है। उसे, उनको भी अपने बच्चों की तरह, परिवार की तरह समझना चाहिए, मानना चाहिए, उनके प्रति वैसा व्यवहार करना चाहिए, तब वो प्रकृति प्रेमी कहलाएगा। सही मायनों में तब वो प्रकृति का संरक्षण कर रहा है, पर्यावरण का संरक्षण कर रहा है। एक आजकल एक अवधारणा आ रही है, ऋषि सर आप जैसों ने शुरू की होगी, उसका नाम है मिनिमलिज्म की अवधारणा। मिनिमलिज्म की अवधारणा ये क्या है? आपने देखा होगा, मतलब अपन प्रोफेसर हैं, अपनी बात कर ले, हम डेली नई ड्रेस डाल के आते हैं बदल कर, और कहाँ जाएं। अक्के चेनम मधुविंदेत पर्वतम किम ब्रजेत। दूसरों का उदाहरण क्यों दो, हम ही हमारा ही देंगे ना। कुछ ऐसे प्रोफेसर भी हो सकते हैं जो सुबह तो अलग साड़ी पहनकर आए, शाम को दूसरी पहनकर आ जाए। प्रोफेसर का मतलब कोई लिंग से मतलब नहीं है, व्यक्ति पुरुष भी हो सकता है, महिला भी हो सकती है। 3 बार भी बदली जा सकती है ड्रेस। मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन उदाहरण बहुत तगड़ा है मेरे पास देश का, है ना। तो ये जो मिनिमलिज्म की अवधारणा है, इसकी महती आवश्यकता है अब, क्योंकि प्रोफेसर ममता शर्मा ने अपने भाषण में कुछ बातें कही थी कि एक पेपर बनाने में इतना पानी खर्च हो जाता है, एक पानी की क्या है प्लास्टिक की बोतल बनाने में ये खर्च हो जाता है, इतना करने में वो खर्च हो जाता है। तो अब इस चीज से बचने के लिए, वो गांधी जी तो बहुत पहले कह गए थे सर, सिंपल लिविंग एंड हाई थिंकिंग, सादा जीवन उच्च विचार। यही मिनिमलिज्म है। अर्थात आपको जितनी आवश्यकता है ना, उसमें से कम आवश्यक। मैं रोज कार से कॉलेज आता हूं, मैं बाइक से भी तो आ सकता हूं। मैं बाइक से रोज कॉलेज आता हूं, मैं साइकिल से भी तो आ सकता हूं। मैं साइकिल से रोज कॉलेज आता हूं, कभी कभी पैदल भी तो आ सकता हूं। अब हो सकता है सुबह में 1 घंटे मॉर्निंग वॉक पर जाता हूं 6 किलोमीटर, लेकिन कॉलेज तो मर्सिडीज से आऊंगा। ये ही गलतफहमी है, ये गलत है। अब दुनिया में एक नई अवधारणा आ रही है जिसका नाम है मिनिमलिज्म। कम से कम आवश्यकता में अपना काम चलाओ। कार की जगह बाइक, बाइक की जगह साइकिल, साइकिल की जगह पैदल। दिन में 3 ड्रेस बदलने की बजाय एक ड्रेस को 3 दिन पहनो, उसी को धो लो और पहन लो ना यार, क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है। पर फिर फर्क पड़ता है ना कि ये कैसे वीसी सर हैं यार। अब देख लो हमारे वीसी सर को प्रत्यक्ष को प्रमाण की क्या आवश्यकता है। ऐसा आदर्श हमको अपनाना होगा। हमसे मेरा मतलब है दुनिया के 35 देशों से बात कर रहा हूं मैं। दुनिया के 3200 रजिस्ट्रेशंस जो इसमें हुए हैं और जो देख रहे हैं, उनसे अपील कर रहा हूं कि मिनिमलिज्म की अवधारणा को हमको अपनाना होगा। तभी सही मायने में पर्यावरण के प्रति हमारी जागरूकता और हमारा कर्म सामने जगत के आएगा, और तभी कुछ रिजल्ट्स, जो वीसी सर कह रहे थे, रिजल्ट्स तभी सामने आ पाएंगे जब हम कुछ करेंगे। केवल भाषण देने से काम चलेगा नहीं। पहले खुद को सुधारो। गुड माइंड गुड फाइंड, आप भला तो जग भला, है ना। तो पहले खुद को सुधारो तो दुनिया अपने आप ही सुधर जाएगी। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य यह है दुनिया का कि अपने को तो देखता ही नहीं, वो देखता ही सामने वाले को, और जो ऐसा देखता है वो वहीं फेल हो जाता है, गलत है वो। तो कुछ कड़वे सच जो प्रोफेसर ममता ने बोले थे, उनको मैं इनकी जो है ना अंग्रेजी मेरे कम समझ में आई थी, तो मैं उनको हिंदी में समझा रहा हूं आपको, जो आपको सबको समझ में आएगी। 1 किलो कागज बनाने में 325 लीटर पानी खर्च होता है, बोला था। अच्छा, एक A4 कागज बनाने में 10 लीटर पानी। A4 कोई साइज होगा, 10 लीटर पानी। और सारी दुनिया में 1 मिनट में 2400 पेड़ कट रहे हैं, सारी दुनिया में। और एक पेड़ इतनी ऑक्सीजन देता है जिससे 3 आदमी जिंदा रह सकते हैं। और हर सेकंड में 1 फुटबॉल के आकार का जंगल कट जाता है, दुनिया की बात है। और वनों की कटाई हर वर्ष 50,000 प्रजातियां नष्ट हो रही हैं। ये तो फिर तो दुनिया ही खाली हो जाएगी। तो इस प्रकार सबसे घातक प्लास्टिक को माना है यहाँ कि एक प्लास्टिक का बैग 12 मिनट काम में आता है और उसको पटक दिया तो वो 450 वर्ष में नष्ट होता है। ये सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण है प्लास्टिक बैग। तो इन सब चीजों से हमको बचना होगा और सही मायने में पर्यावरण के प्रति वही जागरूकता हमारी कहलाएगी। और ये सेमिनार्स चाहे वो राष्ट्रीय हो, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हो, जहां भी जो भी प्रयास हो रहे हैं दुनिया में, वो सार्थक तो तभी होंगे जब हम इस दिशा में खुद आगे बढ़ेंगे, काम करेंगे, तब जाकर के पर्यावरण का भला होगा। मैं इस अवसर पर इतना ही कहते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम दे रहा हूं और माननीय कुलपति महोदय, कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जाम RRBMU अलवर, मेरे महाविद्यालय के सभी प्रोफेसर साहिबान, समस्त विद्यार्थी, आप सभी से मेरा आग्रह है और सभी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने व्यस्त समय निकालकर हमारे इस उद्घाटन समारोह में शिरकत की और इसके शोभा को बढ़ाया। आगे भी मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जब भी हम कभी आपको याद करें तो आप इसी प्रकार का सहयोग हमें देते रहेंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We value the insights and guidance you provide to all of us, and your words of encouragement keeps us motivated throughout, and your presence is very, very important to us. Thank you so much for making us acquainted with the history and the theme of the World Environment Day. You spoke about bringing up minimalism in the basic needs of humans. आपको इतने सुंदर व्याख्यान के लिए बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। और आपके व्याख्यान से प्रेरित होकर क्यों ना आज हम एक शपथ लें कि वीक में एक दिन हम व्हीकल्स नहीं चलाएंगे, क्यों ना वीक में एक दिन हम जीरो वेस्ट डे करें। तो मैं आप सबसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि ऐसी कोई शपथ हम भी लें कि एक दिन हम अपनी गाड़ी ना निकालें, क्यों ना दोस्तों से बात करते उनकी गाड़ी में जाएं, क्यों ना हम किसी सोशल व्हीकल को यूज करें। तो एक बहुत अच्छी सेइंग है पर्यावरण में, जो हम जब भी एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट बैठते तो बात करते हैं कि थिंक ग्लोबली एंड वर्क लोकली। मतलब हम सोचे दुनिया की और करें अपने, शुरुआत करें अपने आप से। सो आई लीव इट टू यू ऑल। नाउ इट्स टाइम टू अनवील द फर्स्ट बुक। So now it's time to unveil the first book of the International Conference on the multidisciplinary aspects of environment and sustainable development after COVID-19 pandemic, which was held from 15 to 18 December 2021. It was a 4-day conference. The title of the book is Environmental Pollution, a Threat to Human Life. What a suitable title to be unveiled today on the World Environment Day. I would request our chief guest, our special guest, our patron, RUSA Nodal Officer, Academic Head, RRC, Departmental Charges, and other faculty members to kindly do the honors, come on the stage and unveil the book of ISEPE 2021. I'm very pleased to inform all the dignitaries present here that, sir, this is the first book. There are 8 books which are coming in the sequence. So this is the first book. So it will come like this. Yes. This book is published. This is an international book. It is published from Toronto, Canada. And this is the first book of the 8 books which are coming. सर की बुक खोल दीजिए, सबको बुक दे दीजिए। मुस्कान रैपर्स ले लो। I would like to congratulate all the people who have contributed to this book. I would like to inform all the dignitaries that we had 300 presentations in the conference, and out of those 300 presentations, we have taken out 8 books. Heartiest congratulations to everyone. Unveiling of the first book of ICMESD 2021. Thank you so much, everyone, for unveiling the book. And I congratulate all the contributors to this book. I congratulate all the editors of this book and to the publisher as well. The publisher of this book is Pustak Bharti, and it is published from Toronto, Canada. The curtain raiser of ISEPE 2022 was live on the YouTube on 3rd June 2022. It can still be watched on our channel Environmental Toxicology on the YouTube. The recordings of the seminar will also be available on our YouTube channel. Do watch, like and subscribe the channel Environmental Toxicology. Our biggest challenge in this new century is to take an idea that seems an abstract, sustainable development and turn it into reality for all the world people. Kofi Annan says it, and it makes sense in the present world. The earth has enough resources for our need, but not for our greed. अर्थ हमें उतना तो दे सकती है जिससे हम जिंदा रह सकते हैं, पर वो हमारे लालच की भरपाई कभी नहीं कर पाएगी. The most often quoted phrase by Mahatma Gandhi, our father of nation, this portrays his concern about the nature and the environment. Now it's time for our first keynote address to be delivered by Mr. Dharmesh Gohel, who is the Vice President CSR Group, JM Financial Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Thank you so much. Mr. Dharmesh Gohel is a seasoned professional and a CSR expert with more than 19 years of rich and extensive experience in the program management across non-profit social service sector with a focus on CSR growth in an ever-changing dynamic corporate social environment and record of developing and directing strategic organization CSR growth and mission initiatives. He is an intuitive leader with an acute business acumen and expertise in mainstream programs in the area of watershed development, livelihood development, malnutrition management, sports development, skill development, government convergence, stakeholder engagement, along with executing strategies for employee engagement and volunteering opportunities. Mr. Gohel is a certified CSR professional from ICSI Sustainability Expert with GRI certification and accelerated leader from IIM Bangalore. He holds bachelor's and master's degree in social work from Nirmala Niketan, Mumbai. He has also done his MBA from NIMS, Mumbai, PG DBM in HR from Balaji Institute of Management Studies, Pune, along with many executive programs from Wellinger, CEE, IIM, etc. He is a strategic planner with the leadership qualities in project management, program planning, management, data management, budgeting, financial management. He has facilitated grassroots advocacy, tactical, strategic, operational direction for the delivery of community development projects in coordination with government departments in all levels across geographies, donor agencies, employee volunteerism, funding organizations and NGOs. Mr. Gohel has led multi-sector programs on malnutrition in connection to food security, nutrition, health, and wash interventions. He has designed the program for agribusiness for export of local produce to European countries. He has also established sports development experts with state and national affiliation. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर, अभिनंदन आपका. The session would be chaired by Dr. Ruchi Sharma, who is currently working as a professor and director in Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. She has a work experience of 20 years in the field of education, corporate and social work with national as well as international voluntary organization. Professor Ruchi Sharma has completed her post-graduation in social work, sociology, psychology with PGDHRD, PGDBM, IMA and honors diploma in computers. She has done PhD in sociology from Barkatullah University, Bhopal. She has published research papers in reputed national and international journals and presented papers in conferences. Her research interest areas were sustainable development, social cohesion, sociology of youth, organizational culture. Her recent publications include Strategic Framework, a roadmap for communities, adaptations, resilience in constrained environment, a research paper published by Springer Nature in 2021. Shifting paradigms in human resource management while striving for service excellence in the tourism industry, published by Springer Nature Switzerland 2021. मैम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. Now I
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Gohil to start with the keynote address. Dr. Gohil, stage is all yours. You can start with your lecture.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And a very happy World Environment Day to everyone.
Sir, आपको भी
I was
बहुत बहुत
just
बधाई.
listening to the first keynote address of the college, and he spoke so well. He touched upon many of the simple things which, I mean, you know, on that day also I was talking. The things are as simple if we want to make it. Otherwise, the things get, you know, very complicated. And there are a lot of things which we see, which we hear, which we want to do, but we just ignore it. And I don't know what Dr. Mamta spoke about, soul, length, my CV, and also of Dr. Ruchi Sharma. But I think what is important is not our CVs, but what we do on the ground and how much we can contribute to the environment, not in a way that, you know, everyone wants to, but the way we want to see it. So what I'll do, I have made a small presentation. I think it will help everyone because we are online and it becomes very difficult to have an interactions with each one of them. And because of a lot of disturbance all around, it would be wise that people just go through some of the slides which we have prepared and they get engaged over what we are doing. So let me share my presentation, which can be, you know, recorded by others if they want. There is nothing very special about it. You might have seen these presentations or seen such things around your background. Also, let me make very clear that I am a simple social worker, or you can say it's a corporate social responsibility which I am doing for my company as well as on an individual level. So nor I'm a scientist or a researcher, or, you know, when I was going through a list of people, they all were doctors and I was not only the doctor. So I think I am the patient which has to, you know, work upon or below all the doctors to get myself clear of my ideas. And as well, I'll help the doctors to clear some of them. So let's move forward. I'll just put my presentation. Can you see the screen?
Yeah. Now it started.
Okay. So
Started.
this is the first picture I want everyone to, you know, just look upon and have some ideas in their mind that what exactly this session is going to all about. Because by seeing the building, there are a lot of things which will come to everybody's mind. What this building is all about, what I am trying to show to all of you, and how this is very important for us. Any guess from anybody who can, you know, whose mic is open and can interact with me? Anything which comes to your mind by looking at this first picture? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So see, this is
You
the
can see
one of
also
the,
everything is very right. You can go ahead.
So I just wanted to, I want someone to comment on this picture if they can, otherwise I'll just move forward. Okay, let me move forward. I think there are lesser guesses on this. So let me very simply put up, this is nothing special. This is a simple building which you will find in any of the mega cities, or these days even in the tier 2 or tier 3 cities. So the simple form of building is just 4 walls which is built around, and you can hardly see anything outside of your hall because you have also closed your windows, and all the windows are having AC. So there is hardly a room for anything from outside. So why I talk about is, I hate something, and the reason I love to talk about it. And what it is, it's something uh, which we all have forgotten these days. What we are doing, our world is closing. Our world, if you see that everything around you is closed, and when you were young or when you were kid, everything was open. These days, you see our hearts are closing. We are very less to give to the others. Our doors are closed, especially in the urban areas, even in the rural areas for many reasons. In the urban areas or even in the rural areas, when we are at our home, and though we have a very huge garden around, our windows are closed. So what we are doing is we are not open to any of the outside world to enter into our world. And what exactly, when we talk about the climate change, or when we talk about changing the world, or when we talk about any of the trends which we would like to change, is to open up. As simple as that. We have to open our doors, we have to open our hearts, we have to do anything to accept what it is. There may be the things which I speak about, or other professors or the doctors or the experts will speak about. We may not agree at this point of time because we may not have done any research on that, but they must have done. They must have experienced that. And a time will come when we have to agree with them. So looking at the solutions in the future, it's very important that we look first to our past, what we have done, what wrong we have done, and we'll find the solutions in the past, not in the future. So let's open the windows of our houses and the hearts, let the fresh air come, and let's open up for the change. For a simple reason, the first picture was put up that, these days we all have an air condition in our houses. The structures are built such like that there is no fresh air. Though we have a big garden, we don't open our windows, but we have an air condition inside. The reason we have to keep the window closed. I'd like to tell you a story, or I'll take you to, let's say, Hong Kong. So, there is this mall in Hong Kong, IFC Mall, very well-known mall, which is having around 200 stores in there. And that mall is considered to be one of the coldest places in Hong Kong. For a simple reason that mall is kept below 18 degrees Celsius the entire day. So when the people go over there, they have to put on a coat over. And when such research was done that why such malls or why such things are kept the way it is over there, it is very, very amusing to understand that the cold place or the cold environment in any of the stores considered as a luxury. You feel yourself rich because you are even in a place where outside the heat is melting you, but when you come inside, you have to put up the coat. The lighting, the amusement all around this mall creates such an environment that you feel yourself as a luxurious person. So all the world today is moving towards the luxury. We are going for a very expensive. Sir talk about the Mercedes. I think we are talking about the BMWs, the Mercedes, the iPhone, the iPads, the everything related to which actually doesn't serve our purpose at times, unless we are a big designer and we require that laptop or an Apple laptop or phone or something which will help us to solve our problems. But this time it is just a solve. Solve because I have seen the people who have also bought the phone on loan. I mean, come on, you are unable to pay your daily bills and you are taking a phone on loans. So this is just, we are displaying the luxury, and this luxury is destroying us. And that's where it has become very difficult to look at the future, but we have to look at our past, that how we were living and what we have changed to. And the another research which was done for the same thing, why these air conditions are very much used in this mall, is if the mall didn't have an air condition, it is considered to be more primitive. Even if the items in that mall are little lesser expensive, people would go to these malls which have a higher AC, higher conducive lighting, and they go for it. Now, what is the impact of it? I mean, I'm not against the cold, because if you see the European countries or Canada or all these countries, Russia, I mean, Russia is in trouble these days. However, these all are very cold places. So there is no place for the ACs over there, or creating a cold environment, because people are totally opposite to the countries which are having a hot weather, the summer weather. India is one of them, except the Kashmirs and few of the north areas. In fact, the Rajasthan also gets very cold in the winter, but at the same time very hot during the summers. Now, the impact which we are creating, or the people are creating across the world, India is no exception. Let me tell you, I'm just putting in Hong Kong. That doesn't mean that India is white collar and that doesn't have any issues with such environmental issues. So why I took this example is that of the total electricity used in the Hong Kong, 30% electricity goes for the use of ACs. And during the peak hours, it goes to the 60%. So you can imagine the kind of resources are being used to generate this electricity. Coal is one of the very biggest reason for the heating of the world, or the fossil fuels, or any other fuels which we want to use it to make ourselves comfortable. Now, another important fact, if you all know, and I suppose that you all must be knowing, being so expert in this field, that AC is not an old phenomena, it is just a new phenomena. It has just entered the world, say 40, 50, 60 years back, or maybe 70 years back. And the entire issue, or the entire concept of bringing the ACs was of an industrial use. There was no other use. And again, ma'am, it is connected to the paper making, which you said that so many liters of water is used. So there is this printing company which was required to maintain an environment where the humidity doesn't come. And the reason the first AC was discovered for the industrial use. So once there is a cold weather inside, the ink which they are using during the print doesn't fed, and the paper doesn't get fold because of the humidity. So that was the only use. Of course, this helped to the many pharma companies and many other companies which required a conducive environment to work and to operate the product which they want. But you see, this 60% doesn't consider the industrial use. This is what we are doing as a human. And this is the alarm. There was a time in 1940s and 50s in US where, these are the things which was pushed towards the people. People were not accepting the AC because it was basically used for the industrial use. The company had done a lot of advertisement. The company has also introduced a lot of incentives, as well as this was a nexus between the power company and this company. So after 20 years of its use, it was outdated. Nobody was ready to accept the AC. Then this entire concept of power usage came. The power company started giving the higher discounts to the people who start using AC, and their power bill comes X amount or whatever we want to put it. And this is how the usage of AC started increasing. I'm not going so deep into the history of the AC, but the idea is that there is something when we talk about the trends or when we talk about the issues, that is something been created by our own people. Even this day or even today, we have an option not to use it. And the reason I said, if we open our windows, there is a very less need for the AC. But since our homes are closed, our hearts are closed, our doors are closed, we require something to keep us cool because our minds are also closed. On the another note, if you see on any regular day, the New York City uses 10,000 megawatt every second, which is the entire use and the capacity which is used by the UK itself. The entire UK uses what the New York use per second. Again, let's see why I'm putting these figures across the two different world, the European country and the Asian countries. Like when we say, okay, the India is producing less or the China is producing less emission and the US, UK are producing more. But if you see the Beijing in the heat wave, 50% of the power capacity was going for air conditioning. Now, what is the impact if we see? My last sentence, I'm not reading the sentences because I just kept this slide open that everybody can read it. And I just have to, say what I'm trying to say. So in 2006, if you see, it was not about having the power. It was not about having the AC. It was not about anything. But using all these resources, the entire grid got failed. And what was the result? That 40 people were killed because of the heat wave. Isn't this the reality today? If we are going to use so much of heat, and rather than using it, we are creating the heat. So if you see my last sentence, the closing sentence for this slide, the warmer it gets, we are using more ACs. And when we are using more ACs, it gets more warmer. So what is the way out? This is a trap that we want to cool ourselves. We are using AC. We are creating more heat outside, and we are again using the AC. And that is heating up the heat. So there is no end. So the only thing which we can do is to switch off our AC, and I think the balance will be created. I'm going to the next slide. This is the another picture I want you all to look at it. This is not in zebra, but in zebra cross. But it seems like one of the zebras has died on the road. He was running and been hit by a car or something. So this is the simple thing. If we see that at 40 or 50 degrees, when we will reach to the 50 degrees, the man body starts boiling from inside and the blood starts coating because of the heat. So this is the picture of Delhi, none other than any other city, but it's of our own capital of India, that is Delhi. And this is a normal condition when the degree was hit at 45. So the now roads have started melting. Now what is it? So again we see that we all are here across 35 countries, across 3,500 participants, and we all are finding for the solution. So when we reached to a solution, we realized that was the origin of the problem. So if you see, once this entire worlds get hotter, this type of scenes, I don't know how many of work would be going out during the afternoon to witness such scenes, but we'll be witnessing it in the evening. Now just think of the birds. Think of the reptiles who walk on their body, who rely on the outside temperature to prey, to walk, to hide. And they are the people who are managing our entire ecosystem. I don't know, because of this conference today, how many of you have read today's newspaper, the Times of India, Mumbai edition. If you read, there is a story of Rajasthan itself. And the story starts with Parche. a village in Rajasthan has to go 25 kilometers out in Badmer area to fetch a pint of water. That is, the entire village is waiting to use that water, which they get around 3 to 4 liters per house. That will be used for 3 days. And they again wait for the tanker. And the tanker comes from 20 kilometers. So what is the solution for this, or how we are looking at this? So once we see the scenes outside, the best way for the people like us will buy an AC. And once we have a cooler environment inside, we say, yes, the climate change is there, but we have a climate inside so that we can change. Or we sleep down in the afternoon. Once we wake up, the systems are working well. We are less worried. We are only worried when there is no power. And we all know that, where an air condition uses the power for 4 refrigerators. So it's better to keep your refrigerators open rather. If you go by the statistics, what I am going to present, or if we all agree to that, as of now, there is only 1 billion air conditioners. That is 1:7. Every 7 person owns one AC. And that's going to be 4.5 billion by 2050. And the world is going to use 13% of the entire electricity under the ACs. And this will produce nearly 2 billion CO2 a year, which is what India producing today. India is the 5th largest economy as well as the emitter for this year. But our impact in ozone is only 3.2%. So we have an opportunity to increase it, right? I hope we all doesn't agree with me. I hope I'm going the right way, because I'm not getting any response, or I'm just, if things are okay, I'm okay. So let me move to the another slide. So it's very funny. When I was talking to Dr. Mamta, that, Mamta, I'm still nervous that what all things, so many big shots are there. There are people from around 35 countries, and there are a lot of experts who have done the research and everything. And I, being a social scientist, I don't know what and how I'm going to connect to the people all over, because I'm going to talk about something which I have done, the change I have brought, and the change I would like to see in the future, and I'm working on it. So she said, Dharmesh, don't worry. We all are on the same page, and we all wants to work towards a change. So anything may not be my entire session will help you out, but one thing which I said, if it helps, I think I have done a justice to the entire 2 days of seminar, and I have contributed something to the environment. So, when I said, or when I heard the term trends, I was little confused. I said, what do you mean by trends? I mean, one trend is the Reliance trend where we buy the clothes, but the trends, of course, Mamta was not talking about. The trend, the seminar which we have put up is basically what are in the box today, which we all can adopt to change the future. And when I heard that, I actually laughed, and I said, during the 1976, Dharmendra bought the jeans, and there was a trend of jeans. We are also wearing today jeans, but it vanished in some time in 90s, then it again came back. Then there was new trends coming every now and then. The Akshay Kumars or the heroines, they all are bringing new trends into. So this is all the fashion I'm talking about. So when I heard the term trends, I said trend, when we talk about trends, that is something which comes, which stays, and which dies is on there. So are we talking about the trends which we want to adopt as a part of fashion? We want to do something, we want to forget, and we go for the new solutions. And that's exactly what is happening across the world today. some of the countries, some of the scientists, some of them comes with the new idea, they work, they experiment, they implement. Have we ever heard after 10 years or 20 years what has happened to that? I'm sure nobody has. India talks about the startups, US talk about the startup, Africa talk about the startup. Everybody talks about the unicorn the India has created, China has created, US has created. Who talks about the startup which has failed? Of the 5 startup, almost 4 fails. Last week, a organization which was competing with the Byju's, with the many other education app across India, has retrenched 300 employees. For a simple reason, the company's name was EduTech. You all can research on that. They say now the schools have started, children are going back, we don't have our businesses. They never said they don't have money. They said our business is not sustainable. Right? So what is happening is this solution or the trends which we are creating remains for a shorter period of time, but it creates more impact. Today, suddenly these 300 people who enjoyed their Corona Kal, we can say 2 years, are suddenly out of the job. The company which has helped the students for 2 years, it's out of their arena suddenly. So my idea is that let's not follow the trends. Let's come up with something concrete which will not help us, but which will help and which will live for a longer period of time. And let me tell you, you all will agree with me. And we all, I mean, most of them, the professors and everything, they are in the they are born in the 70s or late 70s or early 80s. And what I'm going to talk about has all taken place, because if whatever is the innovation or whatever we have come up, like we have seen the radio, we have also seen the LED TVs, we have seen the Walkman, we have also seen the pen drive, we have also seen the cassettes, we have also seen the CD drives, we have also seen the floppy drive which 2 MB capacity, and we have also seen the pen drive which 100 GB capacity. We have seen the phone which was only numerical or in landline phone. Today we have phone with 200 GB capacity. So this all started, if you see, in 1990s, mainly when Asia opened up the foreign investments. And the entire world was ready to do investment the way we are doing in Africa today. Even in India, started pouring in a lot of money. And if you see the results, I don't know how many the part of this conference are at their hometown today. Hardly, I think, including me. I am born and brought up in Gujarat. Today I am settled in Mumbai. So these 200 million people which we are talking about, I am one of them. And I hope we all are part of this exodus which has taken place from our own place to a different area. Of course, to find a better education, to find a better opportunities, but everything. What has happened? 200 million people in India, 500 million in China. We all want to move to the cities. And these are the cities where from Delhi to Shanghai, if you see, the entire buildings are built in a cube shape. There is no way, including my office in Mumbai, doesn't have a window that even if I feel I want to feel an outside air, there is no possibility to open it, because it all are closed and designed in such a way. And this all been done by the countries which has offered this money to push their agendas. Today, during the rainy season, during the winter, during the summer, the AC in the office remains at a standard grade. We don't help our own people to reduce or increase the temperature. Because the peon is trained in such a way that he has to come to the office and on all the switch as it is. Because we considered he doesn't know anything. We are the experts. We are white collar people. We know a lot of things. We talk about environment. We talk about lot many things from our own offices. We address international conferences, but we don't call up that person and help him to reduce the air condition. So one of the first thing we want to do is we want to change the designs of the buildings, which is more of an alien to our country. This has been bought or imitated by the other countries. This is not our designs. And why I tell you, because Rajasthan is one of the best example if anybody across the world want to visit. The big Havelis and the Mahals were built in, centuries ago. There was such a good ventilation. And I'm not talking something in the air. I'm part of that air. I visited Rajasthan. I visited many buildings. I visited Gujarat, many buildings. I visited Hampi in south. I visited many, the Bundelkhand also. I had visited the Kashmir, where, a lot of palaces are taking place at the renovation phase. So these all were the buildings been built in such a way that the water was preserved. You doesn't require or you feel heat during the heavy summer also, because Rajasthan is not something new to the 40 degrees. It is there since ages, but the people were living. Of course, water is an issue, but it was never an issue into many of the palaces which were built. So why can't we come with such designs? Why don't we adopt the Indian designs? Why we want all the foreign designs which are more of an cubicle, which are closed door? There are a lot of stories in Rajasthan of a perseverance, of the structures, of the things. Can't I build my house in such a way that I don't require the outside help? Why can't I start from myself? If I start from myself, I think I'm going to help the world in whatever way. I'm not going into the stories which has been, very these days on the WhatsApp forward or in Facebook. You will find that one person has built the entire jungles, and there are many such jungles. So I think the change can start with one person. We spoke about Mahatma Gandhi. I'm from that place. Is the one person who changed the entire tax over the salt. Hear about the freedom he gave. So one person can do a lot of things, and I think I'm talking on behalf of 3,500 people. If 3,500 people can do one thing which can change the world, I think we are changing around. If they help 10 people, we are talking about 350,000 people. So what I'm trying to say is change is possible. We just have to work on it. So what we are struggling, or where we are struggling to bring about the change. I mean, if you see the heading of this, is 1 + 1 is 2 or 11? Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 11. So when we want to change a person, it could be 1 + 1, 2. 2 people change. But if you want to change the entire area, it could be 1 + 1 is 11. I want you all to just search on a Google or search on a YouTube. There is this Professor Andrew Milson of an Oregon University. He has beautifully compiled 5 most epic hearth healing projects. It's a 12-minute video, and it is something we all can visit. I hope the people sitting at Alwar can visit 2 projects. Rest of us can 3, and others can 5. Because of these 5 projects, 3 are from India and 2 are in Rajasthan. And this project talks about reclaiming the entire thing. They have restored the biodiversity laws. They have created water storages. They have reclaimed the land. They have reversed the deforestation. And they were done at an epic scale, helping millions of people and species. So I'm not talking about the projects which are very small in nature, some NGO is doing in some one villages. And one such project is of Awari River restoration. That person is known as the waterman of India. The Awari River was dry for almost 60 years until 1986. When there is this organization called, and believe me, I have heard for the first time this organization, Tarun Bharat Sir. We all are expert, we know across the world, we know a lot of things, but we don't know what's happening in India at times. He never thought of Tarun Bharat. We speak about big NGOs, we spoke of Greenpeace, we speak of, the CSR people which are doing across the world. We speak about CRY, we Helpage India, we talk about all the big NGOs. We have never spoken about Bharat, Tarun Bharat. And when I'm talking about the 1986, I think now Tarun Bharat is itself 50 years old. So Tarun Bharat is now no more Tarun, it's a mature Bharat, sir. And they have changed by doing a simple thing. What they have done is they have built the Johats, and Johats. And in 9 years, they have built 375 Johats. And what is the result of it? The river, which was dry for 60 years, become perennial. Today, that project is spread across 500 square kilometers. Just imagine 500 square kilometers. So I'm not talking about 1 kilometer. I'm not talking about one village. I'm talking about 500 square kilometers. And with 9,000 water harvesting structures. This has been done by a very small organization. And that too into an area, Rajasthan, which is always considered to be a difficult place to go on in water issue. Second is the Gravis Jodhpur. This is the project again into the Thar region, and this change can be even seen from the space. Again, this is the same project started in 1983, and they have changed the lives of 1,500 villages, connecting 1.3 million people. But if you see, both the projects took 40 years. So any of the things, my lecture started, look at the past, not the future. We have an answer in our past, not in future. And if you want to see the recent one, again, I'm not advocating anyone, but the Pani Foundation has done something tremendous job. Between 4 to 5 years, they have harvested 145 billion gillion waters of, and also created a storage for almost 550 billion liters. Imagine the scale. Pani was a people's movement. Gravis was a people's movement. Arwari River was a people's movement. So when we talk about the change, or when the change was brought to us, is both reversible. Before 40-50 years, we have adopted AC and we are creating a lot of issues. Before 40-50 years, some project has started and it has even or changed the lives of the people. So anything which we are going to do will take a time. It is not going to be overnight. It is not going to be today. It is not going to be tomorrow. But it could help our next generation. So if we do, or if we start something today, of course it will take a time. And the reason I said, look at the Rajasthan itself. I'm fortunate enough to talk on this forum, which is operating from the Rajasthan. There is a lot of things they can do. All are experts. And I didn't spoke more on zoology because I have seen that a lot of people and a lot of are expert in zoo. So the impact it is creating on the biodiversity. Of course, for the 60 years, they all were died. and they all are back. So they have an ability to come back if the conducive environment is given. Again, last week I was reading this one of the articles, and sugar was found beneath the sea. And can you imagine the scale of it? That's 32 billion cans of Coke equivalently. And that was in the form of sucrose in the seagrass. I don't know, you all must be knowing, but many experts must be knowing that seagrass is one of the fast charging and helping the CO2 to die. It does 2 times of what a tree can do, and it does 35 times faster than a tree can do. Now, because of the over usage of the things across on the land, our oceans are also getting impacted. If seagrass goes away, just imagine the amount of CO2 will come back on the surface. Now, I always think that, it is very easy for me to talk something, or it is very easy for me to tell something without doing. But we are unable to sustain the things on the earth. How we are going to do under the water, that to under the sea? I really don't know how it's going to happen. I'm literally worried. And I am from a place which has the largest sea coast, Gujarat, and I'm also from the place called Veral, which is Somnath temple, which is well known. And the entire economy of half of the Gujarat is on fishing and other things. If the sea is not going to help us, even that state which are connected to the entire sea face are going to face a lot of issues. I haven't researched what other organizations are doing on this. I hope they are doing something to restore the oceans. This is something, I just don't want to touch upon, but this is just to see that this is what going to happen. This is what today we are in 2030. This is going to happen. This is talking about the heat waves, how the millions of people are going to die.
आप मुड़ के जाओ, अगर है तो आपके पास Please.
So this is just for your, reference that how our world is going to look in 2030, in 2050. If the heating continues, and we all are experiencing heat waves these days. It's self-explanatory. The reason I'm just putting it up, that how it's going to impact the workforce. A time will come when in the daylight, people have to sleep. Between 12 to 2, it would become very, very difficult for the people to work, especially the workers. It is going to impact the crops. It is going to impact the tourism. It is going to impact the entire world. Because you cannot cover it. You say, I'm going to use the AC, or I'm going to be in a cool place, your electricity grid is going to down. This is a very serious issue. In fact, last night I was talking to my wife, and we said that if these things continue, is this a way out that we all start working at night and let the day we all sleep, so that the industries which are heating up, the sun which is heating up, the everything which heating up the earth becomes 50%, because I am not going to the office in the morning. If I am not using the AC in the daytime, or if my industries are not working during the daytime, all the people are sleeping. And at night, because we have seen the nightlife in Mumbai, in Gujarat, and in many places, it's flourishing. All our BPOs or all our international clients which are working overnight. So my train will start in the evening. I'll go to the office in the night, so there are lesser ACs required, lesser resources are working. Most of the people are also, have slept during the daytime, so the activities have come to the hold. Workers can work at night. Can we imagine a world which is working at night and sleeping at day? I don't know. This was just I was discussing. Is this possible? Because then there won't be any heat. The sun won't be there. So we are going to use the lights. That's the only option. But can we do the agriculture in the night? We usually don't even break the leaves during the night क्योंकि पेड़ पौधे सो रहे होते हैं. We don't use the tulsi or something at night. शाम को नहीं तोड़ते. I don't know. There is a tradition. So we'll be able to do it. That was my question to myself. I don't know. So this is not going to do. We all know that there is going to be a huge drought risk. Even if you have a water, if you have your field green, can be dry out in 2 or 5 days. Even if you are watering it, your land will get extremely dry. There is going to be extremely hurricanes, cyclones, in a normal course. And of course, the stress related to heat. I think recently what has happened in Calcutta, the singer who died, KK, because the capacity in the stadium was almost 4 times than what was expected. There was a lot of uneasiness. Even the ACs were working, he was unable to concentrate on his songs. And eventually he died. So it was all stress, it was pressure, it was environment. So this is where I stop. Any questions, anything, I'm open to answer it. I hope I have justified for what I have been, asked to do. I think there are people who have raised their hands. So if they have any questions.
Yes, there are many people and there are a lot of compliments for you, I can see. So
I
many
was not saying I was.
You were saying that मैं ही बात कर रहा हूँ, मुझे कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है. कितना सारे compliments हैं आपके लिए, Mr. Goyal.
Oh, I was on my slide.
And still you have around 300 people. Before there was 330 and there
Yeah.
are around 28 countries with you right now. You can see it yourself.
No, most important is what I said.
Any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here. If any questions, please raise your hand. Any questions? इनको unmute करो. अच्छा, वापस कर लिया. Okay. So many compliments. Heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Gohel, for such a wonderful address. Now I will request Dr. Ruchi Sharma, chairperson of the session, for the summing up of the session. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Mr. Dharmesh Goyal, I should congratulate you. It's for such a excellent presentation. It was very informative. The way you have related the facts along with positioning as on our own Indian culture and the civilization. The topic of the conference is also very relevant, where we are talking about the emerging trends and practices in environmental conservation. The theme for the Environment Day this year is Only One Earth, and which focuses on living sustainability in harmony with nature, and which was clearly evident from the presentation which was made by Mr. Dharmesh. आपने कहा कि हमें अपने इतिहास में रिफ्लेक्ट करना चाहिए, ना कि फ्यूचर के बारे में सोचते हुए या दूसरे जगह कहाँ क्या हो रहा है उसको कॉपी करना चाहिए, बल्कि हमें अपने इतिहास को ही थोड़ा के बारे में जानते हुए एनवायरनमेंट का प्रोटेक्शन करना चाहिए. हम अगर अपनी भारतीय संस्कृति के बारे में बात करें तो पर्यावरण का अर्थ होता है परिआवरण, मतलब चारों ओर से घिरा हुआ. पर्यावरण में जल मंडल, थल मंडल और वायुमंडल आते हैं. अगर इनमें से कोई भी एक घटक असंतुलित होता है तो इसका प्रभाव जो है वो पर्यावरण पर पड़ता है. आपका जो लेक्चर था उसमें आपने अपने सेशन में बताया कि यूज ऑफ एसी वाज इनिशियली वाज फॉर द इंडस्ट्रियल पर्पसेस. So here I would like to bring into, I would just want to add to it that in the ancient times, as you mentioned, that the structure of the Indian buildings used to be in such a way that the air was used as, the direction of air was used for the ventilation of the building. And also बावली जो एक स्टेप वेल जिसे हम कहते हैं, जो कंस्ट्रक्ट किया जाता है, कूलिंग कंसेप्ट, एंड where the bodies of water where they are encased by a descending set of steps. And it was developed over about आज से मैं मतलब 1500 साल पहले का ये जो स्ट्रक्चर था, वो हमें अभी भी पुराने समय के जो स्ट्रक्चर में है वो दिखने को मिलता है. Especially in the it used to protect from the heat, and also it was used for storing the rainwater. The concept of cooling using the Bauli was that when water evaporates in heat, it immediately brings down the temperature of the space around it. And also the use of cow dung, जो कि use किया जाता था so as to make the wall of the houses heat absorbing material. So we can see that even the जाली जो use किया जाता था, जब हम जो structure हम देखते हैं इंडियन buildings का हमारे पुराने time के, तो उसमें जाली का structure use किया जाता है जिससे कि air जो है वो या रोशनी जो है वो अंदर आए. So all these were the natural, you can say, using the natural, and there was a great combination of our what we want, our need, that is the human need, as well as whatever we are getting from the nature. तो और हम भारतीय संस्कृति में पर्यावरण को विशेष महत्व दिया गया है, जहाँ पे हम विविध स्वरूपों के देवताओं के समकक्ष मानकर उनकी पूजा अर्चना किया करते हैं. पृथ्वी को माता का दर्जा दिया गया है. इसी तरह से जल, अंतरिक्ष, अग्नि, वायु, पृथ्वी, ये 5 तत्व से निर्मित है. ऐसा माना जाता है कि हमारी बॉडी जो इनसे निर्मित है, और यदि इनमें से एक भी तत्व दूषित होता है तो उसका प्रभाव मानव जीवन पर अवश्य पड़ेगा. So in the present time, as you were talking about the changes to bring the change in the people, that was the main I could get from the session which you were telling. So bringing the change in the people mindset, yes, it requires our own effort. For this, we cannot just totally rely on others, but rather it is our effort, and it is not an individual, but rather it should be a collective effort when we are talking about it.
100%.
Here I would just like to add one concept of consumerism. Consumerism, initially it was used for protection of consumer rights, and nowadays when we are talking about consumerism, we are more talking about the crisis of values, जहाँ पे हम consumerism को बढ़ावा देते हैं कि आज मेरे पास एक मोबाइल है, मुझे उसका कलर पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, जो दूसरे मोबाइल्स जो डिफरेंट कलर्स के ऑल्दो सारी नीड जो है उससे फुलफिल हो रही है, बट आई विल सर्च फॉर अदर कलर जो लेटेस्ट मॉडल है, जिससे कि मुझे मेरे साथ वाले जो बोले कि यस यू आर इन योर मॉडर्न, नॉट बीइंग कंसीडर्ड एज एन एज ओल्ड. So this consumerism, when we are talking about, it is, even the marketers are playing with the psychology of the consumers. They are telling they are giving so many options, but here we need to go for our constraining our needs. We need to have a control our needs, जो कि प्रिंसिपल सर ने भी कहा था, मिनिमलिज्म की बात कही थी उन्होंने अपने भाषण में, जिसका मैं पूरी तरह से समर्थन करती हूँ कि जितनी हमारी आवश्यकता है, जैसे कि पहले हमारे महात्मा गांधी जी ने भी कहा है, और हमारी सभ्यता में यह है कि जितनी हमें आवश्यकता है उसका हमें उस अनुसार वस्तु का उपयोग करना चाहिए, और इवन जो एक्स्ट्रा है वी शुड गिव इट फॉर other needy people, rather than focusing on gathering all the things which we can in just one life. So the human life is not just for enjoying the whatever the we are having all kind of pleasures and the materialism, but rather we should focus more on as how we are protecting our earth to be a safe planet for our future generation. Once again, thank you, धर्मेश सर. आपने बहुत ही अच्छे से, बहुत ही कम शब्दों में पास्ट, प्रेजेंट और फिर वापस जिस तरह से आपने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में वापस आपने पास्ट जो भी इनोवेशंस रहे हैं हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति के, उस पर जिस तरह से आपने प्रकाश डाला, वो वाकई में काफी काबिले तारीफ है. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for so wonderfully summing up the session. Thank you so much. And I would like to congratulate both keynote speaker and the chairperson for holding session so wonderfully. आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Camera move करो. Now it's time for our second keynote address. Which is to be delivered by Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Changani, who is an environmental ecologist, field biologist, and he is presently working as a professor and head, Department of Environmental Science, Faculty of Science, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. He has 20 years of teaching and 25 years of research experience. Professor Changani completed MA in Education Psychology, MSc in Zoology, PhD in Zoology from the Department of Zoology, JND University, Jodhpur, and in 2011 he was awarded with DSc from Jain Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur. His fields of specialization are desert ecology, behavioral studies of mammals and birds, genetic and virological studies with special reference to traditional environmental conservation practices, common property resources, environment planning, biodiversity conservation and management, climate change, environment impact studies. He is serving as a member of the IUCN, World Conservation Union and Conservation International, Birds and Mammal Species, Survival Commission, Breeding and Breeding Specialist Group from 2005 onwards. He has visited countries like USA, Japan, China, Thailand, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Nepal, and Bhutan for delivering many lectures at various forums as visiting professor to share his studies on environment and wildlife conservation in India. By now, he has completed over 15 research projects with various national and international organizations. He published over 120 papers in international and national journals with 820 citations with H index of 18 and ITEC index of 24, and that's very impressive. Please accept the heartiest congratulations for being such a great researcher, Dr. Changani. In last 20 years, he made and advised several national and international films and documentaries. The session would be chaired by Dr. Sudha Sukhwal Shingi. Dr. Shingi is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Chemistry at Raj Rishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. She has 25 years of teaching experience and is an inspiration to her students. She completed her MSc in 1990 from College of Science, Sukharia University, Udaipur. She completed her PhD in 1994 from College of Science, Sukharia University, Udaipur, with her area of research in synthetic organic chemistry. She has worked in various DST and UGC projects. She has presented and published many papers in reputed national and international journals. She has also participated in various national and international level conferences and training programs. Dr. Shingi has been a diligent and hardworking member of the sports committee at RRC Alvar over the years as well. Now I would request Dr. Anil Kumar Changani to start with his keynote address. The stage is all yours, Dr. Changani. You are not audible. You are unmuted. Dr. Changani, we have unmuted you from here. I think there is some problem from your side. We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Now it is unmuted from your side now. Am I audible
Yeah,
now?
yeah, you are. We can hear you very well now.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we have some power problems, so I will be shifted to some another office instead of my own office. So anyway, thank you so much for inviting me in this valuable and important workshop on World Environment Day. As we all, being a teacher, being a researcher, being an academician, we all thinking and working, and by knowing so many degradation in the environment, and we want to share these issues more and more with the people to make them aware. But at the same time, as a academician, as teacher, as researcher, we have our limitation. We are not the policy makers. But at the same time, we are so fortunate to share our knowledge with the like-minded people, with the young scholars, PhD students, future generation. So thank you so much. We'll be discussing more things during our slide presentation. And it is not a kind of scientific presentation. I'm just sharing my own observations in the field, and you people might be access to those areas or may not. So just sharing my view, what's happening in desert at present and where we need to intervene. It's a kind of ritual. World Environment Day, everywhere you can see the front pages and news cuttings in the papers and on social media. Everybody is planting a tree, talking about trees, but how to preserve them, how to keep them for the next generation. That is more important. If we all together planting some trees and there are one or two projects, hydel projects or solar project or highway project, they cut down thousands of trees, then what is the sense of this? So at the same time, it is important to preserve our environment, and we also need to conserve the available biodiversity and natural resource with us. Okay, so I need some technical help from your team, how to add in, I guess, because this is for the first time I'm entering with this system. So present now, and then share screen. Okay. The skin is visible. Screen is visible. Dr. Mamta, will you please help me?
Yes, your screen is very much visible, Dr. Changani.
Thank you so much. So let us begin. The present status of traditional environment conservation practices in Thar Desert. We all know about the biodiversity and wildlife and forests and what kind of national parks and what kind of sanctuaries and biosphere reserves and all. But very few people among us know about the traditional practices of environmental conservation practices in Thar Desert. You might be hearing some name of Oran, Deshnok Karni Mata Oran or Ramdev Ji Ka Oran, some Nathania Gochar, Vakal Mata Gochar. There are so many pasture lands on the name of Gochars in Thar Desert, and for that matter throughout the country. In Thar Desert, these common property resources which have been not owned by anyone, it has not been governed by government or panchayat, it is been governed by the community. They are sole responsible for that. And there are so many water bodies, water structures, rainwater harvesting structures on the name of Nadi, Talab, Jod, Python. So we are going to see some of the natural environment, and they were not recent. They were hundreds of years old. So that is why we are calling them traditional environmental conservation practices, and they are still viable. With many developmental activity in the recent past and with the technology, with the advancement of science, we are still reliable on these common property resources heavily in the rural area. And they are justifying their presence in last 2 years very seriously. When we all are facing COVID problem, they supported us like anything. They are the lifeline for us. And how they are supported us. This is going to be in this lecture. So as we all know, Rajasthan has a variety of geographical conditions, whether it is Aravalli, Vindhya, Thar Desert, Chambal Basin. So this is the image of Ranthambore National Park in the Vindhya Hills. These are the images of Kumbhalgarh. This is Aravalli Hills ranges, started from Palanpur to New Delhi. Chambal area, very important water resource, perennial source of water and energy. That is more important. Most of the hydel projects in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan are on single river. This is the only source of water and perennial source of water in Chambal area. Of course, Thar Desert. And most importantly, almost 90% of the land is under agriculture. And traditional agricultural practice used to have the fallow land practice, which is more important habitat for insects, birds, mammals, and reptiles. As in more than 90,000 area, which is 18 biospheres, 100 national parks, 566 wildlife sanctuaries, and more than 100 conservation reserves. There are more than 200 reserves established by the government of India. And these are listed last year, 15 March 2021. And all these reserves are biodiverse. Because all our basic needs completed by these natural resources, right from morning we had our breakfast, we eat 200 to 300 gram food, and the same has been consumed by all of us, all living creatures on the earth, including domestic animal and wild animals. So nature provides everyone daily morning food, evening food, habitat, breeding area, nesting area. That's the beauty of nature, and that's the beauty of biodiversity. And that's the single reason to preserve these bioresources, to ensure our own survival. So these are some of the figures. How many national parks and the sanctuaries do we have in Rajasthan? 3 national parks, 25 sanctuaries, maybe now it's 28. And altogether 36 protected area. Compared to this, as you see the geographical region, the Thar Desert, and there are some mountains of Vindhya and Aravalli very clearly seen in the image. If we talk about the Thar Desert, the land used to cover is almost 92% under agriculture. Only 1.8% is the forest land. That includes Desert National Park, Tal Chapter Wildlife Sanctuary, and Gajner Sanctuary. Compared to this 1.8%, we have common property resources, CPRs, which is about 5.6%. We must understand this scenario, which is very important basis of this talk, because we are dealing with the land only preserved and protected by the forest department, whereas most of the biodiversity available in human landscape in agriculture area, and above that, with very systematically managed and conserved by the community in CPRs, in common property resources, which have been named as gochars, orans, water bodies, catchment areas. They are 5.6%, very important area. And they have different names. These traditional common property resources in human landscape, most importantly, it is all in human landscape. No one is there to preserve and protect these common property resources. No guarding is there. No AK-47 guards are there to preserve and conserve them as they were there in national parks and tiger reserves. It is all governed by the community. That is most important. And these are some of the structures which has been named as common property resources in Rajasthan. Orans, I think in India they have been well known with the different names. Somewhere it is Sacred Grove, somewhere it is Devvan, somewhere it is Doli Land. And these kind of religious sentiment inclusive structures, well respected by the people, and they have been named after some of the local heroes and deities like Ramdevji, Babuji, Jamboji, Vakal Mata, Karni Mata, and these names have been respected as God. So people respect and maintain the sanctity of these common property resources, especially the orens. And no one is going to cut a single branch of tree. No one is going to hunt over there. No hunting is reported from these common property resources. Similarly, the gauchers, very huge piece of lands, common grazing grounds for the village cows and buffaloes and animals. Fallow lands, sand dunes, Toli land, gravel land, wasteland, agor, that is catchment area of a water body. Jode python is the biomass alternators, and they are the water reservoirs, rainwater harvesting structures. And similarly, there are so many nadis, talabs, and so on. So as I told, Orans, the area which is devoted to the local deities or hero, and you can see the image, what kind of forest it looks like. It is totally kind of undisturbed forest. Some definitely grazing of cows and buffaloes and camels are allowed in these areas, but no one is speaking even the cow dungs from the Oran area. Gauchers, pasture lands, they are the huge grasslands in Thar Desert. Many of the 7 pastures are because of the continuous grazing by cows and the recycling of seed and dispersal of seed. And most of these grasslands have been maintained by these domestic animals that we need to understand. As I referred, water bodies named as Jode python or Nadi Talab or catchment area. Python is known as catchment area. You can see very clearly that this is the water body and this is the catchment area, which has been also utilized by local wildlife and local domestic animals as a grazing ground. This is a structure called Nadi. It's small in structure, and livestock and cows and buffalo usually drink water over here. And they are the permanent source of water for the rural people and livestock and life, including wildlife. And that gives us a backbone support during COVID. These livestock, which has been sustained by these common property resources, they give us milk, yogurt, ghee, butter, whatever we need. I think no one of us has ever heard about the lockdown for 2 to 4 months. We will be locked at our home. And no one is restricted to the, or not been dearth of milk, yogurt, or butter. We are all access to these dairy products. And that credit goes to our livestock system. And that credit followed by these basic infrastructure. They have been supported. The livestock has been largely supported by these common property resources for the daily requirement of food and fodder and water. As was referring the catchment area. And sand dunes. If you see, it's a very nice tourist places, and somewhere in Jaisalmer at some, the tourism department used to maintain those sand dunes to have the camel safaris and some bike driving in the sands. But they are very rich in biomass. Riverbed, there are very few rivers in Thar Desert. If we talk about Hanumangarh, Ganganagar, some part of Bikaner, the Gaggar Depression area was there. And Vedic Saraswati used to be passed through the same area that has been referred by historians. And there are some forests which has been governed by the government nowadays, but established by the forest department, pasture development or as protection of 7 pastures or development of a 7 pasture. And gravel land, if you look into this, it's a very kind of scanty or wasteland kind of structure, but they have very nutrient ephemerals and grasses and shrubs over there, which gives a survival to most of the domestic and wild animals in this area. Wastelands, as I was referring, the fallow lands. We have very typical agriculture practice historically. The fallow land, for 3 years, we have no cultivation in such piece of land. Whereas, alternately, we are going for agriculture as a mosaic system. अगर किसी के पास 100 बीघा जमीन है तो वो 50 बीघा में खेती करेगा और 50 बीघा को चराई के लिए रख देगा, जिसमें 2-3 साल तक वो उसमें खेती नहीं करता है. And what happened by following this traditional cycle, कि जो 3 साल तक जमीन काम में नहीं आती है खेती के लिए, उसमें कई सारे एफिमल्स, कई सारे ग्रासेस, कई सारे श्रब्स हो जाते हैं, कई सारे इंसेक्ट्स की कॉलोनीज डेवलप हो जाती है, कई सारे रेप्टाइल्स उसमें फ्लरिश कर जाते हैं, कई सारे बर्ड्स के उसमें नेस्ट बन जाते हैं. और जिस तरह से अल्टरनेटिव वो शिफ्ट करता है 3 साल बाद, तो वो सारी की सारी diversity within same area it is shifted, and that way that agricultural practice and fallow land practice supported our native biodiversity by and large. Catchment area, as I was referring, it's in water harvesting structure, water body, and the catchment area also utilized as grazing ground for the domestic animals. And of course, these catchment area of the water body also utilized by the migratory and resident birds. This is the Khichan Talab, famous demoiselle crane destination in India. Lot many tourists visited these areas near Phalodi, Rajasthan. And how beautifully the people of local villages maintain the sanctity of these water body and catchment. With a very local language, they have written here, यहाँ तालाब है, 1 किलोमीटर तक लेटरिन करना सख्त मना है. And that is it. It's on the highway. This is a village in Nagaur after Qsel. Since it is on highway, so it is most important for them to write here, not for villagers, it is for outsider. The drivers, the highway drivers, the truck drivers, and they, as soon as saw this board, they maintained the sanctity of this area. They never allow themselves to urinate or defecate in these areas. And even people who go to the water body to collect their drinking water, they never use their shoes. That kind of sanctity has been maintained still in the villages where they don't access to the canal water and tube well water or tap water. And this is a jode. Jode has been named after, it has the similar kind of catchment area which can be utilized by livestock for the grazing and water harvesting structure in different way as it is nadi or talab. Jode has a typical character that it has a slope at one side so that the livestock or animals or cows and buffalo can enter from this side, and the rest all are covered with the wall. Because it is mostly sandy area. If you keep it open, the water may percolate in the sand. So they prepare a permanent pakka structure that is been called as zohar. As I was showing earlier, this is nadi, small. And even in some rocky area of Pali district, Jodhpur, Jalore, Badmer, part of Jaisalmer, people made some religious places there, some Shiva temple or Rama temple or Krishna temple or Ganesha temple, any kind of temple. But first thing they ensure, make a water reservoir, make a water structure, rainwater harvesting structure. That water using by them year long. And similarly, this water has been also utilized by the local biodiversity, local flora and local fauna. And this water is very supportive. You can see the lush green trees around this water parapet wall. And this water has been used by the insects, birds, mammals, and reptiles surviving in this area. So these traditional structures become a kind of urban wildlife species for animals and birds. Wherever they found some structures, some exhausted mine area, they prepare a catchment area and make it a water reservoir. Anicates definitely now in government programs also, also making so all kinds of common property resources holding a variety of diversity that includes more than 900 plants, more than 100 species of grass, more than 2,000 animal species that includes all taxa, ordered and non-ordered birds, mammals, reptiles, and more than 30 million livestock surviving on these common property resources. And of course, more than 1,000 million people as well dependent on that, some way or other. And they are dependent on that. Definitely, we are getting water from canal or water from tube well, but still our day-to-day requirement has been met with these common property resources in terms of agricultural material, thatching material, fencing material, medicinal plants, and so on. And besides all these creatures, the hundreds and thousands and lakhs of wildlife, leopards, chingara, wild jackals, hyena, wolves, lot many carnivores and herbivores surviving in those common property resources. So, common property resources and biodiversity conservation, it's a very important link we find in our studies because it has been religious and culturally significant. People maintain them. and it allows human wildlife coexistence. This is the best model in the country and in the world, that man animal lives together, and this becomes a very popular man animal model and wildlife in human landscape. Now policymaker and international agencies are thinking in that way. Otherwise, earlier they have the national parks and the sanctuary. That's it. In national park, you have to remove the people and keep wild animals. No, this is against the ethics of India. Indian people are surviving wildlife. Wildlife is an integral part of Indian society. हम 84 करोड़ देवी देवताओं को मानते हैं. हर एक देवी देवता को किसी न किसी जानवर के साथ, किसी न किसी वाइल्ड एनिमल्स के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. उल्लू को भी लक्ष्मी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, गधे को सीता माँ के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, शेर को माता जी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, नाग को महादेव के साथ. Like you know most of the examples. तो हमारा जो कल्चर है मैन एनिमल रिलेशनशिप का है, हम उसको सेपरेट नहीं कर सकते. और जहां जहां हमने सेपरेट किया, फॉर एग्जांपल इन सरिस्का, हमने लोगों को बेदखल किया और टाइगर को अंदर रखा. एक शिकारी संसार चंद नाम का अंदर घुसा, 35-40 जितने भी टाइगर थे सारे खत्म कर दिए. नाउ वी आर reintroducing them again, but still we are facing the same problem in absence of people who is going to control the forest fire, which has been very regularly occurring in these summers. So without involving people, we are not in a position to conserve our bioresources, our biodiversity, our wild taxa. That is for sure, that we must understand. And this also, the common property resources and biodiversity, they together supporting the rural economy and survival and livelihood. You will see in the next slides how they are supporting livelihood and survival day-to-day life. So, species, lot many threatened species are there in common property resources, including Godawan, Great Indian Buzzard, vultures, and they are the purely life support system. You are going to see very good images in slides how they are part of daily life. And see that because of the religion and culture and local ethos, they provide an ideal habitat, minimum disturbance and acceptable distance to the floral and fauna diversity, including migratory birds. So, in our theory, the biodiversity ensures good ecology. अगर कहीं पे बायोडाइवर्सिटी है, that means उस इलाके की इकोनॉमी, इकोलॉजी अच्छी है. And that leads to the good village economy. So the role of CPR in common people's life, कितने जरूरी है ये common property resources कि लोगों का खाना, पानी, gum, resin, fiber, firewood, fencing material, timber, eatable, non-eatable oil, tannin, herbal support, wool, hair, bones, all kinds of craft and cottage is mostly dependent on these common property resources and biodiversity. And because of rich biodiversity and genetic pool in the Thar Desert. And that has been supported by local ethos and oral tradition and people science by and large. So the dynamics of this desert ecosystem or common property resources ecosystem is, nature is the producer, as we all know. गांधी जी कहा करते थे कि प्रकृति सबकी नीड पूरा कर सकती है, लेकिन किसी एक आदमी की ग्रीड पूरा नहीं कर सकती. तो इतना कुछ नेचर हमें देती है. तो नेचर जो प्रोड्यूस करती है, उसको कंज्यूमर जो सबसे बड़ा है वो सोसाइटी है. सोसाइटी में आप और हम भी आते हैं, जो हमारा लाइफ स्टॉक है वो भी आता है, जो वाइल्ड एनिमल है वो भी आता है. लेकिन इस सबको बचाया किसने? अब तो ठीक है, वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्ट है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट है, ये अलग बात है कि वो कितना इफेक्टिवली काम करते हैं, वी ऑल नोज. लेकिन ट्रेडिशनली ये सबको बचाया रिलीजन एंड कल्चर ने. दे आर द बेसिक प्रोटेक्टर. अगर आपको ध्यान में आता हो तो जो थार डेजर्ट के आसपास रहने वाले वो जानते हैं, हम घर में भी जब कभी आपस में लड़ते थे, भाई बहन लड़ा करते थे, तो बहन पे कभी हाथ उठ जाया करता था. तो माता जी, दादी जी डराती थी कि सवासनी माता हाथ उठावे, थारा हाथ थोर में उग जासी. अगर तुम बच्चों पे हाथ, लेडीज पे, गर्ल्स पे, आपस में छोटे भाई बहनों पे हाथ उठाओगे, तुम्हारे हाथ जो है कैक्टस में जो नागफनी का पौधा होता है उसकी तरह उग जाएंगे, तुम्हारे हाथ में कांटे आ जाएंगे. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ फियर और सोशल फियर और लोकल साइंस. इसी तरह से धर्म में भी इसका बना हुआ था कि देशनों के ओरण से या किसी भी ओरण से कोई लकड़ी ले जाएगा तो उसमें घर में कुछ ना कुछ अनर्थ हो जाएगा. तो लोगों ने चाहे देवताओं के नाम से, चाहे कल्चर के नाम से या धर्म के नाम से, अगर उस एंटिटी से उन रिसोर्सेज को बचाए तो धर्म अच्छा है. लेकिन आज के सिनेरियो में अगर पॉलिटिकल टाइप में देखें तो इट इज बिकम ए मैच। आज का बच्चा को इस बात को सुनना ही नहीं चाहता। ये धर्म अगर ऐसा करवाता है, आपस में झगड़े करता है, तो हमें धर्म पे बात नहीं करनी। बट धर्म का जो ब्यूटीफुल एस्पेक्ट है एनवायरमेंट और बायोडाइवर्सिटी को लेके, दैट इज ट्रेमेंडस। और हम देखते हैं कि वाइल्ड लाइफ ह्यूमन लैंडस्केप अच्छे से सर्वाइव कर रहा है। वो जयपुर का एग्जांपल हो, जयपुर का हो, और भी कई सारे शहर हैं जहाँ पे जानवर घरों में, शहरों में आ जाते हैं। बल्कि लॉकडाउन में तो हमने देखा, अखबारों में कटिंग आती थी, खबर आती थी कि नीलगाय है, भालू है, सारे के सारे माउंट आबू में शहरों में घूमने का आगे, क्योंकि डिस्टर्बेंस नहीं होता तो लोगों के आसपास ही रहता है। और ऐसा नहीं है लोग हमेशा वाइल्ड लाइफ को डैमेज करते हैं, इट्स नॉट ट्रू। आज हमारे हिंदुस्तान में अगर वाइल्ड लाइफ बची है ह्यूमन लैंडस्केप में या जंगलों में, बिकॉज ऑफ द पीपल, ये लोगों की सब्सिडी की वजह से बचा है। क्योंकि जो लोग पशुधन रखते हैं, हर कोई घर में अपने खाने पाने की व्यवस्था रखता है और वो रिसोर्स को वाइल्ड एनिमल्स के साथ भी शेयर करता है। इसी वजह से फेमिन में, अकाल में भी उनको कुछ ना कुछ सपोर्ट मिल जाता है लोगों से, और वो सस्टेन कर जाते हैं। इवन कोई रोड एक्सीडेंट में घायल भी होता है, कोई बीमार होता है, आप कुछ स्लाइड्स में देखोगे कई सारी ऐसी कम्युनिटी है जिसमें विश्नोई कम्युनिटी है, जाट कम्युनिटी है, राजपुरोहित है, ब्राह्मण्स है, और भी कई जाते हैं, मैं किसी जाति का नाम नहीं लेना चाहता। मेघवाल जातियों के एग्जाम्पल अभी आए कि अपने स्तन से महिलाएं दूध पिलाती है चिंकारों को, घायल खरगोश के बच्चों को। तो दैट काइंड ऑफ सैंक्टिटी इज हियर इन आवर पीपल्स माइंड, एंड दैट इज द बैकबोन कि जो हमारे ह्यूमन लैंडस्केप में वाइल्ड लाइफ सर्वाइव कर रहा है, उसका सबसे बड़ा क्रेडिट हमारी कम्युनिटी को जाता है, जो बाई फार हमने एज मॉडर्न साइंसेज में, मैनेजमेंट प्लान्स में उनको अवॉइड किया। जबकि इस ह्यूमन सब्सिडी की वजह से ये बचे हुए हैं। आपके खेतों में फसलें खाके ही ये जंगली जानवर हर्बीवोर सर्वाइव करते हैं। तो कितना बड़ा सब्सिडी आप लोग देते हैं, किसान कितनी बड़ी सब्सिडी देता है इन को, जंगली सुअरों को, चिंकारों को अपने खेत में बना देके। और कितना किसान या पशुपालक अपनी मदद देता है बायोडाइवर्सिटी को, लेपर्ड को, टाइगर को, लॉयन को, वुल्फ को बचाने के लिए। सारे के सारे कार्निवोर की डाइट में कहीं ना कहीं ये डोमेस्टिक एनिमल कहीं पे 10%, 50% तक हिस्सा है। इंडिया वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी नेशनल रिकॉर्ड कि जिसकी खुराक में डोमेस्टिक एनिमल नहीं है, तो हम इसको इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। एक भी ऐसा हर्बीवोर पार्क बता दे, सेंचुरी बता दे कि वो कभी क्रॉप फील्ड को विजिट नहीं करता, हॉर्टिकल्चर फील्ड को विजिट नहीं करता, होता है। सो हम इसको इग्नोर नहीं करते। ये अलग बात है कि हम इस बात को ऑन रिकॉर्ड माने नहीं माने, हमारे मैनेजमेंट प्लान में उसको लिखे नहीं लिखे, लेकिन इट इज ए हार्ड फैक्ट। इस तरह से लोगों के साथ ह्यूमन में बच्चे घूम रहे हैं, मोर घूम रहे हैं, महिलाएं दूध ला रही है, पानी ला रही है, अपने सर पे सामान उठा के घूम रही है, और ये पास घूम रहे हैं। किस तरह से डेली लाइफ का ये पार्ट है, जहां लोग बैठे हैं उनके पास ही चिंकारे, ब्लैक बग घूम रहे हैं, घायल बच्चा मिल गया, अपने बच्चे की तरह उसको दूध पिला रहे हैं, बच्चों को सकिंग करवा रहे हैं। एक हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा एग्जाम्पल मिलता है कि लोगों में वन्य जीवों के लिए इतना प्रेम है। और अपने आप में यूनिक एग्जाम्पल है खेजड़ली, जोधपुर से तकरीबन 18 किलोमीटर दूर एक गांव है, जहाँ पे अमृता देवी, एक विष्णोई देवी, जिसकी लीडरशिप में more than 363 people sacrifice their life. They belong to different caste and they sacrifice to protect the tree खेजड़ी। एक पेड़ को बचाने के लिए 363 लोग लुगाई ने अपनी जान दे दी। ये पूरे दुनिया में एक ही उदाहरण है, और अभी भी हिंदुस्तान में ही इस तरह के उदाहरण मिलते हैं। लेकिन इन सब के बावजूद आज हम उन जंगलों का क्या हसर कर रहे हैं, खेजड़ी का क्या हसर कर रहे हैं, हम आने वाले स्लाइड्स में देखेंगे। तो ये जो कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज हैं, इनमें कई सारे थ्रेटन्ड स्पीसीज के प्लांट्स होते हैं। हमारा स्टेट ट्री खेजड़ी जिसको हम बोलते हैं, प्रोसोफिस सिनेरेरिया इनमें पाया जाता है। जो हमारे स्टेट फ्लावर है टेकुमिला अंडोलेटा, जिसको नाम भूल गया, रोइडा जिसको बोलते हैं, ये हमारा स्टेट फ्लावर है। ये हमारा स्टेट ट्री है खेजड़ी। इसी तरह से जाल यहाँ पे मिलता है, केर हमारा मिलता है, जिससे हमें बहुत न्यूट्रिशियस और मेडिसिनल फूड मिलता है, और बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है। अभी आगे की कुछ स्लाइडों में देखोगे केर, सांगरी, कुमटिया का कितना बड़ा मार्केट है, किस तरह से हमारा डेली लाइफ और किस तरह से इन्होंने हमें हमारी न्यूट्रिशियस वैल्यू को, हमारी इम्यूनिटी को बचा के हमें इस कोविड से पूरी तरह से बाहर निकाला। डेफिनेटली इस सब के दौरान हमारे कई परिवार के, समाज के लोग हमसे बिछड़ गए। कई सारी कॉमन ग्रासेज हैं जो कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज में ही मिलती है। कई सारे छोटे मोटे एफिमरल्स और ग्रासेज हैं, सेवन, दामन, करड़, खी, ये सभी के सभी इन कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज में मिलती है, और इनका बहुत बड़ा न्यूट्रिशियस पाउडर के रूप में, कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल के रूप में बहुत बड़ा रोल है। मेडिसिनल प्लांट के रूप में बहुत बड़ा रोल है। हाउस होल्ड्स देख लीजिए, जितना भी हाउस होल्ड मटेरियल आप गाँव में जाओगे ढानियों में देखने को मिलेगा, सारा का सारा लोकल मटेरियल है। ये पूरे के पूरे खींप से, आक से, कैर से, की लकड़ी से, बबूल की लकड़ी से, झाड़ियों से बनाए हुए हैं। या फेंसिंग, कितनी खूबसूरत फेंसिंग है ये है, या बोर्डी कांटे वाली खड़ी की जाती है जिससे कि जानवरों को अंदर आने से बचाया जा सके, लाइव स्टॉक को, डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स को, वाइल्ड एनिमल्स को। लेकिन आज हम क्या कर रहे हैं, सरकारें क्या कर रही है, व्यवस्थाएं क्या कर रही है, हम तारबंदी करने के लिए सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं। किस ओर जा रहे हैं हम लोग, और उन्हीं तारों में ब्लैक बग, चिंकारे अपने सींग फंसा बैठते हैं, उनको नजर नहीं आती वो तारबंदी इतनी फाइन होती है, और उस दौरान कुत्ते आ जाते हैं या दूसरे शिकारी जानवर आके उनको मार देते हैं। इस तरह से हजारों हजारों जानवर डेली मर रहे हैं। इस तरह के डेली हमें फोटोग्राफ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप और सोशल मीडिया में देखने को मिलते हैं। जितने भी एग्रीकल्चरल इंप्लीमेंट्स हैं आपके घर में देखेंगे, कस्सी देखेंगे, पॉट देखेंगे, कुल्हाड़ी देखेंगे, सारे के सारे जई देखेंगे, ये सारे के सारे लोकल मटेरियल है और लोकल लकड़ियों से बने होते हैं। और बहुत स्पेसिफिक, केयर की लकड़ी का क्या बनेगा, बेर की लकड़ी का क्या बनेगा, किसकी ड्यूरेबिलिटी ज्यादा है, किस में टर्माइट कम लगता है, कौन सा लकड़ी खराब नहीं होगा, ऑल थिंग्स हैज बीन कंसीडर्ड एंड सेलेक्टेड। और किस तरह से कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्स है सर्वाइवल के लिए, अगर पानी का डिमांड है तो पानी घर घर लेके भी जाते हैं टैंकरिंग करके। और किस तरह से ये सारा खींच का इसका कॉस्ट क्या होगा, तो तकरीबन 2 से 2,500 रुपए का ये ऊंट गाड़े का खर्च आता है। इतनी अगर खींच लेके कोई जाता है तो 2 से 2,500 रुपए इसका कीमत है, और उससे वो कम से कम 2 या 3 झूपे बना लेगा इस खींच से, जो टेम्परेचर को, चेंजिंग क्लाइमेट सिनेरियो में भी हेल्पफुल है, बारिश में भी ये जानवरों को, पशुओं को, लोगों को बचाती है उनका सेटलमेंट बनाने में। किस तरह से फ्यूल वुड में बहुत बड़ा रोल है लोकल मटेरियल्स का। किस तरह से घरों के जो झाड़ू होते हैं वो भी लोकल मटेरियल के, खीप के, करड़ के बने हुए होते हैं। एज वी टॉक कि किस तरह से इनकी अवेलेबिलिटी, जो फूड, फॉडर और वाटर है, कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज, किस तरह से इंश्योर करता है, चाहे रिलीजन से, कल्चर से बचाता है, लेकिन वो यूज हमारे डे टू डे लाइफ में आती है, हमारे लाइवलीहुड सपोर्ट सिस्टम का वो पार्ट है। या आप देखिए किस तरह से ग्रामीण लोग केर, सांगरी या बेर इकट्ठा करते हैं और इनको मार्केट में बेचने जाते हैं, और लोकल मार्केट में इनका बहुत अच्छा प्राइस मिलता है। जब ये गीले होते हैं तब इनको 150 से 200, 400 रुपए तक बिकते हैं। सुखाने के बाद तो इनकी कीमत और बढ़ जाती है। और कम से कम डेली 1,500 से 2,000, सीजन के टाइम हर एक परिवार को 1,500 से 2,000 रुपए का ये केर, सांगरी, कुंटिया मार्केट में बेचने का अवसर मिलता है। तो इस तरह से अपने आप में एक ही परिवार को पूरे साल में अगर अनुमान लगाया जाए तो कम से कम 30 से 40 हजार फूड एंड फॉडर इन पे से मिल जाता है, जो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट है। जैसा कि बोल रहे थे कि सूखा केयर अगर मार्केट में लेने जाओगे तो आपको कम से कम ये 1,500 से 2,000 रुपए किलो मिलेगा अच्छी क्वालिटी का। और सांगरी लेने जाओगे तो 800 से 1,000 किलो सांगरी मिलती है, जो से प्रोसेस करके सुखा के बनाई जाती है। इसी तरह से आप देखिए कि जितना भी लोकल प्रोडक्शन है इसमें, चाहे केयर हो, सांगरी हो, कुंटिया हो, काचरी हो, ये सब के सब बिना पेस्टिसाइड के उगते हैं। ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, चाहे इमली, चाहे काचरा, किसी तरह का कोई भी पेस्टिसाइड यूज नहीं किया जाता है, एंड दे आर वेरी प्योर। एंड ऑल दीज वाइल्ड स्पीसीज हैज वेरी रिच immunity booster character. They are very good nutrients, and they supported us like anything during severe COVID, and that has been well proven, because people of Thar Desert have very good recovery rate compared to the other part of the world, very low death rate during COVID compared to other part of country and world. So there are many rare varieties of medicinal plant like Euphorbia, Fedrafolita, जिसको कि ऊंट फोक बोलते हैं, इसको सोमबेल बताया गया शास्त्रों में, और इसी इलाके में ये मिलती थी सरस्वती के मैदानों में। और आज भी ये हमने 2015 में डिस्कवर किया था इसको वापर। तो भंडारी साहब की जो किताब है भंडारी की ऑफ राजस्थान, इसको डिसअपियर बता दिया गया था कई जगह से, लेकिन अभी धीरे धीरे इसको वापस कई बार रिपोर्ट किया। और कई प्रकार के गोंद मिलते हैं, जो कि चाहे दव का हो, कुमटे का हो, चाहे बबूल का हो, अलग अलग स्पीशीज का दूध मिलता है, अलग अलग प्राइस होता है उसका मार्केट में। और किस तरह से फॉडर एंड वाटर हमारे प्रॉपर्टी अवेलेबल होता है, तो हमारे लाइफ, भेड़, बकरी, ऊंट, गाय सब। और जो कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज हैं, इनका जो वैल्यू है कोविड सिचुएशन में बहुत अच्छे से प्रूवन हुआ, और इस पे हमने साइंटिफिक आर्टिकल लिखे हैं, कॉमन आर्टिकल्स भी लिखे हैं, एंड इट इज बीन वेल प्रूवन कि इनका हमारी इम्यूनिटी बचाने में, हमें कोविड से लड़ने में बहुत बड़ी मदद दी है। लेकिन जो मैंने अभी बताया सब कुछ इतना अच्छा बहुत अच्छे से नहीं चल रहा है। कई जगह पे एनक्रोचमेंट हो रहे हैं कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज पे, कई जगह डेवलपमेंटल के प्रोग्राम आ रहे हैं, कहीं पे जमीनें बांट दी गई है भूमिहीनों को, कहीं पे अर्बन एरिया के पास में कॉलोनीज बना दी गई हैं द्वारा। तो अब कई जगह पे सोलर प्लांट की वजह से भी एनक्रोचमेंट हो रहे हैं, सरकार उनको भूमि बता रही है। कभी बायोडीजल पे कोई सरकार का ऑफिसर बैठ के पॉलिसी बना लेता है तो वो उनसे जमीनें बांटने शुरू कर देता है। ज्यादा कुछ हुआ नहीं, लेकिन जमीन को बंट के चले गए। प्रोसोफिस जूलिफ्लोरा, हर डेजर्ट को कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज को आप सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है तो अंग्रेजी बबूल है। ये आप देख रहे हैं, ये सारी की सारी नेटिव स्पीसीज को खा के प्रोसोफिस ने अपना एनक्रोचमेंट कर लिया है। और जब इनका प्रोसोफिस जूलिफ्लोरा आ जाता है तो इसकी जो एल्कलाइन लीव नीचे गिरती हैं, जिस तरह का एलिलियो इफेक्ट ये डालती हैं, उससे नीचे तरह के लोकल फ्लोरा फ्लरिश ही नहीं करते, ग्रो ही नहीं करते, जर्मिनेट ही नहीं करते। इसके लिए प्लानिंग करना बहुत जरूरी है, इन चीजों का रेस्टोरेशन करना बहुत जरूरी है, और उसके लिए सबसे पॉलिसी ऊपर से बना नीचे नहीं लेके आए, इसकी प्लानिंग करें, एंड दैट इज डूएबल। मैं अभी कुछ 2-4 मिनट में खाली रेस्टोरेशन किस तरह से किया जा सकता है कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज का, क्योंकि हमने ऑक्सफैम नाम की एक एजेंसी से तकरीबन 4 करोड़ रुपया लेके 25 गांवों में हमने रेस्टोरेशन का काम किया और कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व करके काम किया। हम लोग उसमें कैटलिस्ट की तरह रिसर्चर एज ए टेक्नीशियन, ये हमें मान लेना चाहिए। हमें कोई चीजों को इस प्लानिंग के साथ करना चाहिए कि आपकी प्रेजेंस खाली जब तक काम हो अभी तक रहे एज रिसर्चर। ऐसा नहीं कि मैं पूरी लाइफ वहीं पे प्रोजेक्ट इंचार्ज मैनेजर बन के बैठा रहूं और मेरी उसी पे इंश्योर करना। आपको एक कैटलिस्ट की तरह वहां पे रहना चाहिए, वो काम को उस प्रोसेस में करती हो, लोगों से मीटिंग करो, रात में दिन में बैठो, समझाओ, और बाद में जब सक्सेसफुल मॉडल चलना शुरू हो जाए देन रिमूव योरसेल्फ फ्रॉम देयर, गो टू सम अदर पार्ट। ये एक एकेडमिशियन का, एक रिसर्चर का काम है, नहीं कि किसी एक गांव पे, किसी एक ओरन गोचर के इश्यू पे अपना जिंदगी निकाल दे, तो बहुत बड़ा ब्रेन आपका वेस्ट चला जाएगा। तो लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया, और हमने यही किया कि जितने भी वाटर बॉडीज थे, कैचमेंट एरिया थे, जितना भी पैस्चर थे, गोचर की जमीनें थी, ओरन थी, वहां से हमने सिर्फ एक इशू उठाया कि अंग्रेजी बबूल को हम हटाएं। और जिस चीज को हटा सकते हैं, लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट तभी होगा और उसको हटाने से जो आमदनी उनको हुई, जो कटी हुई लकड़ी को वो बेच के उन्होंने टेंचे तैयार करी, कैचमेंट एरिया में नेटिव स्पीसीज के प्लांट लगाए, तो उसकी वैल्यू रेस्पेक्ट वो हमारी एब्सेंस में भी करेंगे। इससे जहाँ पे मदद ली था लोगों को इतना ही चाहिए, बोलते हैं ये आ जाता है और जाता है। अगर कोई बोरिंग करवा दीजिए ताकि पानी हमें मिलता रहे, सीधा बोरिंग करेंगे शायद खराब नहीं हो जाए। इसलिए हम ये खुद को एजुकेट कम ज्यादा लोकल रिसोर्सेज के बारे में, यूटिलिटी के बारे में, तो वहीं के लोगों ने बताया कि जो बोरिंग कर रहे हैं तो कर रहा है और वो लोकली आदमी है वहीं का, वो यहाँ पे खड़ा ये पंप से साइड में बोरिंग करता है इसमें, ताकि पानी करके यहाँ पे इकट्ठा होता रहे। हमने एक तरफ रह वंडरफुल। ये पानी पहले हमारे यहाँ साल भर तक पड़ा रहता था, अब अंग्रेजी बबूल इतना हो गया कि 4 महीने में खत्म हो जाता है। ठीक है, निकाल दी उतारे हैं, फिर मिनिमम कॉस्ट मटेरियल की कॉस्ट स्मॉल लेवल करके सारा पानी को हार्वेस्ट किया और लोगों को बना दिया। ये पानी में शहरों में भी पड़ा रहेगा तो सारा इसमें हो गया। अंग्रेजी बबूल जो होता है उसकी जगह कैप लगा दिया, सांगे लगा दिया, किसी के घर से आती है तो पोस्ट ऑफिस हटाना उसको हमें से अंग्रेजी बुक हटाने पैसा मिला वो वहां पे जमा करा दिया गया और उसकी ऑपरेटिंग लेडीज हैं सारी की
glitch, and Dr. Changani has gone offline, but he'll be joining us soon. So please bear with us. back, Dr. Changani. We missed you for last 5 minutes.
Okay.
So welcome back. Such a pleasure to see you back.
So I'm sorry. So am I audible now?
Yes, we can
So
see you. We can
still
hear
have time
you.
to continue, or that's it?
No, please go ahead. Please continue because the so beautiful compliments I'm seeing and viewers want to hear you more.
Thank you for that. But if you can help me out from which slide I left, and I can join again from there.
So we can't tell you that number, but then you
No,
have to
no,
scroll
I'm
to
just going through. I'm going through, as you say, it's 5 minutes. So maybe the thread point, I can go
which
back
slide,
there.
Sudha ma'am?
I'll be joining again. Present now. Enter. Screen shared.
Yeah, please share.
Can you see the screen, please?
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go to the slide. I guess I was near to the threads.
I think just before this, ये हो गया? Next. हाँ, ये भी हो गया.
I think from here somewhere,
Yeah. True.
right? Okay. I was just about to this, and maybe before this, I was talking about the planning commission and all. So, may I start? Hello.
Ahead with your presentation, Dr. Changani. We can hear you and we can see your slides as well.
Okay. Thank you. So, as I was referring, that nowadays Rajasthan become a big hub of energy, especially the renewable energies, which definitely we used to call them green energy sources. But in last 5 years, we have been observing very closely whether it is really green or not. That need to be understood very thoroughly. So I was fortunate enough to be part of this energy business in Rajasthan, which was initiated in 1999 or 2000 sometime. The KN Energy started oil drilling in that area. And I was fortunate. I was the first person who started environment impact assessment work in that area before that oil drilling has been started. And since then, I am still associated with the KN Energy, and they are good enough to listen academicians and environment suggestions and wildlife recommendations, and they are trying to implement them as well. After that, the solar energy, that's the good source of energy. I think Rajasthan is the biggest state and heading in solar energy. And we have almost more than 200 solar plants in our area, especially in Jodhpur, Jaisalmer and Bardmer. And besides that, we have the wind energy sources. But can we call them green? That's my real concern and issue. And that I need to share today, especially on this World Environment Day, कि क्या हम जिसको ग्रीन एनर्जी बोल रहे हैं ये वास्तव में ग्रीन एनर्जी है? अगर है तो देखिए किस सिचुएशन में है. जिसको हम विंड टरबाइन बोलते हैं, ग्रीन एनर्जी बोलते हैं, उसके ब्लेड से अगर शेड्यूल 1 की स्पीसीज ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड, गोडावन उससे कट रही है, वल्चर उससे कट रहे हैं, या जिसको हम ग्रीन एनर्जी सोलर की बोलते हैं, उसके पैनल लगाने से पहले खेजड़ी जो स्टेट ट्री है, जिससे हजारों रुपए का केयर सांगरी मिलता है, फॉडर मिलता है, लाइव स्टॉक सालों तक उस पर सर्वाइव करता है, उसकी वैल्यू को बिना असेसमेंट किए, बिना उसका EIA कराए हुए अगर हम उस लैंड को ग्रीन एनर्जी के नाम से डिस्ट्रॉय कर रहे हैं तो ये ग्रीन है कि नहीं, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा किस तरह से ग्रेट इंडियन। और उसके अलावा जो हमने एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस की थार डेजर्ट में, उसको जिस मोड से हम ट्रांसपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दे आर ओपन बेयर वायर्स, उससे ये हो रहा है कि डेमोजाइल क्रेन, चाहे माइग्रेटरी बर्ड आए, चाहे ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड आए, चाहे वल्चर्स आए, चाहे रेप्टर्स आए, ईगल्स आए, लोकल बर्ड्स आए, सारी की सारी इसमें मरे जा रही है करंट से एवरी अल्टरनेट डे, एंड थाउजेंड्स ऑफ देम डाइंग एवरी ईयर। ये ट्रांसमिशन वायर्स के पास में आपको गोडाउन एक्सीडेंट मिल जाएंगे, एंड मोस्टली दीज एक्सीडेंट अकर्स ऑन द टर्न, ऑन द लूप्स, जहां पे एक लाइन सीधे चलते हुए कहीं टर्न लेती है तो एक तार दोनों लूप के बीच में लगाया जाता है, उस पे इनके पंख टकराने से एक कैजुअलिटी होती है, उसको वो बर्ड रीड नहीं कर पाती। एक तरफ तो हम शेड्यूल 1 की स्पीसीज को बचाने के लिए करोड़ों रुपए वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ खर्च कर रहे हैं, इनकी हैबिटेट को बचाए, प्रोटेक्शन, और एक तरफ ये खत्म हुए जा रही है। तो अभी एनजीटी ने भी सीरियस डिसीजन लिया है। जब हम लोगों ने उनको लिखा, लोकल लोगों ने एजिटेशन किया, तो एज एन एकेडमिशियन, एज एन रिसर्चर, हम अकेले तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते, इसके लिए जरूरी है कम्युनिटी को एजुकेट करें, अवेयर करें, सिस्टम को अवेयर करें, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को अवेयर करें, पॉलिटिशियंस को अवेयर करें, और जरूरत पड़ने पे कोर्ट को भी अवेयर करें, हमारे जो फैक्ट्स हैं उनके साथ शेयर करें। तो एनजीटी ने बहुत बड़े अडानी के प्रोजेक्ट्स थे, उनको ओपन वायरिंग के लिए मना कर दिया, एंड इफ नीडेड दोस प्रोजेक्ट्स कैन बी शिफ्टेड टू सम अदर प्लेस बिकॉज दिस इज द हैबिटेट ऑफ ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड। तो उनको रेड जोन डिक्लेयर करके किसी भी तरह का एक्सटेंशन बंद करवा दिया। और हम बार बार वार्न करते हैं, जिन एकेडमिशियन हम साइंटिफिक आर्टिकल लिखते हैं, हमें लोकल अखबारों में भी न्यूज देनी होती है कि क्या वास्तव में ये ग्रीन एनर्जी ग्रीन है, हमारी इकोलॉजी के लिए कितना डैमेज कर रही है और किस तरह से कर रही है, वो देखने वाली बात है। अगर देखा जाए तो ग्रीन एनर्जी के नाम से अगर कोई एक प्लांट स्टेब्लिश करता है 100 मेगावाट का, तो अभी ये रिसेंट इमेज है, इसमें कोई जोड़ा रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, कोई मिसाइल का फॉर्मूला नहीं है हमारे पास में। सिंपल, आप लोगों के पास मोबाइल है, उसमें गूगल अर्थ दिया हुआ है, और गूगल अर्थ में आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे एक स्केल चलता है। उस स्केल पे जाके जैसे ही आप बोलते हो कि यहाँ पे ये 2020 में क्या हो गया या 2012 में क्या था, वो आपको क्लियर कट बता देता है। तो ये सेम इमेज ली हुई है, ये 2020 की इमेज है और ये 21 की इमेज है। ये प्लांट यहाँ पे पहले नहीं था, ये प्लांट यहाँ पे आ गया। सेम इमेज को रेप्लिकेट करके बनाए हुए, बहुत इजीली आप देख सकते हैं। तो जितने आप यहाँ पेड़ देख रहे हैं उतने ही पेड़ यहाँ बता रहे हैं इस इमेज में। ये सारे के सारे पेड़ काट दिए गए, दे आर मोर देन 500 ट्रीज। तो खेजड़ी, रोइडा, केर, बेर, देसी बबूल, और इसके साथ साथ कई सारी झाड़ियां, केर की है, बेर की है, जो नेटिव स्पीसीज के ग्रासेस थे, सेवन थी, दामन थी, सेंक्रस थी, सारा कुछ हटा दिया गया वहां से। और अब आज आप देख लीजिए, वहां पे सिर्फ सोलर पैनल लगा हुआ है और उसमें एक भी झाड़ी, एक भी ग्रास स्पीसीज नहीं है। ये तो एक चीज हुई। दूसरा, अब इस सोलर पैनल से रेडिएशन हो रही है हीट, जो आसपास के इंसेक्ट्स को, वहां के एफिमरल ग्रास को, वहां की सॉइल की मॉइस्चर को 3 से 5 डिग्री टेम्परेचर बढ़ना बहुत बड़ा होता है अपने आप में। इससे आसपास में वहां पे न तो कोई हनी बीज के वास्प हैं, सॉरी जो नेस्ट है उनके, कहीं पे मधुमक्खी नहीं, कहीं पे तितलियों की नेस्टिंग नहीं, कहीं पे बर्ड्स की नेस्टिंग नहीं, क्योंकि पेड़ ही नहीं है। और टेम्परेचर इतना हो गया कि आसपास के खेतों में भी हॉर्टिकल्चर और एग्रीकल्चर के प्रोडक्शन नीचे जा रहे हैं। जो वहां पे हमारे कोई परिचित काम कर रहे हैं तो बोलते हैं, डॉक्टर साहब आप बीकानेर में बैठे हो, जो डेट फार्म रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी में, आप वहां से हमें 2 किलो पोलन भेज दीजिए। एक डब्बे में पोलन आता है और 5,000 रुपया लेता है वो 2 किलो पोलन का, और फिर उसको आर्टिफिशियल ब्रश से हम पॉलिनेटेड करेंगे। इस तरह से आप कितने क्रॉप और हॉर्टिकल्चर या एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन कर लोगे भैया। तो हमें सोचना होगा कि हम किस डायरेक्शन में लेके जा रहे हैं, किस तरह से हमने अभी वहीं के लोगों के, नींबू के फार्म में पॉलिनेटर नहीं था तो नींबू का प्रोडक्शन ही कम हो गया। अखबारों में सिर्फ इतना ही आता है कि नींबू 40 रुपए का 400 रुपया हो गया, लेकिन उसके पीछे की वजह क्या थी वो न तो साइंटिस्ट जानता है, न ब्यूरोक्रेट जानता है, न बिजनेसमैन जानता है। लेकिन ग्राउंड पे जो रियलिटी फैक्ट ये है कि आपके एग्रीकल्चर के, हॉर्टिकल्चर के प्रोडक्शन डाउन हो रहे हैं जहां जहां से सोलर प्लांट लग रहे हैं। और कोई 1-2 पेड़ नहीं, ये फोटोग्राफ सारे मैं तो अकेले ले नहीं सकता, सारे फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी, रेंजर्स, फील्ड ऑफिसर्स जो हैं वो शेयर करते हैं कि साहब यहाँ पे एक प्लांट लगाने के लिए कम से कम 1,500-2,000 हजार। और जब हमने डाटा मांगा अक्षय ऊर्जा डिपार्टमेंट से, आज ही के अखबार में न्यूज था, मैंने शायद कुछ लोगों से, साथी अगर इसमें है तो उनसे तो शेयर किया है, इस प्रेजेंटेशन में मैं उसको इंक्लूड नहीं कर पाया। आई एम श्योर नेक्स्ट टाइम आई विल इंक्लूड दैट स्लाइड। एक साथ 48,000 बीघा में से पेड़ काटे गए हैं, नॉट ए स्मॉल अमाउंट। हम पर्यावरण दिवस मनाते हैं, 5, 10, 100, 50 पेड़ लगा लेंगे, इससे ज्यादा नहीं लगते हमसे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा 1000 लगा देंगे अगर हमारे पास यूनिवर्सिटी और कैंपस है, पानी है। लेकिन कोई भी आम इंसान, कोई भी आम संस्थान 5-10 पेड़ों से ज्यादा नहीं सर्वाइव करवा सकती। ज्यादा से ज्यादा 100 करवा ले, किसी के पास कैंपस है तो 1000 करवा ले। लेकिन 48,000 बीघा में पेड़ कटना लाखों में होता है, और वो कटे हैं, और उसकी जगह पे ये स्टील के जंगल हमने खड़े किए हैं। ये एक फैक्ट है। एक भी पेड़ छोड़ना नहीं होता, क्योंकि उसको सोलर की इंटेंसिटी पूरी चाहिए बिजनेसमैन है। और सरकारें या हम व्यवस्थाएं बैठ के उसमें क्या कर रहे हैं, 2 रुपए किलो इन सारे पेड़ की कटिंग का कीमत उसको दे रहे हैं यूनिट पे, और 10 रुपए में वो यूनिट हम बाहर बेच रहे हैं। आई डोंट नो व्हाट काइंड ऑफ chaos वी आर हेडिंग फॉर। और किस तरह का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और इक्विटी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की हम बात करते हैं, मार्जिनल सोसाइटी की बात करते हैं, हम एक ऑर्गेनाइज वे में क्राइम कर रहे हैं। माई लैंग्वेज, दिस इज माई टोटली पर्सनल ओपिनियन, कि हम जो लोकल लोग अपनी गाय भैंस भेड़ बकरी चराते थे, जो कैर सांगरी इकट्ठा करके अपना साल का 25-50 हजार रुपए इकट्ठा करते थे, चरा के अपने बच्चों को दूध पिलाते थे गाय भैंस से, उन सब से हमने छीना 2 रुपए यूनिट में एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस करके, और हमने व्यवस्थाओं में बैठ के उसको स्टेट के बाहर 10 रुपए में बेचा। ये हम काम कर रहे हैं, क्या ये सही है? ये हमें तय करना पड़ेगा, इसको रिव्यू करना पड़ेगा। किसी भी सोलर पैनल के आसपास देख लीजिए, प्लांट लगने से पहले, जैसा मैंने बताया, गूगल इमेज में जाके देखिए कि 2020 में क्या था, 22 में क्या था। क्लियर कट वो इमेज बताती है कि 2020 में यहाँ पे भी ऐसा ही जंगल था, ऐसे ही पेड़ नजर आते थे। यू कैन इंडिविजुअली काउंट देम विद द जूमिंग। और बहुत सिंपल सा साइंस है ये, एक एक खेत के पेड़ काउंट कर लीजिए, आप लिस्ट बनाएंगे कि इस अकेले बंच में यहाँ पे 150 पेड़ है, यहाँ पे भी थे, आज 0 है। यहाँ अभी भी 500 पेड़ नजर आ रहे हैं, यहाँ पे भी थे, अब 0 है। यहाँ पे अभी नजर आ रहे हैं। जहां जहां बाउंड्री वॉल के अंदर उनको पैनल लगाने हैं, सब कुछ साफ करना होता है, ये उनका मैंडेट होता है। सो कैन वी कॉल दिस एज ए ग्रीन एनर्जी? दैट्स माय बिगेस्ट कंसर्न। सारे के सारे एफिमरल जो छोटे पॉलिनेटर्स थे हमारे, हनी बीज हैं, बटरफ्लाईज हैं, इंसेक्ट्स हैं, ये सब हमने खत्म कर दिए उन इलाकों से। और अभी थोड़े दिनों में साइंटिफिक पब्लिकेशन भी आ जाएगा, जैसे आज आप लोगों के साथ शेयर कर रहा हूं, वैसे ही किसी सेमिनार में बिट्स रांची की एक फैकल्टी हैं जिनसे मेरा कोलैबोरेशन चल रहा है, उन्होंने ये डेटा भेजे। जब हमने ग्राउंड रियलिटी वहां भेजी तो ये 2014 का लैंडसेट डेटा है। कम से कम नहीं तो यहाँ पे 10 नहीं, 20 नहीं, 50 नहीं, 100 वाटर बॉडी नजर आ रही है। जो ब्लू इंडिकेशन है वो वाटर का है। मैं 2 चीजों पे बात करूंगा, ज्यादा नहीं। ये ब्लू इंडिकेशन जो है वो वाटर का है। जो वाटर बॉडीज पहले वहां पे सैकड़ों की तादाद में थी, सोलर प्लांट्स लगने के बाद वहां पे 10-12 मुश्किल से बची है। सारा कुछ एनक्रोचमेंट में चला गया, सारे डिप्लीट हो गए सोर्सेज उनके, और पूरा लैंड कवर चेंज हो गया वहां का। और इवन मॉइस्चर का लेवल चेंज हो गया। जो पहले 1 फीट खोदने पे मॉइस्चर मिलता था, 5-5 फीट पे मॉइस्चर नहीं मिलता है। और हम जानते हैं डेजर्ट का सिनेरियो क्या है, जब बारिश गिरती है तो किसान 2-3 दिन 5 दिन में अपनी हल की जुताई करता है, और वो श्योर होता है कि जो बीज उसमें पड़ा हुआ है, या ओरण गोचर में भी जो बीज चाहे आंकड़े का पड़ा हो, आक का हो, बेर का हो, कैर का हो, सांगरी का हो, वो इस बारिश में हर एक घास का अपने आप से पानी को लेगा नेचुरली और ग्रो कर जाएगा। लेकिन जब सॉइल का मॉइस्चर ही खत्म हो जाएगा, सॉइल का टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, एटमॉस्फेयर का टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, आसपास की वनस्पतियां खत्म हो रही है, इंसेक्ट्स खत्म हो रहे हैं। और ये खाली विजुअल ऑब्जर्वेशन के साथ डाटा नहीं है, दे आर वेल सपोर्टेड विद द सैटेलाइट इमेजेस एंड डाटा। तो हम इस ग्रीन एनर्जी के अगेंस्ट नहीं है। कई बार ये होता है कि नहीं नहीं, ये तो बड़े रोड़े डालने वाले लोग हैं, हमारे डेवलपमेंट के विनाशक हैं एकेडमिशियन जो हैं, या जो एनवायरमेंटल एक्टिविस्ट हैं, जो भी हैं, एनजीओ हैं, एकेडमिशियन। ऐसा नहीं है। हम भी चाहते हैं कि आप ग्रीन एनर्जी पैदा करो, लेकिन हम आपको सही रास्ते बताते हैं कि जिस तरह से आपके पास हजारों किलोमीटर लंबी इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल थार डेजर्ट में फैली हुई है, वो कहीं पे 100 मीटर चौड़ी है, कहीं पे 50 मीटर चौड़ी है, उनकी ट्रिब्यूटरीज निकली हुई है। क्यों नहीं आप उनको सोलर पैनल लगा के कवर कर देते? तो जमीन में माफियागिरी जो चल रही है, बंदर बांट जो चल रही है, वो भी बंद हो जाएगी। और किसी को लगाना है तो ये पढ़िए सब, 1500-2000 किलोमीटर लंबी है हमारे पास में ये इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल। जिसको चाहिए 1 किलोमीटर लीजिए, 2 किलोमीटर लीजिए, इसको कवर करिए। इससे 2 फायदे होंगे। कैनाल का जो पानी इवापोरेट हो रहा है उसकी रेट खत्म हो जाएगी। जो कचरा मिट्टी इसमें आता है, सिल्ट आती है, नहर को आपको 2-2, 3-3 महीने बंद करना पड़ता है, वो बंद करना बंद हो जाएगा, क्योंकि सोलर पैनल आने से उस सब से निजात मिलेगी कुछ हद तक। तो आप क्यों नहीं इनके ऊपर पैनल लगाते? आपका एनर्जी भी प्रोड्यूस हो जाएगा, पानी भी कंजर्व होगा, और जिस जमीन पे आज आप प्लांट लगा रहे हैं वो प्लांट अगर यहाँ लग जाते हैं तो उस जमीन पे जो मवेशी है, जो वाइल्ड लाइफ है, जो लोगों का सर्वाइवल है, वो एज इट इज चलता रहेगा। दैट इज अवर रिकमेंडेशन। और बहुत अर्जेंटली हम सजेस्ट करना चाहेंगे और अर्ज करेंगे और आप लोगों से भी इससे गुजारिश करेंगे कि जहां कहीं मौका लगे हमें ये ट्रेडिशनल एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन की जो प्रैक्टिस है इनको बचाना, इस इकोसिस्टम को बचाने के लिए वाउच करना चाहिए, एडवोकेसी करनी चाहिए, अपने स्कॉलर्स को इन पे छोटे मोटे इलाके देके रिसर्च करा के वहाँ की बायोडायवर्सिटी पे स्टडी करानी चाहिए, छोटे छोटे प्रोजेक्ट देके इसकी मैपिंग करवा लेनी चाहिए, जीआईएस मैपिंग करो, गूगल पे मैपिंग करवा लो, बहुत सिंपल से टूल है, ज्यादा कोई बड़े इक्विपमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट भी नहीं होती। और सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि ईआईए की और रिव्यू करने की किसी भी डेवलपमेंटल प्रोजेक्ट में, जैसे मिनिस्ट्री एनवायरमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट है, वो ऑयल ड्वेलिंग के हो, हाईवे के हो, इंडस्ट्री के हो, एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी के प्रोग्राम हो, आपको सभी में माइनिंग से पहले एनवायरमेंट इंपैक्ट असेसमेंट करवाना मैंडेटरी होता है एज पर 1972 वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्ट एंड फॉरेस्ट एक्ट। अभी ये हो रहा है कि ग्रीन एनर्जी के नाम से इनको कोई ईआईए कराया नहीं जाता, किसी तरह का इकोनॉमिक सर्वे नहीं कराया जाता, सोशो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे नहीं कराया जाता, कितने हेक्टेयर में प्लांट लगना है, कितने पेड़ कटेंगे, लैंड यूज प्रेजेंट क्या है, बाद में क्या हो जाएगा, कोई एनालिसिस नहीं किया जाता, कोई सर्वे नहीं किया जाता। जो करना बहुत जरूरी है, इसको रिव्यू किए बिना आगे बढ़ना सुसाइडल अटेम्प्ट होगा। और इसके साथ खाली हम डेजर्ट नेशनल पार्क या सेंचुरी डिक्लेयर कर दें, मेरा ये रिकमेंडेशन है, सजेशन है बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग, कि हमें कुछ प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया जिस तरह से हम डिक्लेयर करते हैं, कुछ ओरण गोचर को भी हमें सेक्रेड ग्रुप की तरह, कम्युनिटी रिजर्व की तरह या हेरिटेज साइट की तरह इनको डिक्लेयर कर देना चाहिए एज ए कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व। और पॉलिसी में लेके कुछ इंटरवेंशन इनमें, चाहे प्रोसोफिस हटाना पड़े, कुछ नेटिव स्पीसीज के ग्रास डालने पड़े, तो थोड़ा बहुत इंटरवेंशन होगा। वरना आजादी के बाद आज दिन तक इन कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज में एक पैसा सरकार की तरफ से नहीं डाला गया है या किसी भी एजेंसी की तरफ से नहीं डाला गया है। हाँ, लोकल लोगों ने जरूर अभी कोविड में किया कि अपने अपने ट्रैक्टर लगा के अपने गांव के ओरण गोचर को सुधार लिया, उसमें अंग्रेजी बबूल हटा लिया। तो जब हमारे, जिनको हम इलिटरेट बोलते हैं, बैकवर्ड बोलते हैं, अगर उनमें इतनी नॉलेज है तो हम क्यों नहीं अपनी पॉलिसी में कुछ चेंज करें। और जो हमारी बरसों पुरानी ट्रेडिशनल प्रैक्टिस ओरण गोचर की व्यवस्थाओं ने हमें दी है, जिसकी वजह से दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी महामारी, मैं तो अपनी समझ की बोलता हूँ, मैंने इससे बड़ी महामारी देखी सुनी नहीं थी। और आप और हम फॉर्चुनेट हैं या अनफॉर्चुनेट है, हमने ये सब देखा। ये देखने के बाद भी अगर हम उसमें कुछ करेक्शन आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए नहीं छोड़ के जाते हैं तो हमसे बड़ा कसूरवार कोई नहीं होगा। और आज वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे पे मैं आप सब लोगों से गुजारिश करूंगा, जितना संभव हो सके अपने ट्रेडिशनल साइंस को, अपने आसपास को ऑब्जर्व करिए और उसको भी उतनी तवज्जो दीजिए जितनी हम मॉडर्न साइंस को देते हैं। क्योंकि मॉडर्न साइंस हाथ खड़ा कर देती है कि नहीं साहब, हमारे पास सिर्फ वैक्सीनेशन इलाज है, बाकी इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है। लेकिन अगर आज आप और हम बचे हुए हैं तो शायद हमारे इसी ट्रेडिशनल प्रैक्टिस की वजह से, हमारे न्यूट्रिशियस डाइट की वजह से, हमारी इम्यूनिटी की वजह से, और वो हमें सारा का सारा इसी नेचुरल रिसोर्स और इकोसिस्टम से मिला है। Lastly, I'm thankful to the organizer, especially the organizing secretary, principal साहब, Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, मसे यूनिवर्सिटी की, एंड आई एम सो थैंकफुल टू अवर ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर वीके सिंह साहब कि उन्होंने मेरे को परमिट किया, अलाउ किया, क्योंकि आज संडे है फिर भी हम लोग सब आए हुए हैं। 7 तारीख को हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी का स्थापना दिवस है, तो हम सब लोग उसी की तैयारी में लगे थे। इस बीच थोड़ा हैसल हुआ, कुछ बीच में डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ, उसके लिए आई एम सॉरी, एंड आई विल बी हैप्पी टू आंसर एनी क्वेश्चन और एनी सजेशन। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Dr. Changani, for wonderful lecture. Any questions, please raise your hand. Muskan, there are some hands. If they are really, then open them. I can see so many compliments for you, Dr. Changani. We are seeing 2 hands. We are trying to see if they are really now or they were before. Prachi Pandey, if you are there, we have unmuted you from here. Please ask your question. No, I don't think so. She's there. There are so many compliments for you. So thank you so much, sir, for an amazing lecture. Now I would request Dr. Sudha Sukhal Shringi, chairperson of the session, for the summing up of the session. Kindly move the camera towards ma'am, please. Yeah. You can go ahead, ma'am. यहाँ पे एक बटन है, you have to on that.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're very much audible, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. Respected patron and principal, Sir Professor Hukum Singh Ji, Organizing Secretary Dr. Mamta Sharma, and dear participants. Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to be here to chair this session. We all heard a very renowned, knowledgeable, and talented keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Changani ji. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Anil Kumar Changani ji to all of you. Although Mamta has said about him, but in addition to what Mamta has said about Dr. Changani, I would like to add some more information about him. Professor Changani received a second time a Chaturvedi Award in 2017 and 2012 for writing best paper in the field of environment and wildlife by Indian Forester, Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Dehradun. He was also awarded by the Conservation International USA in 1998, Golden Jubilee Year of Independence, 1998 by State Government of Rajasthan, Conservation Award in 2004 from Ashoka Trust Bangalore, and State Award, Government of Rajasthan in 2007. He is also a recipient of the Fateh Singh Wildlife Conservation Award, 1st March 2020, for selfless and varied efforts towards conservation and protection of wildlife in Rajasthan by Tiger Watch Foundation, Ranthambore. Recently, he was presented with Maru Ratna Award on 12th July 2021 by Desert Environmental Conservation Association, Jodhpur. I congratulate you, sir, for your wonderful CV and so many awards. I can see that many participants have admired, appreciated, and given compliments for your wonderful lecture. Now it's time to say a formal thanks. With a lot of gratitude, I thank you very much for your enlightening, quite interesting, and knowledgeable and power-packed presentation. And the slides were very informative and very beautifully made and presented, and the photographs were really very nice. And you have presented a complex topic in a very simplified manner so that each one of us is able to understand it very easily. The success in life doesn't depend on how intelligent you are, but how simple you can communicate and make others understand a complex topic. And you have wonderfully done that, sir. You discussed what's happening in desert, and you showed beautiful images of Aravalli Hills, Chambal area, and Thar Desert, agricultural landscape, so that participants can easily understand the topic. You showed common property resources such as the Johar Nadi, and people are taking care of them like their own. It's so good that wildlife are flourishing and surviving around them. It's so nice to know that people have conserved these resources so nicely, and they have put boards so that they are not contaminated. आपने एक और बात की, जब हम धर्म और पर्यावरण की बात करते हैं तो आपने कहा कि आज का बच्चा नहीं सुनता, और ये वास्तविकता है, और हम सब भी इसी चीजों से त्रस्त हैं कि जब इवन अपने घर पे अगर मैं अपने बच्चे से भी ये सब चीजें सिखाऊं जो कि पुरानी है, जो ट्रेडिशनल चीजें हैं, तो जो जनरेशन गैप है वो शायद मुझे लगता है कहीं बहुत ही ज्यादा है. तो मतलब मैं चाहती हूँ ये हम सबकी कॉमन प्रॉब्लम है, और कुछ ना कुछ इसका सोल्यूशन हमें ही निकालना होगा. ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि एज टीचर्स या एज पेरेंट्स कि हम पढ़ाई के साथ साथ बच्चों से इस पर भी बात करें, किस तरह हम धर्म के साथ पर्यावरण को जोड़कर बच्चों तक इन सभी पुरानी ट्रेडिशनल चीजों को पहुंचाएं और उन्हें समझाएं. आपने एक उदाहरण दिया कि एक पेड़ को बचाने के लिए कितने लोगों ने अपनी जान दे दी, और ये वास्तविकता है कि ये भारत में ही संभव है, क्योंकि हमारी संस्कृति ही ऐसी है कि हम पेड़ों को अपने परिवार का हिस्सा मानते हैं. पर जो युवा पीढ़ी है वो इन सब से मुझे लगता है शायद दूर होती जा रही है, और हमारा यही प्रयास रहे कि हम सब मिलकर उन्हें ये समझा पाएं. आपने कहा कि डेजर्ट में उगने वाली जो ये कैर सांगरी आदि चीजें हैं, ये वास्तविकता में बहुत उपयोगी हैं, हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत अच्छी हैं, इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर्स हैं, पेस्टिसाइड्स की मात्रा इनमें बहुत ही कम है, और तो हमें ये चाहिए कि हम इनका ज्यादा से ज्यादा अपने दैनिक जीवन में उपयोग करें। तो इससे एक तो जो हमारे विलेज के लोग हैं उनकी इकोनॉमी की बढ़ेगी, उनके पास पैसा होगा, और दूसरा हमारे स्वास्थ्य को जो लाभ होगा वो तो रहेगा ही रहेगा। If we talk about green energy, you said that 48,000 trees are cut on the name of green energy, and that is not at all acceptable, sir. We should think and act also. Otherwise, it will be too late, and it's already very late. आपने जो चार्ट्स बताए 2014 और 2022 में जो आपने कंपैरिजन किया, उसमें वाटर बॉडीज तो ऑलमोस्ट गायब ही हो गया। आई वाज शॉक्ड टू सी दैट। और ये वास्तविकता में इतनी चिंता का विषय है कि ग्रीन एनर्जी के नाम पे हम मतलब जो है उन्हें डिस्ट्रॉय कर रहे हैं। सो मतलब क्या कहें, इट्स रियली रियली ये वी शुड थिंक, एवरीवन शुड थिंक अबाउट दिस। और आपने जो सजेशंस दिए हैं दे आर वेरी वेरी यूजफुल एंड वी शुड यूज देम। और उन्हें हमें तो करना ही चाहिए, लेकिन हमारी जो जनरेशन से आने वाली उन्हें भी हम सिखाएं। जो आपने जो ट्रेडिशनल उसकी बातें की, जो ट्रेडिशनल हमारी संस्कृति है, तो इन द मतलब सबसे लास्ट में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि जो हमारी ट्रेडिशनल संस्कृति है, हम तो फिर भी हमारी जनरेशन उससे वाकिफ हैं और उन चीजों को हम यूज में लेते भी हैं, करते भी हैं। लेकिन जो हमारी जनरेशन है, आज की जो युवा पीढ़ी है, वो इन सब से कोसों दूर जाती जा रही है। तो हम सभी को सम्मिलित रूप से, चाहे वो टीचर्स हैं, चाहे वो पेरेंट्स हैं, चाहे वो कोई भी प्रोफेशन है, सम्मिलित रूप से जब हम साथ मिलकर के जो अपनी युवा पीढ़ी है उसे अपनी ट्रेडिशनल संस्कृति के बारे में बताएंगे, तभी सर ये संभव हो पाएगा और शायद हम पर्यावरण को बचाने में कुछ प्रयास कर पाएं, कुछ योगदान दे पाएं। So, in the end, I humbly thank you very much for honoring our request and sparing your valuable time in delivering this excellent lecture. We are honored, sir. A big thank you to everyone. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summing up the session so wonderfully. And my heartiest congratulations to the keynote speaker and the chairperson for such a wonderful session. So thank you so much. And now we have our third keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta. Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta is currently an associate professor in CSIR Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, Jammu, in a drug test laboratory. He has more than 32 years of post-MSc experience in the area of analytical chemistry of natural products and pharmaceuticals. He has expertise in method development, identification, validation, and quantification of bioactive constitutions of microbes, medicinal plants, and tissue culture samples using sophisticated equipments like GCMS, UPLC, HPTLC, LCMS-MS, LCMS-TOF, and HPLC. Area of expertise also include analysis of pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics samples, drug metabolites, their mechanistic studies, published more than 110 research papers in journals of national and international repute, 10 best paper awards, 31 invited lectures, attended 26 conferences, national and international, and 11 book chapters. What an amazing number. He has worked on projects to improve the efficiency of production plants and recovery of valuable alkaloids in process house, development of processes of manufacturing value-added synthetic derivatives of morphine, codeine, thebaine. Experience has fetched him several coveted positions as technical expert committee member in many renowned organizations. The session would be chaired by Dr. R.K. Prohit. Dr. Purohit has been serving Government Junior College, Bikaner from last 31 years in the field of teaching and research. At present, he is the head of the Department of Zoology, Government Junior College, Bikaner. He has expertise in the field of radiation science and published around 150 research papers in the Journal of National and International Review. That is a big number, Dr. Rohit. Accept my heartiest congratulations.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Rohit has attended around 150 international and national conferences and delivered invited lectures and chaired the sessions. He has also delivered keynote lectures in Japan and United States. He has visited Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and various other countries to present research papers. Dr. Purohit has supervised 26 PhD scholars and 30 MPhil under his supervision. He has organized 1 national, 2 international conferences in the field of radiation biology. He is the recipient of many national and international awards like District Administration Award, Bharat Jyoti Award, Best Citizen of India Award, Rajiv Gandhi Excellent Award, Aishir Award, and WUSO Award from USA. He is a life member of many national and international societies. Presently, Dr. Purohit is holding the post of National Secretary of Indian Society of Radiation Biology. He also looks after media and legal cell of the Junior College, Bikaner. So now I would request our third keynote speaker, Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta, to kindly start with his keynote address. So stage is all yours, Dr. Gupta.
Okay.
आपका अभिनंदन, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन है.
Mamta ji, thank you very much. And I think this session is little bit late, but I got information little session was running little fast. Okay, but I think you are sitting in a very tough position because all day you are sitting over there, and the chairperson and the participants and all are can move here and there. I think you are doing the tough job in this whole conference. And before I will start, I will say something. My turn came after Professor Anil. So such a distinguished professor, so it is tough for me to match with him. I think it is very tough to me also. Okay, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think I am not belongs to in this such type of conferences, but still I will try to do my best. Thank you very much. I am going to start my slides. Sharing, you can check it. It is working. Screen. I think my slides are visible. Mamta ji, please confirm my slides are visible.
Yes, sir, your slides are very much visible and we can hear you as well. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, so my topic is little bit matched with the environmental conservation and as well as the biodiversity as well as medicinal plant. So nothing, I will go with my intro, whatever is ma'am is said, almost more than that. So presentation divided into the 5 parts. Before I will tell you, I will try to finish as early as possible as the time given to me. Now, first one is the biodiversity, second one is the medicinal plant, third one is the standardization, 4 is adulteration, and 5th is the value addition. So what is biodiversity? Bio is life, diversity is the variety. Biodiversity is the variety of life on earth. My slides are moving. Hello, ma'am. Mamta ji? My slides are changing?
Yes, they are very much visible, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually, earlier
They are not changing, but they are not changing.
not changing.
They are not changing.
Okay, so again, why this
Now they are
happened?
changing. Yes, now they are changing.
I think there is an issue with the signals and nothing else because I am giving this presentation my home and this is, we have optic fiber, maybe some issue related to that. So I will go through slide change little bit slow, okay?
Okay, okay.
Okay, so what are the organism? Organism may be animals, may be plants, or the prokaryotes, or proteus, or the fungi. And this is the distribution ratio of plants, invertebrates, and the vertebrates, and you can see it here. The insects and related species contains most of the part of whole globe. And this is biodiversity is not between the species. This is in the subspecies. Also, this is very old picture taken from somebody, and you can see the endangered golden lion tamarin endemic to Brazil Atlantic rainforest, which has been almost totally destroyed. Within the species diversity exists in the subspecies and or the geographical variations also. You can see the Caspian tiger, Siberian tiger, South China tiger, Indonesian tiger, Bali tigers, Javan tigers, Sumatran tigers, and the Bengal tigers. Earlier, there is a historical range and the current range. So how the area is shrink over here in last hundreds of years. The tiger, panther and tigris had 8 subspecies, 5 persist today, including the panther and tigris altica. Sorry. What are the beauty of India? India is the hot destination for FDI in the industry, being second biggest source in the market. What are the reason why this FDI is attractive to India? That is the reason behind that is the rich biodiversity, 10 biogeographical zones, diverse habitat, high consumer population, 20 biotic provinces, and more than 800 species in the use of traditional medicine system. So, in the terms of threatening species, we are positioned in the 10 position, and this is alarming also. Value of biodiversity, consumptive value, harvest and consume directly, which is called the consumptive value, drug and medicine. More than 75% world population still depends upon the plant and the plant access. And you can take the example of vinblastine and vincristine is the 2 anti-cancer drugs. I am taking only the one example over here. And these are the list of the medicinal plant and their uses. This is not belongs to only the Rajasthan area. In the most of the area of not only here, this India is one of the biggest exporter of these plant or plant assets. So mostly plants are not as such as exported. They are export on the preparing that enrichment or by the extraction. So nowadays, one of the plant which is in last 10 years, you can say this is in the hot plant, which is called the cannabis. You can see the President Barack Obama in an interview published on Sunday believes that the smoking marijuana is no more dangerous than the drinking alcohol. And he suggested it's even less dangerous in terms of its impact on the individual consumers. And this Barack Obama, one of the in the world is the brand ambassador of cannabis, and you can see how the cannabis, what are the not only the medicinal, but how this plant is used in the not only for as industrial textiles, papers, building materials, food, industrial products, personal hygiene, food, cakes, self-load, agriculture benefits, and the yes, sir.
Sir, your slides are not moving. Your slides are not moving.
This time, which slide you can is there?
I can see only one slide, that is biodiversity only.
Okay, Mamta ji.
Your slide is not moving.
Okay, just a minute, sir. Mamta ji. Hello.
So your slides are not changing. Your slides are not.
Okay. That is why I already shared the presentation. So please open that.
You want us to play from here?
Yeah, I think there is again the same issue.
We are playing from here.
Okay.
So just wait.
Okay. I have no idea why this is happening with the most of the time in.
So maybe because of the signal issue, sometimes slides get delayed or something.
Yes, maybe delayed because.
We are sharing from here.
Otherwise, yeah. Whenever we are giving that, okay. So go to next one. I will tell you which. Next. 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 No, this was the cannabis. Okay. So Okay, so this is the cannabis. Where nowadays this is not only in US, in the Canada, in the Australia, and the so many European countries where they given that legalization of the cannabis plant. Because of this is one of the plant which is not used in the one particular disease. This is used in the epilepsy. This is used in the treatment of sometimes in the cancer also. That is when during the cancer, when the chemotherapy is given over there, that is the pain is controlled by the cannabis. And what is the beauty of this cannabis is this is much better than the morphine, because morphine has a additive, means sedative issues over there, and withdrawal is also a very tough situations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ma'am, next slide, please. Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am, please change the slides. Professor Mamta, ma'am. Yeah.
I think. Okay, thank you. Please, somebody is there, na? So otherwise this presentation will delay. Okay, and that is Purohit also will feel not very happy because that there is some signal issues over there. So that is certain. What is the threats to the biodiversity? Extinct the elimination of species in the normal process is the nature. The rate of extinction is undisrupted ecosystem estimated to about one species per decade. But in last many decades, human impact on the population and the ecosystem have accelerated that rate, causing hundreds of species, subspecies, and varieties become extinct every year. If the present trends continue, millions of plants and animal microbes may be destroyed in the next few decades. Next slide, please. So, main cause of biodiversity loss is the habitat destruction, global warming, population overexploitation, accidental persecution, and the non-native species. Next slide, please. Cause of extinction broadly grouped into 5 risk categories. One is the population risk. Next one. Second is the environmental risk. Third one is the natural catastrophe and the genetic risk. Why I'm not going through this? These are only the points which are reading over here, because this will take more time. So if you take the environmental, the variation in the physical or the biological environment, this is one of the reason where now that Anil sir is talking about the temperature increase of the temperature also one of the reason to survive these type of biological species over there. Next, please. Human, the habitat loss and degradation. Habitat loss and degradation are the major proximity caused by the species extinction, affecting 89% of all threatened birds, 83% of mammals, and 91% of all threatened plants assessed globally. The main cause of habitat loss are the agriculture activities, harvesting or extraction, including the mining, fishing, logging, and the development of human settlement, industry, and the associated infrastructure. Next slide, please. So another reason. Another reason is the habitat fragmentation, the process where the large continuous area of, if you can take the example of Alvar is also, where the last time, I think the few days back, there is a forest is have some issue over there. The process where a large continuous area of habitat is both reduced in the area or divided into 2 or more fragments because the invasion of the human society is over there. Due to the development roads, towers, canals, field, industry, in an original large habitat. Disease is also, like if you take the example of corona, how many this disease is also shifted to the some animals also. Pathogen disease are may also consider a predator. Incidences of disease in the wild species increase due to the human activity. Genetic assimilation. Some rare indigenous species are threatened by genetic assembly. They are caused by the closely related species. Next slide, please. Pollution. Environment pollution is the most subtle form of the habitat degradation. The most common cause pesticide, industrial influence, emission from the automobile, poaching. Another ECDS set emerging in the recent decades, one of the primary reasons of decline in the number of species. Introduction of the exotic species. Organism introduced in the habitat where they are not native in terms of exotic. They can be thought to be biological pollutants and are considered to be the damaging agent for the habitat. Next slide, please. Man-animal conflict. This is very common in the some area of India. The major problem associated with the conservation of wild animals, especially in the herbivores like elephant in India, crop dependent and man slaughtering. Elephant, gore, sambar, wild boar, and the birds like peacock cause extreme damage to the crop. Increase in the recent year due to habitat fragmentation and the degradation of nature forests and the corridors. In Sambalpur, Odisha, is 195 humans were killed in the last 5 years by the elephants. In retaliation, the villagers killed 98 elephants and badly injured by 30 elephants. Several incidents of killing of elephants in the border region of in Mysore also. Next slide, please. So various categories of species, I will not go through it. Endangered species, vulnerable species, rare species, and the threatened species. Next slide, please. Endemic species, especially found in the single locality. I will take the example of Dicotyledon binactiferum. This is one of the plant. Recently, when I was working on this plant, we found that this has a very good anti-cancer activity, which is called the molecule is the rotikin, and we are already filed the patent for this. And this is only this plant is only available in India in the area of the Western Ghat only in Western Ghats. But the issue with this plant is that the molecule, which is medicinally important for the cancer treatment, is present in the bark. And if you take the bark from a plant, there is a death of the. Definitely, you have to kill your plants also. In such situation, we are facing a lot of issues by taking this plant as a medicinal plant in the future. If you will not take any remedies, otherwise, what will happen? This plant will extend also, because this is a tree. This is not the herb. This is not the shrub. In that case, the plant must be 10 or 20 or 50 years old. You have a very good quality of bark and you have a good quantity of medicinal molecule also. About 33% of country's flora endemic to the country, and the concentrated mainly in the northeast, western or northwestern Himalaya and the Andaman and Nimakora. So we have this biodiversity which is very rich in flora and fauna. Out of about 47,000 species of plant in our country, now we are around 7,000 in the endemic. Next slide, please. How we can conserve? Go to next slide, please. I will show that what are the 2-3 way we are doing. Means some scientific institutions are doing this. Next slide, please. So there is conservation of biodiversity. There are two approaches here. In situ conservation, achieving by protection of the wild flora and fauna in nature itself is the biosphere reserves, national parks, sanctuaries, and the reserve forests. Ex situ conservation done by the establishment of gene bank, seed bank, botanical garden, and the cultural collection. Another thing is that we can have that is various pure form of the microbes is also available in the various part of this country, where those who are working in the microbe, and they have their microbes bank also. Next slide, please. What are the agencies who are involved in this? The National Bureau of Plant Genetic and Resources is located in New Delhi. Here, agriculture and horticulture crops and their wide relatives are preserved by cryopreservative of seeds, pollens, by unique liquid nitrogen at temperature maintained is -196 degrees Celsius. Variety of rice, pearl, millets, brassica, turnip, radish, these all successfully liquidized for several years without losing any seed viability. And the National Bureau of Animal Genetic Resources, located at Karnal, Haryana, is preserved the semen of domesticated bovine and animals. National Facility of Plant Tissue Culture Repository, conservation of variety of crop plant trees by tissue culture creating in the NGPGA. Next slide, please. This is the seed bank. Next slide, please. This is frozen zoo. Next slide, please. No, we'll talk about the medicinal and aromatic plants. Every plant have a different types of part over there, like inflorescence, wood, leaves, root, bark, stem, flowers, and the herbs. Next slide, please. Now, why the medicinal plant are very important in comparison to the pharma tech? Because of the low cost, no side effect, easily available, permanent relief, increased resistance, cultivation of highly profitable, taken as a fresh or a dried, well and enriched formulation. Foreign exchange is also used. You can earn the foreign exchange. I will show the next slide how we are getting the foreign exchange over there. Next slide, please. So you can see that these are the top 20 selling herbs which is exported from most of the countries. Like the first one is the soya, cranberry, garlic, ginkgo, acarnia, black rose, ginseng, sandalwood, and if you can see the total estimate of herbal which is increasing, and nowadays this becomes more than 10,000 crores. Next slide, please. Why these are more popular in US? Because the immunity they have is always a big issue in the US or the European country. That is why there is a lot of damage in Europe, in the US during the COVID pandemic also. You can see 65% US adults age of more than 20 years overweight or obese. And because of this, there is more than 280,000 deaths per year. 64 Americans are cardiovascular disease. They have a post-menstrual issues also there. They have a lot of cancer issues over there because they are not their immune system is the one part, and most of the time they are taking the supplement in place of their regular foods over there. And the food habits also one of the reason behind that. Next slide, please. So up to 30%, 36% Americans are using dietary supplements, both preventive and the therapeutic purposes. Preventive means they just want to take vitamins, their minerals, and so many other things for energy enhancement, general health, allergies, weight management, cholesterol lowering, cancer prevention, osteoarthritis. And the one you can see that 22% are they are taking these as a supplement for the cholesterol lowering. Next slide, please. No, the share of the 10 top herbal exports in 79 countries. You can see it here. If you compare with the China is high because a lot of biodiversity and a lot of area over there. They are exporting around more than 20%. Indian ratio is around 5.76%. Next slide, please. So we have a very rich traditional system, and these are in the folk or tribals, maybe Ayurveda or the Siddha or the Unani or the Amchi, which is used in the Tibetan area. So you can see that in Amchi around more than 300 plants are defined for medicinal purpose. And the Ayurveda it is 1800 plants. In the Siddha is around 500 plants are documented. In Unani more than 400 plants are documented. And these are used as such, or they can be used in the form of enrichment also. And modern users have more than 30% medicine, which came from the natural products in the form of pharmaceuticals. Next slide, please. So, but here is the little bit issue with the medicinal plant is that if the plants which contains their medicinal compound, means the active molecules present in the root of the whole plant, or maybe the bark or the stem, and this type of plants have a threatened because of that. For the taking this particular part of the plant needs to be first you have to remove this plant from the soil, and in this case then the plant will be die. So this is, if you can see it, on the 72% of collection of the medicinal plant which have a medicinal value are the destructive. Next slide, please. What are the threats in the medicinal plant? Because whenever you are going for the collecting, most of the collection in the wild, and the wild is collected by the 8% of the locals, and they don't have any idea, and this is when the industry persons are coming over there, they are saying they can collect this much amount of plant. So in that case, most of the time they are not there, don't bother about that this plant will grow in future or not. They are simply collecting all the plants. And another thing is sometimes similar species also was the cross-contaminated during the collection also. So among 1,000 commonly used medicine plant, 80% in terms of number of specimens, 60% in terms of total quantity have come from the wild source. And over-exploitation is a problem common to all medicinal plants, and the most of the natural reserves will be exhausted within the 10 to 20 years of wild collection. Next slide, please. Standardization of the herbs or the herbal drug. Next slide, please. So before you go for any medicinal plant, we have to keep all these passport data over there. That is collection information of raw plant material, correct taxonomy, identification and authentication. Study of the medicinal plant like the root, stem, bark, leaves, fruit, nuts, gum or resin, what part you are going to be. Collection detail, location, stage and the development also. Here the important thing is this: whenever you are going to collect any medicinal plant, please be take care of this, that the one is the location. On the basis of location, there is the content of your active molecules is vary. And the stage in the development and the growth of the plant is also. If you are not collecting the right time of your plant, then there is an issue. You will not get some less quantity of activity, or you will get no activity also. Organoleptic examination of raw drug, microscopic, molecular examination, and the chemical composition by using various type of equipments, and the batch-to-batch consistency is also very important, because when you are collecting your plant materials in the wild, and this is the biggest challenge, you will get the batch-to-batch consistency also. Next slide, please. So when you are collecting, then you have to go for the good manufacturing practices also. Otherwise, what will happen? You are collected a very good plant material, but when you will go for the production of that extract or something like that, and you are not taking care over there, then there will be issue. Whatever you are a good plant material, but will not convert into the good product also. So what are what are the scientific verification over there? That the toxicity evaluation, chemical profiling, pharmacodynamics, pharmacokinetics, dose, stability and shelf life is also very important, because the secondary metabolites, whatever is the active molecule formed in the plant, is not used by the plant. This is a byproduct of plant. That is why these active molecules remains over there. They will convert into another form of their molecules. And presentation and the packing and therapeutic values are also very important in this. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what is the aim of that? Healthy and herbal food production with minimum chemical usage. Second, safe and safety of herbal and food towards zero microbial load, which is very common. And recently, I think day before yesterday, one of the whole lot of cannabis is rejected in the Europe. Preservation of environmental while exploiting the resources also. Next slide, please. So how to increase medicinal value? Like Professor Anil sir was saying that they are using various Rajasthan. They are producing a lot of grains and a lot of fruits over there, and they can directly sell over there, or they sell by drying or something, packaging over there, and they are getting the good value for this. So this is the value addition in your that is plant product also. Next slide, please. So if you take the example, I'm taking only the one example over here. If you can say kudki is one of the most common plant, which is called the Picrora japorora, which present in some high altitude area like the Himachal Pradesh, some in the northeast area, or some you can Jammu and Kashmir and the Uttarakhand. And a lot of products are available in the market also. But if you can see the total content of picroside, it means the active molecule concentration will vary from 0.001 to 7.42%. This means if you are buying some good quality product, a good manufactured product like the Jando and like Dabar, or you can the Pravikal and so many others also, like Maharishi, Deen Dayal, but Charaka also, but you can see the concentration of this picroside is vary from 0.001 to 7.42%. It means if you are taking the one product which is produced by some one company, and then the next time if you are taking the same product from the other company, you can see that there is a benefit ratio is very high. The varies from 0.001 to 7.4%. This is the activities more than 1,000 times lower or maybe higher also. So it is very hard to you can understand, because this testing was performed by this by our lab only, but this type of information is not available in the labels. So it is very hard. Whenever you are going for any type of herbal products, nothing is mentioned over there, because the IU system have a very liberal system where they are not focusing their quality of this product. They are focused on only microbials or the aflatoxins, or they talk about heavy metals also. And a lot of cases is also arises in the herbals where the heavy metal content is very high. Means if you are taking a herbal medicine, but the heavy metals are present over there in the given limit, it means that drug is not benefiting their harm to your body also, like liver cancer also. Next slide, please. So these are the some products which is available in the market with the various names. Next slide, please. So this is one of the plant which is, I think, whenever you can, which is called is Arniva. This is also one of the high altitude plant where this is. These are if we come, you can see that there the 4 species are compared over there in the. You can see in the given in the slides where this analyzed in the 366 nanometer and the visible light. You can see that there is a lot of difference in the species. It means that somebody is using one species and another one is using the another species. Means the benefits are also vary over there. Next slide, please. So these are the various species. You can see their presence, their look is also different, but because most of the time these plants are collected by local peoples, they know that, but they don't distinguish between the species also. Next slide, please. This is one of the cell suspension culture. Tissue culture and the suspension is over here. You can see because of this whole plant is used in the medicinal system. That is why there is a lot of, there is a 2 technique which is very common nowadays. Is the one is the tissue culture, other one is the cell suspension, where you can active molecules directly you can produce in your lab. And this is the same plant which is Arnivia, which is grown by tissue culture as well as suspension, cell suspension also. Next slide, please. So go to next slide. I think this is a little bit more chemistry. Next slide, please. So adulteration. Next, please. So what is a substitution of crude drug partially or fully with the other crude drugs which is either free from or inferior in the therapeutic and the chemical properties? Several factors like industrialization, traffic density, indiscrimination use of chemical fertilizer, pesticide, eco-geological conditions play a deciding role in their quality and the quantity of the earth. Out of 35 metal associated with us, 23 of them are toxic in nature. Unethical or criminal elements in the industry. Heavy metal contamination is especially harmful for the infant and the pregnant woman as it affects the central nervous system, kidney, gastrointestinal, reproductive system, and the joints also. Next slide, please. So this adulteration is, you can call it with the different names also, like the substitution, concealment, mislabeling, grey market, unapproved enhancement, counterfeiting, or the dilution. They have a different terminology used in this adulteration. Next slide, please. So the more than 75% honey sold in US grocery stores may not be real honey, testing as exclusive by the food safety union. Now you can see, this is the one of the biggest issue. We are not only the US, we are India is also facing is a very common over here. Whenever you are buying any honey, you don't know what is present over there. So what the reason that because of the profit and the demand and the availability of the materials also. Mostly people are focusing in they're not because of that, they just want to profit only. And sometimes very shocking also. They don't bother about that, what this will harm to the consumer or not. They don't bother about this. Next slide, please. Like if you are taking the cane foods, how you can see how these are there. In the common use preservatives are there. They contain phosphoric acid, sodium benzoate, boric acid, calcium, potassium, and sodium salt. Why these cardiovascular diseases are increasing now? Because we are generally using that cane foods, cane juice also. They all use this type of preservative. And this, one way or another way, this will harm to your body. We will take the example of now Baba Ramdev is saying that you can take the aloe vera as well as amla juice. But they are selling their product. When they are packaging over there for just protecting this, not to be there is no fungal or there is no microbial growth over there. What they are doing, they are using preservative also. So aloe vera itself is good. Amla is also very good. You are taking is very good. But when you are taking and not taking as a fresh, you are taking as a packed food at a packed bottle, then they are using some other preservative over there, and that one day or another this will be very risk for you, for the human body. Next slide, please. Like here, you can see what are the guidelines, how the pesticide, food grains in food and vegetables, and the aflatoxins, how for the protecting the meat from that, they are using lot of antibiotics to just protect their meats, there is no, just to avoid any microbial growth over there. So you can see this is the one of the example of Kolkata, Mysore, Pune, and the Ghaziabad. Only 3 of 72 state food laboratories in India accredited, and with 36 of them are being upgraded to the capable of analyzing food contaminants. So what are the condition of food testing over here in India? Next slide, please. So this is how you can see over here that how the contamination over there is out of which the olive oil is the highest contamination selling all over the world. That is the 14%. And next one is the milk, all type of milk, and third one is the honey, and then fourth one is the saffron, which is adulterated or substituted by some other plant. Next slide, please. So one of the example where the license of Johnson & Johnson cosmetic has been cancelled, only the reason is over here, the 15 batch of baby powder produced in 2007 were found to be sterilized by ethylene oxide. Only the reason in this. And how the ethylene oxide is, if the small quantity of ethylene oxide is present in their packing material, this become a carcinogen. Next slide, please. So, if you can see that how the contamination over there, lipstick do not meet even the lax Indian standard, total contains the heavy metals. You can see the various type of body soap, color bar, Estelonder, Lakme, Lancome, MAC, like this. They are using the chromium as a nickel over there. Next slide, please. See, now the fairness scheme. You can see here what the limit is crossed, 1.97 ppm, 1.797 ppm, 1.36 ppm. And the name is the Ponds, Olay, Aroma Magic, Fair and Lovely, L'Oreal, Revlon, Gambler, Biotic, Herbal, Imami, VLCC, all you can see over here. Next slide, please. Where they are using the mercury actually, the mercury content is very high. So next slide, please. Go to next slide. So these are how they are using. The foundation they are using heavy metal. In shampoo they are using 1,4-dye again. Mascara they are using nitrosamine. Nitrosamine is very common now in the medicine also. And all the pharmaceutical companies are using any type of reaction over the nitrogen or nitrosa over there. They have to be tested over there for the nitrosamine. Next slide, please. This is the example of lipstick where the 30 lipsticks, 8 lip balm and 3 anti-aging creams were tested and lead, cadmium, chromium, nickel content in the high percent as the recommended quantity. Next slide. So you can see in the whole body you can putting something in one way or another way. the various types of chemicals which may harm in a short term or a long term. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So here is the rules over there. Adulteration means not compliance with the food standard prescribed by the Prevention of Food and Drug Adulteration. And you can see how household detection techniques are given over here. When you are buying any product, how you can identify. It's not a scientifically, but still you can identify some of adulteration over there by simple testing techniques. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So a lot of agencies are also in India, but again, it's not very functional. They are there and randomly they raid over there, but ultimately our rules are very liberal, so we are not following guidelines again and again, and we are always violating the rules over there in the packaging, in the quality, and all other factors. Next slide, please. So these are some of the examples how they've substituted with which one seed are from the coriander powder, black pepper, bitter gourd, green vegetable, green chili, like they are using the malachite green as a for the enhancing their color. Next slide, please. So you can pass out because I don't want to go to these medicinal plant because I think I am already running 45 minutes is already over. Go to next slide, please. Here you can see the curcuma, which is very common, which is used by the most of the Indian houses. They are using the curcuma for the various preparations. Next slide, please. These are the products which is used for the cosmetic purposes, and this is not only for the cosmetic purposes. This can use for the health benefit also, not the health benefit, just for the protecting your body also. Next slide, please. These are the various other products also, like the soap is also available, and like enriched form of the turmeric is also available. Some tablet forms are also available. And during the COVID, now the lot of tulsi extract is also available. And the turmeric tulsi combination is also available in the market. Next slide, please. Ginger is also one of that, which is now used for that creams and then so many things also. Generally, this is used for the stomach related issues. Next slide, please. Most of these items are, these you can see that cookies, ice cream, ginger beer also, and coconut ginger ice and ginger curry, and so many products are available over there in the market, and ginger cookies also. Next slide, please. So next slide. This is value addition of your raw material. Aloe vera, this is very common. Nowadays, after Ramdev, this plant is not only used for that cosmetic purpose, but this is used for the other purposes also. Next slide, please. So many creams are available where they are using as a aloe vera as a one of the ingredient over there. Next slide, please. This is one of that plant which is now used in the cosmetic also. One of the company which is giving lot of example, the licorice is extract is present in their cosmetic products. And what are these molecules over there? Next slide, please. Because this is basically anti-cancer. These are the two molecules which are present in this plant in a very good quantities. The glycerin, which is used as a skin whitening ingredient, and the licochalcone is anti-inflammatory, antioxidant properties, and this is used for the control the oil production in your face or your body. Next slide, please. These are the products which is available in the market. They use the licorice as a one of the component over there. You can in the shampoo. There are so many other products. Next slide, please. Stevia, this is the other substitution of their synthetic the tablets available in the market. This is contains the steviocyte and riboside, which is present 3 to 10%, and the riboside present to the 13%. The beauty of this plant is that this steviocyte and riboside is 300 to 250 to 300 times more sweeter than your sugars. Next slide. These are the products, lemongrass, stevia. These are the stevia products. Go to next one. Nothing to say more about this. That is why go to next slide. This is the lemongrass. You know that lot of products are available for the use of the lemongrass. Basically, this is used for the for hair oil, scents, soap, and medicines also. And now the lemongrass is also used if there is any in a closed area. If you want to avoid spreading of any microbes, like you can take the example of tuberculosis. You can take the example of COVID. If this oil is used as a spray over there, they kill 60 to 70% of microbes over there. And this is already that is a report is also published that this is very useful for the area for the tuberculosis. In the closed system, when the one tuberculosis person is present over there, or there is a tuberculosis hospitals are there. So how to control their spreading? This is the lemongrass which is used for, can be used for this. Next slide, please. So these are the products available in the market. Now the lemongrass tea is very common. Mosquito is also so the various further controlling the mosquitoes also. Next slide, please. And thank you. And the Amarnath Yatra is going to be started from 17 June. Whoever wants to go there and go for the registration, which is start from the Jammu itself. Will be start from Jammu. Thank you. I think there is some questions. Plant-based, I use Surveda, never use such controversial idle life. What are you saying?
Yeah, Jay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ajay. That was so wonderful presentation. And any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here. Any questions? Compliments? A lot of compliments?
I think some.
Ajay.
I think Mamta ji.
Lakme, Revlon, सबको घर भेज दोगे? चंदन.
I'm not saying this, Mamta.
You commented on lipsticks, didn't you?
No, I'm not commenting on lipstick. I'm saying what are the standards is over there. I'm talking about quality.
You're talking about sunscreen, you're talking about lip balm, you're talking about lipsticks, you're talking about mascara, you're talking about eyeshadows. So what? You are going to send L'Oreal, Revlon, Lakme all home?
Yeah, I am replying to it.
No, you don't want women to look beautiful.
No, I'm just trying to say something. You try to listen.
Ajay, you don't want women to look beautiful.
No. Just I tell you one thing. Humans are always beautiful since this earth originated. Women are always beautiful in the form of wife, in the form of daughter, in the form of mother. So nobody can replace this place. So don't go with this. Is all are superficial, and whatever I'm saying over there, not by tested by me, except one of the 2 slides where we already tested over in my lab. I am one of the my corresponding author over there. If you can take the example of Kutki or something else also. Whatever I'm talking about, that why these multinational companies, L'Oreal or all others, Pharma is start shifting towards herbals. Why they are started using the ginger? Why they started using the licorice? Why? Because of that they understand the means you can say sense of Indians. You try to understand sense of Indians. And after the invasion of, you cannot we say invasion, after the entry of Ramdo is the biggest hit over there. You know that 30 to 40% market of all these pharma pharmaceutical, these companies already lose their markets in India. Because we know that aloe vera we know very good we can use for the cosmetic. Once he enter into the use of in the morning in the empty stomach when he start eating, you can see how much the improvement over there in your stomach related issues. Even myself also have aloe vera plant, and every day I am directly taking oil. I am telling one thing: whatever Ramdev is selling in the market, all are quality control, but not up to that mark. Whatever he is claiming for the honey is that they are testing in the 100 parameters, but that parameter is not sufficient over there because some more type of adulteration is coming from various sources, not
Very
because
true,
of
very true, Ajay. Claps for you. This adulteration has killed the world. Hope I really believe कि लोग समझे कि toxicology का मतलब क्या है. I really want people to understand कि इसके बिना आप जिंदा नहीं रह सकते. अगर टॉक्सिकोलॉजिस्ट काम नहीं करेगा, वो नहीं बताएगा कि एडल्ट्रेशन हो रही है, कहाँ से कौन से रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस बन जाएंगे.
No, here from where this is the issue started. Problem कहाँ पे है मैम? सबसे बड़ी problem क्या है? आयुष department. You know anything or no? If you are taking any plant which is already mentioned in the Ayurveda, I will take the one example of example where this case was happened. I think the last time I also told you, Aristolochia, one of the plants. Sir, Rajendra sir, I am telling to you also, being a big you are cheering over here. This is the real example, sir. In 2003, there was case is arises in the Spain when the 14-year-old girl is kidney failed. You can understand in Europe and US have a more value for the humans than any other countries. And then every system has been solved. In the 14 years girl, she was not taking anything from. Now I just got the Narendra Modi message, Ma'am Mamta ji. I just got from the message from the Narendra Modi because today is my birthday also. So I got a greeting from because I am in the portal of Modi app. So I just got that greeting card from his portal. So then what will happen, sir? Then every system is now you can understand only the one kidney failure. Every system has been solved. And they start finding what are the reason behind that. Then because she was not in any type of treatment over there. Then they can found that she was taking as that is slimming tea every day morning. And that tea was coming from China. This is the real story. And this is scientifically, you can go to the Google, you can search it over there. And then what will happen? And this particular tea, whatever they are using the plant is Aristolochia, is mentioned in the Chinese documents also, 1,000-year-old also. But at that time, there is no toxicology over there. So then they start finding them what are the reason how this has happened over there. Then they found is that one of the molecule which is present is aristolochic acid, which is nephrotoxic. And after 1,000 years, when the sciences enter into this medicinal system, then they came to know that toxicology is how much important over there. That is why, Ma'am Mamta ji, I am saying that because you are in the makeup or without makeup, you are looking very nice every time. And the good thing is that you are sitting in the center all the time. So this is the focus of all 169 participants. They are whoever is joined over there. So now the question, and then from that year, sir, whenever any type of herbals is exported to US, if Aristo word is used over there, that particular product will go for the testing for aristologic acid. Only the one case, after the one case. So whatever is documented over here, 100% true. But we need to add some science over there, so that the consumers are more happy when they use these products also. I will take the example of aloe vera and the amla juice is available, but given by now most of them are using the Ramdev product. But Ramdev talk about amla because lot of vitamin C is present, and everybody knows that why the vitamin C. What is the role of vitamin C? Is a antioxidant over. It's a very good antioxidant, and this protects from your body from the very allergies and all other things also. It protects. And in the same case is aloe vera. Aloe vera, whenever you start using in the morning, and this will most of type of stomach issues are gone after 1 month or 2 months. But the question is that when this Ramdo is packaging over in the bottle, then what he is adding over there? They are using the preservative.
Yeah.
And once he start using, you can go the slide like 4 or 5 slides. You can see. Yes, ma'am.
Thought-provoking.
Pardon, ma'am, I'm not here.
Thought-provoking. Your scientific evidence is thought-provoking.
Yeah, but the question is that, but we are not more trust on the aloe vera and the amla. We are more trust on the Ramdev.
Right.
Right.
How he present over there, and because of his image, we blindly trust. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he's doing wrong. He's right, and you can see Mamtaji. He's not a qualified person. He is a night scientist. But whenever he came in the hair oil market, how he catch the psychology of the human and what are the paraben is used by the hair oil and the shampoos. These all are toxic. So he target only those points only. How to capture the market, and the same case happened with the Maggie also, like mercury. But what is right and what is wrong, nobody knows. You understand? And whenever Mamtaji, I tell you, because you raised the question of all the cosmetic products for women, I tell you when, sir, Purohit sir, I tell you, when you will buy any cosmetic, any cream, shampoo, perfume, oil from the other than India, if you go to Singapore, you go to Thailand, if you go to Malaysia, if you go to US, even Europe, the quality you can match it, whatever they are producing in India, whatever they are producing over there. Because they know. Here there is no quality control over here. And whenever we go visit to any of the country, I visited around 10 or 15 countries all over the world for various purposes, as a tourist or as for the lectures or whatever is the reason over there. I found that if we generally purchase most of the cosmetics in that side and from that country, because the quality is entirely certain.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. That was amazing lecture, and I can see when I was talking to you, one of the delegates says, "No, let him speak more." After that, I'm keeping my mouth shut. So I can speak after that, but I can see the flooding of the compliments in the chat box, and I think you can also see it very well. Any questions? So please raise your hand. It was a great presentation, yes. I think this person, Raj, is big fan of yours. He's going to contact you because this is the 4th or the 5th message he's sending it to you.
Thank you. Just share my mail ID is there. My phone number is here. So,
if there are no more questions, I would request Dr. Rajendra Purohit, who is the chairperson of the session, to kindly sum up the session. Dr. Purohit, the stage is all yours. Pin up, Dr. Purohit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mamta ma'am. Thank you, Mamta ma'am, for giving me once again the opportunity to chair this session. I congratulate Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta, sir, the very complex topic biodiversity. Many students are also joined in this seminar, and you explained the thing in very, very simplified manner. I congratulate and convey my best wishes to you, sir. And you have mentioned about the, before you started your lecture, you're talking about the audience and the chairperson. Since morning, since the inaugural function, I am joined. I am in this conference, and still there are around 200 delegates from all across the world. They heard you very carefully. So all credit goes to Mamta ma'am, Mamta Sharma ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Sir, you have used the cannabis plant, then the 1 species per decade you had discussed, and the various causes you had discussed about the loss of biodiversity. I would like to mention you visit Bikaner also. We are also using the many herbals. You had discussed about the kutki, the pycorrhiza. I have seen the slides. I have noted the slides also. We are also using kutki against the radiation and the
Protector.
yeah, as radio protector, radiation,
sir.
and we are also using gamma radiation.
Yes, sir, yes.
We have Acharya Tulsi Cancer Hospital in Bikaner.
Yes, sir.
So in my previous lecture, I mentioned a train comes from the Batinder, Punjab to Bikaner. Around 1,000 cancer patients they get down at
Yes, sir,
Bikaner.
yes, sir. Yes,
They
sir.
go to cancer hospital. They get irradiated with the gamma radiation, and in the evening they go back to Punjab.
Yes, sir.
So we are using certain experiments on the mice also, Swiss agro mice, and we are using the aloe vera, the kutki, the amblica, all the things we are also using. Heavy metals we are also using, sir. So
Yes, sir.
really, your lecture was very interesting, sir. Each and every slide we heard very carefully. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Gupta.
Sir, I just want to, ma'am, I just want to add one thing,
Yeah,
if you allow me.
yeah, please, sir.
Sir,
Please.
I just want to say in the last presentation, is just such a distinguished scientist, Anil Alwar is talking about that. And then Chair ma'am is also said that there is this, kids are not listening.
Which one?
Kids, their childs, उनके बच्चे सुनते नहीं हैं उनके.
Yeah.
By Dr. Changani, and it was summed by Dr. Sudha.
Yes, मैं इस पे कुछ ऐड करना चाहूंगा. If you allow me, then I can add something.
Ji, sir.
Okay. Now my daughter is in Australia. She is studying over there.
Yeah.
And because she is studying the psychological science over there, so when I was in the fifth class or sixth class, and that from that time I continuously studying the psychology as a human psychology, not the actual psychology, it's a human psychology. Whenever I'm sitting in airport or the railway station, I'm watch each and everybody, how they are standing, how they are behaving, who is in tension, who is not in tension, who have a lot of money in their pocket, how, so like this. So tell you one thing, man, why the बच्चे अपने क्यों नहीं सुन रहे? I will add one thing, man. हम पेरेंट्स चाहते हैं कि बच्चे हम ना करें बट बच्चे वो काम करें. क्या होता है, पेरेंट्स वॉक पे नहीं जाते हैं बट बच्चों से कहते हैं आप वॉक पे जाइए.
जी.
पेरेंट्स प्लांट नहीं लगाते हैं, बच्चे से कहते हैं प्लांट लगाइए. So we must set that example first. First we will do it, then they will little, at least 5 or 10% or 20% there is an increase in their attitude and their way also.
Okay, sir.
So I am one of the example of this also. And after Pradhan Mantri Modi, Swachhata Abhiyan is how captured by the kids. You can't believe on it. So many times my daughter stopped me. Don't throw, because she's not ready to listen. I have to put lot of चीज जो रैपर्स होते हैं हमें कार के अंदर ही रखना पड़ता है. But she never allowed me. And I will say that whenever you will visit to other countries also, we learned it from there. We saw this system is very good, but we are not implementing after coming back to India. This is the one of the biggest drawback in our system. You can, Dr. Purohit, I will take 1 minute more. Whenever we, जब कभी भी हम कहीं सर जाते हैं ना, कहीं किसी की मौत में जाते हैं, या जब शमशान जाते हैं, या जब हम हॉस्पिटल जाते हैं, तो आप देखिए एक फीलिंग हर व्यक्ति के अंदर में आती है, यार जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं, nothing in life. We have to do for others. We have to take care of these things also. But after 2 or 3 days हमारा हालत वही हो जाता है, एक दूसरे को खींचना, एक दूसरे से की चीजों को लेना, ये बहुत कॉमन है.
राजस्थानी में कहावत है, मसानिया बैराग, जो आप कह रहे हो.
जी.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I think the next speaker also, they must be waiting.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purohit, for summing. Move the camera, pin up me. So thank you so much, Dr. Purohit, for summing up the session. And my heartiest congratulations to the keynote speaker and to the chairperson for such a wonderful session. And I hope to see you again in my other programs also. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now it's time for our 4th keynote address to be delivered by Dr. Prem Adhish Lekhi. Dr. Lekhi is currently working as a doctor at SSIOM in Ipoh, Perak, Malaysia. He's also a member of the Doc to Us COVID-19 Task Force, Malaysia. He has been the recipient of many awards like Asian Youth Leadership Award, Vashisht Chikitsak Award, Medical Profession and Community Service Outstanding Award, Social Change Jury Member, International Model Citizens Assembly, Climate Change, CIFA 2021, Commonwealth Innovation Forum 2021 Award, ISQOLS 2020, Member, Spotlight International Society of Quality of Life Studies, USA, Plenary Speaker, Research Foundation of India, Special Guest Speaker, MUN, Universal Model, United Nations, the Men Medal, CWSIR, Charles Walters Society of Innovation and Research, and many more awards. The session would be chaired by Dr. Rani Jha. Dr. Jha is currently working as the Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology at Arunachal University of Studies, Namsai, Arunachal Pradesh. By profession, she is a synthetic organic chemist who has been working in the field of green and sustainable chemical technologies, agrochemicals, drug development, global climate change, carbon capture, polymer chemistry, and nanotechnology. Dr. Jha has over 15 years of experience working in Germany, USA, India, in the academia and the industry. She has guided more than 30 postgraduate students and 2 PhD students. She has published over 50 articles in the conferences and US patents and is the scientific reviewer to the several international journals. She is an elected member of state level expert appraisal committee, Arunachal Pradesh, constituted by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, New Delhi. Dr. Jha has organized many national and international conferences in USA and India on climate change and national resource management and has been the skill development program coordinator at Arunachal University of Studies, Namsai. She has also conducted programs on bamboo crafts, propagation and management of bamboo and wildlife beekeeping and processing by ENVIS, MOEF, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. So I welcome my chairperson and my keynote speaker. आप दोनों का बहुत-बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. अब मैं request करती हूँ Dr. Prem Adish Lekhi, can you hear me? I would request you to start with your keynote address. Dr.
Yes,
Lekhi,
thank you, Dr.
I can hear
Mamta.
your voice. Sir, please go ahead with your presentation.
Namaste, India. Namaste, Rajasthan. Namaste, Alwar. Namaste, RR College.
Voice up karo. Voice up.
Namaste, Mamta ji and Professor Hukam Singh. It's always a great honor to be associated with your seminars. Thank you for the
Sir,
warm
pleasure is all
invitation. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So today, ISEPE 2022, the International Seminar on the Emerging Trends and Practices in the Environmental Conservation, the World Environment Day, Enhancing Quality and Excellence by RUSA 2. I want to ask you a question here in the beginning. Why was this need for this World Environment Day? Today is June 5, 2022. Did you know the mantra for today? There's only one Earth. So simple, 3 words. Only one Earth. We do not have planet B. We have no other place to go. If we do not save this, we do not save ourselves. I have sent some slides to you. Can you please put them? Dr. Mamta.
Just give us a minute.
Thank you. Thank you. So, why to keep silent? Since the camera is off here, we will start slowly. I was very enthralled by the first, I'm the fourth one, right? The 3 keynote speakers. Excellent presentation by excellent academicians, intellectuals, masters in their own fields. Wonderful work content. Thank you. Yes, I can see something here. Please slowly just move on forward. So we are having today's theme as the emerging trends and practices in environmental conservation. So happy World Environment Day to The global audience, I see 175 now. Thank you for being engaged. There will be something at the end of the day to take home. So we are enhancing the quality and the excellence. Next slide, please. Can we move forward? Thank you, RRC. Oh, this is how this happened. Okay, Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. All right. Next, please. Something has gone wrong, it seems. Okay, never mind. World Environment Day. Can we move forward? Because the first I was going to play a game with you, but it seems we may not be able to. Okay, I think God is on earth inside every living being. What we call the divine is none other than the energy of awakening, peace, and understanding and love, which is to be found not only in every human being, but in all the species on earth. Very spiritual, yes. Since I know I am with the Department of Zoology, and we think humans are a superior race because of our thinking power. Actually, we are wrong. You have not fallen in love with animals to understand the consciousness and the divinity that is present in animals. So the World Environment Day, this is a beautiful game that I play not only in schools, colleges, universities, clubs, institutes, here and everywhere. You may not be able to play, but you can just enjoy. The first PDF will be on this. Can we go forward, please? Thank you. No. Further, please. Wonderful. Okay, so we have like the extinct animals and the world animals, and talking about recycling and how to protect them and reusing and the pollution. These are all the environmental paraphernalia. Why this is important as we move together. Next, please. Thank you. Some things are coming up. Extinct animals, save the animals. Okay, wonderful. You see, the animal extinction occurs when there are no more individuals of that species alive in the world, anywhere in the world. And you know what I'm talking. There are many animals who have just disappeared. Sometimes it happens, for example, when humans invade their natural habitat. Who is the culprit? We are the culprit. So the topic here is save the animals. It's our duty, isn't it? Next, please. Thank you. Wonderful. See, I have two animals here, the Pinta Island tortoise, just a tortoise will do, a polar bear. Polar bear, I think everybody will be familiar with. Now, the question here is cause of extinction. So the game is which you think has disappeared from Earth. Next, please. You will know the answer. Start guessing. Okay, this has gone. Cause of the extinction, destruction of the habitat by humans, and also by hunting. So you know what we are talking about. It's a simple game. It's very, very simple. It's from the children book who can teach the adults so much about today's topic. But our ego doesn't allow that. So we think we know more, and that's where we go wrong. So the polar bear, next slide, please. Wonderful. So not extinct yet, but we will be doing it very soon, the way we handle things. Climate change made them lose their habitat and be listed as a threatened species. So we have threatened species now on Earth. And by the way, we are growing leaps and bounds. 8 billion on Earth. We should be having 8 billion trees. Instead, we want to save the environment. Okay, next, please. Hope you're enjoying this. There are other two animals coming very soon on the screen. Next slide, please. Thank you. So wonderful. You see a flamingo, and you see a West African black rhinoceros. You have a single horn, a double horn. You just have to go to an African safari and you will understand all this. So one is now in danger. Click on the extinct animal. So it's a beautiful, harmless game, but to teach us a lesson. Next, please. So you must have thought, right, probably. So cause of extinction, poaching has decimated this population and destroyed their habitat. I was listening to the greed from the earlier speakers, especially the one just before me, about what is happening now. So greed, so we need money and we will do anything for money. And so this is what has happened and we don't care if there are no costs. Sorry, I'm being bland, but that's how it is. Next, please. Okay, flamingo is not extinct yet. Look and read between the lines to understand things. This is not extinct yet, but it will be extinct soon. Construction near to the habitat make them more accessible to land predators. So it is on the extinction list very soon. Thank you. Next slide, please. Hope you are still with me. We have another two animals. Now, what are they? Okay, wonderful. See, the bird here speaks Pakao, they call it, the red fox. Now you just have to click on the animal which has disappeared from the earth, extinct, we call it. Now, I'm sure you have guessed it right, but let's see. Let's play this game, a minor quiz, isn't it? Cause of extinction, went extinct in the wild due to habitat destruction, illegal trapping, and trade. Again, human greed is doing wonders on this earth, and we think we are doing the right thing. We are doing the wrong thing. Okay, next please. Just to explain that the next animal is also in danger. They call it the red fox. It will be in the next slide. Little slow, wonderful, not extinct yet. Adapts well to human areas such as farms, suburban areas, and communities, and that's probably the reason that it's still there. So adaptation is the winning formula for these animals who are still on Earth, but we make sure they do not breed. Can you believe that? Okay, next one, please. World animals. We have to save the Earth. We have to save. This is a powerful slide, actually. Scientists estimate that we humans share the planet with another 8.7 million different beings. In the world, currently 1.2 million species have been cataloged, which means more than 7 million remain unknown to science, and we think we know a lot. Yes, a satire. So this is where we are. Do you know? Okay, next one, please. Token. You can say whichever way you want. So this is the world map. Let's see if you can guess it right. Next, please. So there's an explanation, mainly from the tropical forest. This oversized, colorful beak has made it one of the world's most popular birds. Isn't it? Oops. Okay. This is the game. Well, never mind. Because this is a presentation. Okay, elephant. Just to make it very interactive with you people, but this is supposed to be with a lot of movements. Okay, so this is an elephant. We all are familiar. India is full of elephants. So Africa. Next, please. The African elephant are the largest land animals on earth. They play an important role in the ecosystem. But are we not endangering them? Please do not go to Thailand and sit on them and take photographs. Because for tourists, they will do that. Because you're doing what? You're bullying the bull, as I call it, the elephant. So respect elephants, just as we respect humans. Next, please. Wonderful. Okay, never mind. So this is a game. A kangaroo. Well, you know, if anybody has gone to Australia, you know, they have their national animal there. 2 legs, very hard. I was there and I saw it, and it's not easy. They say it has to be a kangaroo carrying that baby in the pouch. Next, please. Just have some geography and some animals and just tour the world with me. It lives in Australia's deserts and open grasslands and gathering in groups called mobs. So we have mobs of kangaroos. And now we have mobs of gangsters in this world. So I was just wondering if we are humans or we are kangaroos. Okay, wonderful. Again, another satire, I will say. Okay, wonderful. Recycling games. Recycling is a process of converting recyclable materials into new ones and objects. It helps to reduce the pollution caused by the waste. See, we come back to the theme, the environment you're talking, right? So we need to learn to recycle. Do we even know the definition? Remember, recyclable materials are not trash as we think so. Practice home recycling and separate the recyclable material at home because everything starts from home. Next one, the bins. I'm sure everybody is familiar with this. Okay, we go slow. Recyclable materials are not trash. Practice home recycling and separate the recyclable material at home. Thank you. Okay, next one, please. So we have these 4 bins, the plastic, the glass, the paper, the metal. All over the world now they are having this, and you just have to put like in the plastic, the bottle and the container, the glass, the bottle, glass jar, and the jam glasses, etc., and pepper, the cardboard, the magazine, the newspaper, office paper, Tetra Pak, carton. In the metal, we can use these caps and aluminum. Do we do this? It is so easy to make graphs and then pictures, and the whole idea is action. Kindly do this. Thank you. Recycling goes on. So this is basically for kids, but I find wanting even in the adults because we just take life for granted. Some important lessons are coming in the progressing slides. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Paper takes about, all right, click on the right container for this material. All right, because this is a game, yeah. Next slide, please. Wonderful, something to learn, something to take home. Did you know it takes 2 weeks to 5 years to decompose paper? So there are a lot of paperless hospitals, just for instance, a lot of paperless things are coming up. Why we use computers? So we use less of printers now. So recycling. Next slide, please. Okay, never mind, because this is for teaching. Click on the right container for this material. Yeah, you have to know what is this and in which bin it will go. That is the question. Okay, so it's a quiz, don't worry. You don't have to answer. Next one, please, because the answer comes next. Plastic, so decomposition more than 500 years. Can you believe that? Why there is so much noise in the world now? Environment, save the environment, save the earth. Celebrate. Today is the most important day of your life, not your birthday or your marriage anniversary. Why? Because plastic takes 500 years. And don't we use plastic? We are using plastic everywhere in the world and every time. And I'm sure we know it, but we have our own excuses. What is the alternative? It is very handy, etc., etc. Okay? Yes. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. This is for discussions, of course. Recycling, click on the right container for this material. Of course, you know what is this and in which bin this will go. The answer is coming very soon. Next slide. Glass. Decomposition indeterminate. Can you use the word indeterminate? Do you understand this? May take hundreds of years. Already very dangerous, and it's getting even more dangerous. Imagine what we actually use is basically, my goodness, I have no word for that. Thank you. Can I say something? Okay, recycling. Click on the right container for this material. Well, we use these cans all the time, the Coca-Cola, the Pepsi, etc., etc., etc. Right. Now, next, please. The answer is coming. This is metal. Wonderful. So, decomposition, 50 to 100 years. I'm not giving you any great lessons here. You know, I'm just sharing something very simple, which we, you and me, any country in the world, being a global audience, being a learning seminar, teaching seminar, is that look at our habits, look at our daily habits, and look what we are doing. And imagine we are not here forever. We are going to leave one day. But what are we leaving behind as our legacy? This. So next, please. The kids will love this. Okay, this is lessons. So because every time they were wrong. Next, please. So the world produces about 300 million tons of plastic waste each year. Only 9% of the plastic waste generated is recycled. What a poor God. So as I was listening yesterday to one talk, and they said, we are all losers. Nobody is a winner here. We are losing through the environment, and the environment is losing through us. So what is the gain? No one gains anything unless we change our habits. Wonderful. Of course, these are statistics, but they matter a lot. Thank you. Next, please. So these are small actions that can help protect the environment from being damaged. We should take care of our planet as it's our home. The home is not your four walls, your address, where you're staying. The whole world is your home. I can come to you, you can come to me. So, but we are having the same habits and we are destroying the same home we all live in. So that is the whole crux of the problem, and that is the theme of today's talk, and that is why this day is so important. Okay, wonderful. Protecting the activities. Can we go further? Yes, please. Think about what we could do together to protect the environment and draw these actions. So it's a plea. I'm begging you. Let's save each other. Let's protect this planet. And the only way is we do it together. Reusing the activities, reusing and giving a new purpose to add materials is one of the best ways to help the environment. We can reuse. We don't have to buy new things, as we call sealing on desires. I was listening to the previous speakers and the chairpersons here. Wonderful microanalysis they do, wonderful, honestly. And we're talking about consumerism. And yes, why do we need more? I listened to one speaker whose line just went into my blood. He says, I do not need much to live by. Do you need much to live by? We do not have to compete with the world that I must have everything on earth. No, it's not necessary because I can live with less. And that is basically the problem that we are creating in the world. The moment we realize we can reuse certain things, isn't it good for all? Wonderful. Next, please. Well, this is kid stuff. They teach how to make bird nest just to get them engaged. So I will ask them to do something. Thank you. Let's go further. Because this is a very light slide because I have some very heavy stuff later. So I was just getting you into the mood. The pollution activities, we need more trees. The next one, please. There is this okay, wonderful. Kids need this. Next one, please. Anybody can do this if you have interest. The whole idea is to understand the life of a bird, the nest, and not to destroy it because they have their fledglings, as we call it. They have their eggs there. So a child's brain is, trained in such a way so that he or she becomes a responsible adult. So that's why these experiments are very important. Yes, please. Next, please. Thank you. Wonderful. We need more trees. Yeah, we are 8 billion and there's a project going on. I'm also involved in that. We have to plant 8 billion trees, 1 tree each person. Can you believe that? Oh, it's very easy. Yes, because 1 tree is easy. 8 billion trees are very difficult. So pollution is a global problem. The water and the air pollution are the biggest causes of global warming. The pollution is, in general, can cause human diseases. Just to give you some idea, WHO just today released this latest report, and only 12% of the world cities have clean air. So you may not be even having clean air whilst we are doing this program. And isn't this the good news? No. Water pollution activities. The next slide, please. Okay, this is a graph. Okay, never mind this. Why to get into all this? There's a wonderful things to explain, but not today. Can I go further, please? Okay, wonderful. This is excellent. You see the synthetic fabric, the tire, the urban pollution, the road paints, and the ship hull paints. You see, this is like a pie chart they did, and the whole idea is to teach that what is causing water pollution. Imagine the synthetic fabric is causing the what, and then the tires and the urban population, because we need more and more houses, so we are causing deforestation, we are cutting the trees, and it's happening not only in India or Malaysia, anywhere in the world. It's the same problem. In the name of progress, in the name of infrastructure, development, we are actually ruining the nature. Very beautiful, you say, respect Mother Nature. Yes, because we have forgotten to respect Mother Nature, all this is happening. Thank you. Next one, please. Great. How our actions could stop the pollution and finish the following list. Okay, this is for children, basically. Right. I do it. You can do it. I mean, there's nothing for children. The whole idea is what do we want to do and what do we want in the end to achieve? Okay, next one, please. All right. Water pollution, do not throw trash on the street. I have seen people from cars throwing water bottles. Air pollution, choose walking over cars. Just why we have every week here the car-free day, or you cycle or you walk. Because people will say, oh, which brand, which latest model of car you are driving? I would say, hello, for God's sake, why don't you start maybe walking, maybe cycling for a change? Why buy the latest model? Why you want to show off? Are we not polluting enough? Well, some may not like this, but this is how the future is going to be. Wonderful, isn't it? Okay, next, please. So we have to done it. Okay, well done, everybody. Thank you for you were all with me. No, it is not over yet. So this is for the children to get it. So now or never, right? I don't know how this has come in. Never mind. The crosses are just a satire. It's now or never. So it's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, right? Kennedy said this. Because we expect the country to do everything for us because, oh, the country owes us. No, the country does not owe you anything. You owe to your country, wherever, which country you're sitting now. Okay, next, please. So please be kind to Mother Nature. This is actually this campus saying, I love that. And how important this is because we respect nature as our own mother. But are we doing it? And why the pollution in the world is because of this, the disrespect we show to nature. Okay, wonderful. Next, please. So these are all sayings by Mahatma Gandhi. See, what we are doing to the forests of the world is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another. Very, very powerful. I want to read this again. What we are doing to the forests of the world is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another. This is how we treat each other. You cut a tree, you are cutting a human. Let me tell you this. Because the oxygen, they are giving us oxygen. We're not understanding that. Next, please. So Gandhi saw this digital media and the mass movement. Okay, what is this? You and me interaction. It's a digital media, right? And this is a mass movement. We are creating a ripple effect. We call it. I'm throwing the stone and so that there'll be a ripple effect. So that one good turn into another one. Okay, I should think that should be the end of this first part of it. Thanks, wonderful. So every small action counts. Let's protect the environment together. This is a child's play. So this was a cartoon effect with a pretty playful entry of my to get you into the mood. Next one is very powerful. I love this saying, he that plants trees loves others besides himself, because the trees are for everyone. They give shade, air, water, whatever, fruits, birds come and sit there. Try to understand this. They are powerful sayings. And it's important. So we must plant trees, not cut them. Next, please. Taking from your cue, actually, look after the land and the land will look after you. Destroy the land and it will destroy you. And that is exactly what is happening. We are destroying what we should be protecting. A paradox here. Okay. Next, please. So I'm using these one-liners to come across with the message. Nature is speaking loud and clear. If you still can't hear it, then I'm sorry. Next one, please. Wonderful, isn't it? The sea, the great unifier is man's only hope. We are still in the same boat. So we're all in the same boat and we have the same goal. And either we sink or we cross the ocean. It's all up to us now. Isn't that great? Thank you. Now, next, please. Another very good saying here. We are all living on this planet as if we had another one to go. I mean, this is how we are living, right? We are thinking, oh my goodness, I don't care, right? I can go to the next planet. No, you can't. You don't have a rocket anymore. So I have to thank my organizing committee here. Wonderful job they have done. It's not the end, by the way. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the slide, we are all living on this planet as we had another one to go. Yes, the next one, thanking the patron, the principal, Professor Dr. Hukum Singh, the organizing secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma, event coordinator, Ms. Muskan Datta. I must thank them because They are so lovely people, so hardworking people, and they invite me. And the advisors, the next, Dr. Reena, Dr. Satyendra, Dr. Subha, Dr. Ajay, Dr. Yaya, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Seema, Dr. Madhu, and Dr. Kapendra Singh. Thank you very much. The organizing committee, the advisors have put on such a great show. So from the bottom of my heart, wonderful job. Million thanks to the organizers. Thank you. God bless you. I have 2 more slides. I do not know the time limit now. If you allow me, I can continue. Otherwise, it's all up to you. Okay, that's me. Humble me. All right. There is an environment management slide I sent you because I got this from Tata, actually, from India. And they have done exemplary work because they have a branch here. And that is something to share if you can put it now.
Mamta ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Lekhi. That was such an amazing presentation. And what I liked, what you said, which really touched my heart, was that we are living on this planet as if we have another planet to go, as if this is our holiday home.
Well said. Thank you. Well said.
That has shattered my thought process. Ki really, that this is how we are using Earth. As if we are just here for a few days and few months or few years, and then we are going to move to some other planet. But the truth is that Earth is only one.
Yes, you're right.
So, any questions? If any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here. There are 2 raised hands I can see. So, but I think they were long time back, but I can see a lot of compliments for you, Dr. Lekhi. So please.
Wonderful. A million thanks. I love you all. Very kind of you.
That's amazing. So now I would request Dr. Rani Jha, chairperson of the session. Ma'am, kindly sum up the session. The stage is all yours, Dr. Rani Jha.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. What a lovely talk from Dr. Lekhi. Thank you, Dr. Lekhi. It was really very informative, and awareness is the biggest thing which we need for the climate change, because there is only one Earth, as the theme of this year's World Environment Day says. Only one Earth. Yes, it is true. Only one Earth. We don't have anywhere else to go. If we destroy it ourselves, we do not have anywhere else to go. So we better start taking care of it. Climate change, as we all know, is the biggest threat we face as of today. And the best way to mitigate climate change effects is by awareness, which Dr. Lekhi's slide has clearly mentioned. The extinct varieties which will get extinct or has already been reduced to a great number. There are lots of more other species which actually faces this threat on Earth. Now, prevention is definitely better than cure, and it has been a wonderful lecture by Dr. Lekhi. Few things which on the World Environment Day we all keep repeating, and I will reiterate those things. We should plant more trees, and not just plant trees, but we have to look after them also. It's like if we plant something 2 years back, we should go back and check it every now and then, every day at least. Walk over there. Put some water, because there's no point in planting the trees, forgetting about it, because it's not going to be of any use. Reduce the use of plastics. If possible, use paper bags, which in many countries have actually started doing that. Brown paper bags or even the newspaper bags have been started to getting used to. And every action counts, as Dr. Lekhi has already said by his quote. Every action counts. We all are in this together. So let us start making a change now, because it's never too late. It's definitely never too late. So once again, I would like to thank Dr. Lekhi, Raj Rishi Alvar College, Muskan ma'am, Mamta ma'am, Principal sir, everyone for making me part of this event. I always feel blessed whenever I get a email from the college, from Mamta ma'am. Ma'am, it's always a pleasure, and I would really love to be a part of this every now and then whenever you do such great activities. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you all.
Dr.
Thank you.
Thank
You all
you
have
so
a good
much,
day. Thank you,
Dr.
ma'am.
Shah. We will definitely work together, and I'm looking forward to work with you. I know
Thank you,
we
ma'am.
can make a good duo, and we will definitely going to work together on something very soon. And it's my pleasure too to be with you, and it's pleasure to see you as well. And the heartiest congratulations that how nicely you have summed up the session.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. And the thing you talk of plastic, I also stated in the beginning that we use plastic bag only for 3 minutes and it takes 450 years to get
Correct.
degraded.
Correct.
So we are actually killing my mother nature. So I would like to congratulate the keynote speaker and the chairpersons for such a wonderful session. And I look forward that both of you will join me again. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank you,
wonderful
ma'am.
day ahead. Now, please move the camera. Now we have a fifth keynote address, which will be given by Dr. Yahya Bakhtiar. Dr. Bakhtiar is an amazing zoologist and he has completed his MSc Zoology from Aligarh Muslim University and was awarded PhD Zoology with Fish and Fisheries as the specialization from University of Jammu. He has worked as a JRF and SRF fellow in the DST project entitled Nutritional Requirements of Certain Freshwater Prawns of Local Commercial Importance and Development of Low-Cost Formula Feeds for 3 years, and has also worked as a SRF in another DST project entitled Demonstration of Mono and Polyculture Macrobrachium rosenbergi and Indian major carps in Jammu for 1 year. Dr. Bakhtiar has a teaching experience of 13 years and a research experience of more than 12 years in the field of zoology and fish and fisheries. Dr. Bakhtiar was the top rank holder in the state lecturer list conducted by Jammu and Kashmir Public Service Commission in the year 2008. Heartiest congratulations, Dr. Bakhtiar. He has published 42 research papers in reputed and national and international journals in the field of fish and fisheries. Moreover, he has participated in 45 international, national, and regional conferences besides attending number of workshops as well. He is a life member of various societies, including Indian Science Congress Association, Inland Fisheries Society of India, Indian Fisheries Association, Indian Academy of Environmental Biology, etc. He has recently been conferred upon fellowship by Academy of Environmental Biology, Lucknow, and Congress of Zoology medal by Zoological Society of India, Bodh Gaya. He is also in the editorial board member and peer reviewer of various national and international reputed journals. Presently, he is also investigating a DST SERB funded project and his focus of research is fish biology and limnology, especially the impact of exotic carps on the local fish fauna and water ecosystem. Sir, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, सर अभिनंदन है. The chairperson of this event is Dr. Ranjana Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal has more than 25 years of experience in teaching zoology and biotechnology. She has served as a head department of biotechnology for 13 years. She has published several research papers in various national and international journals of repute, and she has 2 textbooks and articles to her credit. She has also presented 10 papers, a verbal presentation, and 5 posters in various national and international conferences and seminars, and receiver of Best Presentation Award as well. She has also organized various national seminars and workshops. She has been invited to deliver lectures at different levels. She has served in various committees at college levels in various capacities. Presently, she is an associate professor in the Department of Zoology, Kanoria PG Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur, and actively involved in research. She is a convener of Center of Career Guidance, Training and Placement. She is also working as a IQAC coordinator. मैम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. Now I would request Dr. Yahya Bakhtiar to kindly start with his keynote address. Sir, stage is all yours. I think there's some technical glitch because he's joining us from Kashmir. So let's bear with us. He will be joining us soon. He's already online and he's having some technical issue. Where did he go? Call him. He's online. He's online.
Hello. Just yes, sir, there is little bit problem. Just I'm
Thank you,
just
Dr. Bhatia. We can hear you. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I think there's a question coming again and again on kindly share the feedback link. I would like to tell all the participants that feedback link will be shared in the last lecture in the Google Meet chat box. So please bear with us. We will not be able to share the feedback link now. And secondly, someone was asking about the feedback link, attendance link as well. So I would like to tell all the participants that attendance link, we are not sending any attendance link. Your attendance is marked on the Google Meet. Your presence, your phone number, your email ID, and how much time you are online, that is all being marked on the Google Meet. So there's no attendance link for you. So please bear with us. A hope towards conservation.
hello.
Yes, Dr. Bhatia.
Okay, I hope I am audible. And
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah, very much.
sorry for the delay.
No, it's okay. We understand.
I'm thankful to the organizing committee headed by Professor Hukum Singh Sahib, and to Dr. Muskan and Dr. Mamta Sharma and Dr. Muskan, who always remember me on these very occasions to present my view on the themes which they minutely select on different topics. So today is World Environment Day. The theme of today's World Environment Day is One Earth, but the theme selected by the organizing committee is emerging trends and practices in environmental conservation. And keeping in view this very theme, I shall be talking today on ecosystem approach to fisheries management, a hope towards conservation. And I hope that this very lecture will be beneficial to the researchers and the students who are listening me right now. So, first of all, we shall be talking about what this ecosystem approach to fisheries means. When we talk about the ecosystem based management, it integrates the full range of interactions within an ecosystem, including interactions between humans, rather than considering only one issue, species, or ecosystem. So it means that when we are taking as an ecosystem towards the management, we are not taking only one species, but we are including all those organisms which live together in harmony in an ecosystem. So when we talk about this very ecosystem approach to the management, it can be both terrestrial and can be applied to the marine environments as well. But as my topic is mostly concerned to the fisheries, so I shall be talking about the aquatic, and most probably I may be talking about the marine. Now, before moving on to this very ecosystem-based approach of fisheries management, we should be knowing that what the world fisheries data is right now. World fisheries, that is marine as well as the freshwater, it supplies about 170 million tons of the wild caught and aquaculture sourced fish. It consists of invertebrates in the form of the fishes. It consists of invertebrates in the form of shrimps, lobsters, octopuses, mollusks, and all those which we catch from the water. So this is the data of 2016, wherein an estimate of 170 million tons of the wild caught and aquaculture sourced fish and invertebrates has been recorded. The global consumption of the caught fisheries food has increased from 20 million tons in 1950 to 90 million tons in 2016. And rightly, we may be talking, on one hand, we are talking about the culture fisheries, and on the other hand, we are talking about the capture fisheries. So we are also moving towards culturing those very aquatic organisms which otherwise were difficult to catch in their natural environment. We are now going to culture them. So on one hand, we are helping the ecosystem in terms of the management by culturing those species in a confined area rather than catching them from the wild for their sustainability. And today about 90 million people depend on fish for their main daily source of protein or as a source of income. And as the student of the fisheries, I may tell the whole audience that fisheries is one of the important source of the protein, whether to the human beings, whether to the animals, or to the animals which we culture or which we farm. For example, this very fish, trash fishes, they are used as a source of protein to different aquaculture based industries, to the poultry, to the cattle feed. So everywhere the fishes as a source of protein, they are needed because they contain good quality of the amino acids. Now, important point is here to be discussed is that there is an increasing intense fishing pressure on the target species and damaging the fishing practices. Now, for example, we have certain target species. For example, we are getting the orders from the developed countries that, okay, we want this many million metric tons of the tuna or shrimps for the hotel industry all over the world. So it means that we have a target species in mind, which is going to fetch a good amount of the money to us. So what we do, we go for fishing of those very target species. But our net, our trawl, it does not have the sense of selecting the target fish, but it is later on are used as the feed to other industries. So this is actually the increasing intense fishing pressure on the target species plummets the stock numbers to, followed by fishing down the food web by satisfying the consumption and commercial demands. Then the result is overexploitation. So overexploitation across multiple trophic levels combined with environmentally damaging fishing practices. And here in this very picture, you are seeing the what we call them as the trawlers. We call them as the commercial trawlers. They exploit the fishes. They are just taking out the fishes rightly from the bottom to the surface. And we call it as the mechanism, we call it as the bottom trawling. And it damages the environment and with lesser ability to support the productive fisheries. So what we do, we go for the bottom trawling, and then it just damages the benthic environment and catching all those very organisms which are not needed by us. So it means besides the target species, we are just capturing those very species which are not useful to us, but we are killing them. Now, what are the key threats to the long-term sustainability of the fisheries? The first important thing I was talking about is overexploitation. So overexploitation, system modification, and international conflicts on the management and the fish trade. They are all key threats to the long-term sustainability of the fisheries. For example, in this very picture, you are seeing that marine litter, overfishing, climate change, dead zones, ocean acidification. These are all the factors which are responsible for the deterioration of the fisheries. And then it has been estimated that by 2050, 80% the world fish stocks which are already exploited. About 3 lakh whales and the dolphins, they are killed each year via bycatch. So it is a bycatch. They are accidentally caught. Though our target species are some other, but we are killing them for the sake of nothing. Then what are the impact of the fisheries? Overall, there are certain overall impacts. The impacts can be on the bycatches and discards, the impacts on predators, impacts on the environment, ghost fishing as well. In my last lecture, I talked full length about the ghost fishing, that when we discard our nets in the oceans, and in those very nets which are discarded, the fishes get entangled. Not only the fishes, birds, invertebrates, mollusks, shrimps, lobsters, they get entangled and they die. Even tortoises, certain mammals, seals, whales. So indirectly, they are nuisance. And what are the impact of capture fisheries? Now in this very picture on the screen, you are seeing the huge hole of the net, capturing the fishes indiscriminately. We are using the term indiscriminately. The capture fishes impact target resources by reducing their abundance, spawning potential, and possibly the population parameters such as growth, maturation. And they modify age and size structure, sex ratio, genetics and species composition of the target resources, as well as their associated dependent species. So what does it mean? When we go for the indiscriminated capture of the fishes, we are actually imbalancing ecosystem. It is not that very species which we are capturing, it is the whole ecosystem which we are disturbing, because one species is always related to the other. It is an ecosystem which is based on different trophic levels. So one trophic level is dependent on the other trophic level. And many a time it means you are going to collapse an ecosystem. Now, for example, here on the screen, you are seeing the ecosystem overfishing. So what does it mean? It means that we are fishing and we are having the physical impact of the fishing gear on the habitat modification, and which in turn leads to biological interactions such as predator-prey interactions, competitive interactions, changing in the marine food webs. Or it may be because of harvest mortality, or it can be because of the bycatch, and many times unintended mortality. We do not intend to kill them, but actually we are killing them without knowing. Now, another important point is what is we were discussing that impact of the capture fisheries. Fisheries can also alter habitats, most notably by destroying their and disturbing the bottom topography, which I discussed earlier as well, and associated habitat. For example, sea grasses, algal beds, coral reefs. Now, as the student of the science, we must be knowing that coral reefs are one of the important, you can say, habitats which have the greater biodiversity of the marine life. So what does it mean? It means most of the marine animals They are found near the coral reefs. And even we are disturbing the benthic communities. Now, what is happening? For example, the ship on the screen, it is going for the bottom trawling. And what is happening right now here in this very ecosystem, which can be fragile? Here, there is a threatening process. There is the release of toxicants. There can be sediments, settlement of the sediments. There is a noise which is disturbing those very animals. There can be loss of the habitat altogether. There can be entrainment, that is demersal benthos associated species. They may be having the low mobility and the flight response, that is they will leave that very place which has been now disturbed by this very ship, by this very trawler. And secondly, when we talk about these huge trawlers, a documented example of the direct impact on the benthic species is that modern towed gears, that is trawls and dredges, which caused inter alia long-term changes in abundance and species composition in Wadden Sea and Australia. And the standard demersal trawling, dragging on the bottom, it reduced the benthos by about 15.5%. And the removal of the important forage species needed higher in the food web, which was required there, which was an important part of the ecosystem. They have the cascading effect on the ecosystem. And conversely, the removal of the top predators such as mammals, or we can say some lower one, that is tuna or sharks, they may release an unusually large abundance of the prey at the lower levels, which have the cascading effect and the feedback effect on the food chain and species composition. So I was talking about the ghost fishing. That is, environmental damage may come from every nature. Though there are many processes by which environment is damaged. But for example, the use of dynamites, or many times the just spraying of the poison or spraying of the poison creams in the streams or in the marine environment, that leads to the mass mortality of those very organisms.
Dr. Bhaktiyar, we cannot hear you. Your voice is gone, Dr. Bhaktiyar. I would request all the delegates, please bear with us, because since he's joining from Kashmir, there are some technical problems he's facing with the data. So please bear with us.
Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Go ahead.
Hello. Mamta ma'am, just show me by your gesture whether I am audible.
Yes, you are very much audible, Dr. Bhaktiyar.
Okay. Sorry, I
And
was
I
just
can see your slides also, so you can start from where you have left.
okay. Okay. Sorry for the I got just disconnected because the low connection. So I was talking about the ghost fishing and many other fishing methods which are detrimental to the ecosystem. So most fishing activities to go for the fishing of the tuna, and we are just catching only tunas, but in our net many times the shrimps come, prawns do come, this many times some other fishes which we don't want, but they, even though they just get caught in our nets. So that we call it as a bycatch, and that is very detrimental to the ecosystem. And the effect is the increasing many times what happens, that this leads to the accidentally catching other species, which we call it as the bycatch, or part of which has little or no use, and it will be dumped overboard, or it can be discarded altogether. With the offal, when we throw away the fish discards, or the internal organs that we call it as a viscera from the ships, because we don't want to take extra weight along with our you can say our fish. So that to reduce the weight, we just cut, we process the fish, we throw away those very viscera again into the sea. So this voluntary dumping, or the many times what happens, we voluntarily dump the fishing gears which is of no use to us, and then this very fishing gear remains there in the water and is a source of nuisance, and is a source of the murder of these very innocent creatures of the sea. For example, and this very process, it is called as the ghost fishing. And species which are affected by these very discarded gears, they include not only the teleost fish, but seabirds, marine mammals, and turtles. For example, there are certain incidences of the entanglement of marine mammals in the floating synthetic debris in the Bering Sea. They have been photographed, and for example, on your screen there are different photographs which show that how detrimental these very discarded nets and the gears can be to the sea creatures. Now, our main, that is part, that is second part, that is we have to move from the conventional management to the ecosystem approach. How we can say we can conserve rightly from moving from the conventional management practices to the ecosystem based management. And the global approach to the fisheries management, it began shifting in the mid 1970s with the introduction of the exclusively economic zones. For example, every country has its exclusive water zone that we call it as the exclusive economic zone. And then later on, adoption of the United Nations Convention in and framing of the laws in 1982. And later on, in during the 1980s, it became clear that fisheries resources could no longer sustain rapid and often uncontrolled development. So we have to just move to a new approach which can embrace conservation and environmental considerations should also be there, which are much needed. So that is why on October 1995, there was a code of conduct which was responsible for the fisheries and which was adopted for the national and international communities to ensure the sustainable exploitation of the aquatic living resources. So whatever indiscriminated killings or fishing we went for, that should be stopped. So there was a need for the international law which came into force in 1995. And then these very standard applicable to the conservation management and development of all the fisheries. And there were high policy goals, specific analysis of and these very fishery stakeholders, setting of objectives, formulating rules and actions, implementations and enforcement, monitoring performance assessment of specific management plans, and management plan revaluation and policy review were the main, you can say, goals which were put forth in front of the international community. Then what was the conventional fishing management? That took account only of the harvest sector, fishing stock, and the post-harvest sector, which was managed, and we called it as a management sector. So considerable progress was made in 1980s and 1990s, which were used to regulate fisheries to ensure the sustainable use. And at that time, only the focus was exclusively on the single species. But now, when we are moving toward the ecosystem approach, we are not wasting our time, but we are using different multiple species approach. That is, we are managing different species living in harmony in a particular ecosystem so that they can we can have their sustainable use.
Mamta, Professor Bakhtiar is not audible.
With Dr. Bakhtiar's audio. That's what I'm trying to say. Again, there is some problem with Dr. Bakhtiar's audio. Hello. Let's see if he's coming back. Honey.
Hello. 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 So, I hope I am audible now. So, moving from this very conventional Sorry from my side because of the slow connection. So rightly now moving from the conventional based to ecosystem approach, and then I shall be winding up that this very ecosystem approach, that why there was a need to move from the conventional to the ecosystem, you can say, approach. So ecosystem approach is a strategy for integrated management of the land, water and living resources that promotes conservation and sustainable use in an equitable way. And secondly, it is often used interchangeably with the ecosystem based management. And thirdly, ecosystem approach is a way to implement the sustainable development, which is the need of the hour. Now, what is this very sustainable development? When we want development which meets the need of the compromising the needs of the future. So we are living in our present with dignity, but we are not wasting the resources which are meant for our future, you can say, generation. And the sustainable development is about maximizing the ecosystem benefits, but at the same time, not degrading the ecosystems to the extent that the benefits cannot be sustained. Now, what is this in a simplified way? What is ecosystem approach components? It is increased and equitable wealth, food security, and sustainable livelihood. It is all about the ecosystem approach components, that is good governance, ecological well-being, and the human beings. They are all included in the ecosystem approach components. Now, when we talk about the single species model, wherein we produce and review single species population history, current level and stock status. But when we talk about the ecosystem model, the management question that drives the ecosystem investigation, that is in our mind. We actually produce and review model of an ecosystem, interaction and population histories. We determine ecosystem indicators. We evaluate indicator status with respect to changes in single species, and we calculate the scaling factor to apply to the single species, which we call as a target F. That is, in the single species model, we try to have the management plan for the single species, but when we talk about the ecosystem model, we try to conserve the whole ecosystem. Now, when we talk about this very ecosystem approach to fisheries, it strives to balance the diverse societal objectives by taking into account the knowledge and uncertainties about the biotic, abiotic, and human components of the ecosystem. So we do have the human dimension, we do have the biotic elements, we do have the abiotic elements, and overall, what we want to have, we are taking into account the climate as well, take into account as the biodiversity as well, the values of the each living species, and all other activities which are important for the conservation of the species. Then, what are the key principles which are addressed by the ecosystem approach to fisheries? The fisheries should be managed to limit their impact on the ecosystem. Ecological relationship between species should be maintained. Management measures should be compatible. Precaution in decision making and action is needed. Governance should ensure both human and ecosystem well-being. And what are the benefits of the ecosystem? In decision making, it improves our ability to predict the impact of those decisions. It is also cost effective and designed to be adaptive. And specifically for what purpose this very ecosystem based fisheries management is? It facilitates the trade-offs between the different stakeholders. It forecasts the pressure and impacts on both single and aggregated components of the marine ecosystem. It provides more stability of the ecosystem level measures. And what conventional approach needs? It needs to be improved in terms of the better identification and ranking of objectives, improved priority for long-term social and economic benefits, control and where appropriate reduction of the fishing capacity is needed. then suppression of the bad subsidies, introduction of the market incentives such as allocation of user rights, and adopting a system of sustainability indicators, and then undertaking the performance assessments as a routine procedure. And we also, about 40 years ago, we moved toward the ecological engineering approach, wherein we tried to restore the biodiversity, we tried to conserve the biodiversity in terms of modifying the ecology of the particular environment. And wherein what were needed: the evidence, ecological process and the organisms as a tool model, maximum renewable energy, maximum recycling efficiency, then low externalized environmental costs, design arms for multifunctionality, and enhancement of the quality for both humans in nature. So this very ecological engineering to correct the major ecological deficiencies and deformities and therapeutic ecology to aid the natural recovery process and return to the pristine conditions which were used to be there before the deterioration of the environment. So we want to restore our environment by engineering approach so that we can make our environment what it was few decades earlier. Then we go for the ecosystem manipulation. We modify a habitat and we manipulate the population. We rehabilitate or create the additional artificial habitat. We prevent habitat degradation. We restock or we intentionally introduce certain species which are very good and which are required for the maintenance of the balance of the ecosystem. And then culling of the predators and competitors is one of the important factors as well. Now, one more thing that I may be talking, it is one of the important approaches, that is integrated multi-tropic aquaculture system. It is nowadays, it is more advanced form of the aquaculture which is being used so that we can have the maximum utilization without damaging the environment. Because it is a fact that the waste of the one industry is a resource for the other. So we are not wasting, but we are utilizing that very resource for the other purpose, so that there is no waste, there is maximum utilization. So that is, we use it in the terms of integrated multi-tropic aquaculture system. And then this very ecosystem approach to fisheries management, there are certain objectives I may not be going deep into, but it is reducing the fishing pressure, it is to rebuild the depleted population, it is to reduce the bycatch, it is to protect the endangered species, it is to maintain the connection with the quality of the river flows, it is the introduction of the artificial habitats, it is the integration of fisheries in coastal area management plans, it is implementation of the precautionary approach and effective habitat management, that we call it as the rehabilitation. So we should set up high-level policy goals. We identify the broad areas, we set the operational objectives, we develop indicators and reference point, we have the decision rules, how to manage, and then we monitor and evaluate the performance, that how these management practices they are going on. And lastly, in conclusion, I may say that the process, this very whole process, that is co-evolution of the governance and the science, it is a symbiosis through which supporting and criticizing each other, leading to the evolution, and it has become more conscious of long-term costs of short-term fixes. Secondly, natural variability, uncertainty, and there should be need for precautions. And thirdly, there is the need for the more democratic, participative, and transparent processes, as well as more powerful oversight mechanisms. And fourthly, the importance of the cooperation, coordination, and integration. So lastly, I may say, the aquatic resources, especially the oceans, they do so much for those who have no other way to get by. Marine life conservation is important because it works to save both aquatic species and their habitats. But without the help of the public, the work that organizations or other party, these very NGOs or the governments, they are taking over, that will be minimal at the best. So the protection of the biodiversity, it is not a topic that is to be taken lightly, but we have to move along with it to save and conserve these very organisms. Our exploitation, this we are talking that the scientists, they have been talking about the over exploitation, habitat degradation, climate change, pollution, and the effect that these very two issues, that is habitat degradation and climate change, or climate change and pollution, they have very much impact on the oceanic species for years. And there might not be another earth where we can move, where we can go, where we can hide. So there may not be another chance for everyone in the near future to do something what we can do today. So that is all for today. Thank you very much for the patient listening, and thank to the organizing committee for giving me the platform to present my views on this very important day, that is the World Environment Day, with a theme that only one earth is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaktiyar, and let me congratulate you for such an amazing lecture. And trust me, when I see your slides, I'm proud to be a zoologist.
Thank you, Mamta.
They are so colorful and so pretty, and wish you a very happy World Environment Day. And definitely, we have only one Earth. So, any questions? I can see a lot of compliments for you,
Thank you.
but no raising hands. So if there are no more questions, I would request Dr. Ranjana to kindly sum up the session. Ma'am, stage is all yours, Dr. Ranjana Agarwal.
Thank you, Mamta.
Thanks, Ranjana.
We are delighted to have Dr. Yahya Bhaktiyar with us in this session.
Thank you.
Your session is very informative, sir. You spoke on the topic ecosystem approach to fisheries management, a hope towards conservation. Dr. Bhaktiyar, he's completed his MSc from Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. He has 13 years of teaching experience. He has more than 42 research papers to his credit, and he took part in many international and national conferences and seminars, and also presented paper there. And presently he is working as assistant professor, University of Kashmir, India. So you discussed about impact of fisheries and its conservation and protection, as you told us, and I also think that protection of diversity is very, very important in the present time, and both in the land and also in the marine life. Marine life protection is also very, very important. Fishing, it has an impact on physical habitat modification and biological interaction. And if this fishing destroys and disturbs the bottom topography and the associated habitats. You also discussed direct impact on the marine life. The fishing actions are detrimental to ecosystem, and we should move from conventional management systems to the ecosystem approach. You talked about a variety of approaches. Fisheries or capturing fishes, they also modify age, size, structure, sex ratio, genetics, and their species composition of the target resources, and also they are also affect the species which are dependent on that species which are being captured. The conventional fisheries management system needs policies, proper framing of policies, planning. It also needs research, and also a variety of management systems are also needed, which has a control on fishing as well as on catching of these fishes. And then ecosystem approach is very important, and this approach is the way to implement sustainable development. And then you told us about a variety of ways through which variety of other approaches also. You told us single species model as well as difference between these two, ecosystem model and single species model, and their importance. Then you talked about principles which are addressed by ecosystem management, or this ecosystem approach. This fisheries, it should be managed to a to limit, so that their impact on the ecosystem will be acceptable, and the relationship between species should also be maintained, and the resources management is also very, very important. Decision making and action is needed in this approach. And you also told us variety of benefits of this ecosystem based fisheries management. It is beneficial in decision making, and it also improves our ability to predict the impact of these decisions, and it is also cost effective, and specifically it facilitates trade-offs between different stakeholders, and it also balancing social and ecological needs, forecast pressures and impact on both single and aggregated component of the marine system. So overall, is the protection of marine life is very, very important for the protection of our diversity.
Thank you, Rajna,
Thank
for
you very
summing up the session so well, and it is always pleasure hearing you. So let me congratulate the keynote speaker and the chairperson, both of you, for such an amazing session, and I'm sure you'll be joining us again in our next conferences. Thank you so much, and have a
Thank you.
great
Thank you
rest
very
of
much.
the
Thank you
day.
very much.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
from my side as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's time for our sixth keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Rashmi Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi is a science communicator who is highly qualified and experienced educator. She has been in the field of education for the last 25 years. She has done her graduation from Banaras Hindu University and post-graduation and PhD in chemistry from IIT Roorkee. She's the gold medalist at B.Ed and did M.Ed from Mumbai University. She takes keen interest in research work. She has held diverse positions in the academic arena. She has taught chemistry at degree level in the prestigious university like MS University Baroda and University of Mumbai. She has developed professional competencies through training programs at IIM. She has attended numerous orientation programs and workshops in the field of teaching and learning science. She has attended CBSE principal training programs at IIM and NCERT. She has also presented her papers in various fields of chemistry, environment science, rural agriculture practices, innovative teaching methods, nanotechnology, pedagogy, etc. She has brought tremendous change in many rural school environments. She is organizing camps for spreading awareness among the rural women about breast cancer and health consciousness. She has taken up Save the Cow project in the CBSE school. She is giving trainings to teachers and students regarding scientific skills, life skills, adolescent education, work education, problem solving skills, and stress management. She received Ideal Principal Award and Education of the Year Award in 2021-2. For the past 10 years, she is working for the scientific awareness in the rural areas of Maharashtra and has launched a project on indigenous advantages of cow urine and dung sponsored by Malshes Niketan Mumbai. मैम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन है। आप तो परिवार हैं हमारी, फिर भी आपसे मिलके जब भी मिलते हैं, चाहे ऐसे ही चाहे वर्चुअली, बहुत अच्छा लगता है। थैंक्स फॉर बीइंग विद अस। The chairperson of this event is Dr. Shashi Verma. Dr. Verma is MA and MPhil and PhD in political science. She is currently working as an associate professor at Government Maharani Sudarshan College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. She has been awarded the State Level Teacher Award in 2020 by the Department of Higher Education, Government of Rajasthan, for her academic work and social concern. One of her paper has been awarded the Best Paper Award. She has authored The Status of Girl Workers in the UGC project. Dr. Shashi Verma has published 8 book chapters and 30 research papers in various international and national journals on contemporary topics. She has actively participated in 48 international national conferences, seminars, and workshops. She has given many lectures in OTS, discussions in All India Radio, chaired many educational and social programs as the chief guest. 24 students have written dissertation under her guidance. Currently, 2 research fellows are doing PhD under her supervision. She has played an active role in organizing 3 international conferences, 2 national seminars as a member of the organizing committee. She has been honored by many national and international social organizations for her academic achievements and social service. मैम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. Now I would request Dr. Tyagi to start with her keynote address. Dr. Tyagi, stage is all yours.
Okay, namaskar, and thank you very much for inviting me for such a great congregation of environmentalists. And I just say thanks to the organizers, Dr. Hukum Singh, Dr. Mamta Sharma, and all the team which is there at the Rajasthan, and the Alvar. And I have to appreciate the efforts, because these efforts are from a place where the heat is, always highest maybe in the country. And they are working for this climate change. And that is really commendable. And I feel so good, and I always keep on waiting for the conferences which are being organized by these people, and I attend them as if I'm invited to a big party where we are going to just share the knowledge that how we can save our environment. And I said a big party, but not for the enjoyment, because mostly when we say party, the people enjoy. But here we are just exchanging, knowledge so that we can save our earth. And it is going to be a very serious question. There are 2 things right now which are serious, one in a bad way, and that is the climate change. And we really, as a science communicator, I think we should spread awareness throughout the world that we have to just stop polluting the environment and toxication of the environment. All of us know that. What I'm repeating again, that the temperature of the atmosphere is increasing, I think, season by season, if not day by day, because now we are experiencing a lot of heat everywhere. I was in Delhi and the temperature was 46. And then I came to Mumbai, and here there was also the temperature was very high. Then I had gone to Goa, and there also the temperatures were very high. And when I asked everybody that, are you feeling the, just increase in temperature? Then everybody said, yes, we are feeling an increase in temperature. So it has become, the country-wide experience for everyone. And that's why I said it is a serious matter, that we should do something about it. And lots of knowledge was imparted by Mr. Yahya Bakhtar, Dr. Yahya Bakhtar, I should say, and he had invited us to Kashmir University to honor us, and there was a conference there. And now he's contributing so much to the environment by just telling everybody that in the deep sea and in the sea, there is one more world which we should just save, and that is correct. And now I'm in Mumbai, and I'm talking of the coastal areas, because the coastal areas, they are also having their forest, they are also having their, animal life reserves. I cannot say wildlife, because I'm talking of the, the trees, the forest, the plants, and the animals, which are staying in the lap of the sea coast. And because I'm in Mumbai, therefore I know about it. And they are the mangrove trees. Mangrove trees are our friends. I go to many beaches, in Mumbai and Goa. And most of the beaches, like Juhu Beach and these beaches, they don't have mangrove trees. Because when there are waves, then the mangrove tree, it cannot, take shelter there. It has to be where, आप हिंदी में उसे खाड़ी कहते हैं, खाड़ी की साइड में ये ट्रीज होते हैं. तो पहले मैं first I will like to show you that how are the beaches. One of the beach in Goa, because I had gone to for some training for the teachers to the Navodaya Vidyalaya, is there, training center in Goa, and it is near the beach only. So the first thing which came to mind, it was not to see the beauty of the beach, but to find out something, if something can be done to protect the environment. And then the, this thought came to mind that we are talking that we are burning the coal. So which are the alternative sources of energy? I would like to share my PPT and my video. Could you please help me, the team? So the waves, they are having lots of energy, so much energy, if we can harness the energy. So I'm talking of from the, on behalf of the coastal areas. So first I thought that the waves, how we can harness them. So I had gone to the beach, and you can see, if I can play this video for you, that how powerful these waves are. So we can just, harness, and we can have that, energy. So you just can watch it. And it was so difficult, to stand amid these waves. I had to balance myself, lots of energy. So we are just having the tidal energy, but this wave energy is different. When the air, it is brushing against the water surface, and then, the waves are produced. And you can see in this beach, so this thought came to my mind. Here you can see at the background, some mountains are there, some trees are there, but they are not the mangrove trees, because the mangrove trees, they cannot be here where there are many waves. So I will take you to the mangroves. These are the mangrove trees, and they are found, near the coastal area, as I told you. And you will see these are different trees. As all of you can see, they are partly, their roots are partly submerged in water, and the water is not that water which is for the plants, the normal plants. This is the salty water, and the it is this, whatever this, we cannot call it soil. So whatever sand and kind of a, that kind of different type of soil, you can say, for that, it is different. And the roots are so big. And how I was attracted to these, mangrove trees. There is a reason, because I'm staying at Chembur, and I was going to the Vashi, and the Vashi Creek is there. And in the Vashi Creek, we can see so many mangrove trees. And then I was always feeling as if these mangrove trees are just asking me for help. And whenever I used to go by train, I mostly travel by train. So we were passing through that creek. And then the other side of Mumbai also, from, can say, one place to Kalyan, and that side also, the forests are there of these mangrove trees. So I want to, bring your attention towards this type of vegetation also. And so always, as I told you, I used to feel that they are inviting us, that help us. And why they are telling us help us? Because you can see the deforestation. So why the deforestation for these, mangrove trees? They are just on the sea coast. So what is the problem? The problem is this, that the builders, they want to cut these trees, and then they want to just reclaim the land. वो जो वहां पर थोड़ा बहुत छिछला पानी जहां पर होता है, जो कोस्ट बहुत करीब आ जाते हैं सिटी के, तो उस छिछले पानी के ऊपर ये लोग कुछ मिट्टी वगैरह डाल के उसको इस तरह का बना लेते हैं जिससे कि वहां पर वो लोग बिल्डिंग्स बना सकें. And that is why they want to cut these trees, which are helping the environment, not only the atmosphere, but also a biodiversity, that is just taking shelter in the roots of these plants. And you'll be surprised to know different kinds of fishes and other, small animals and birds, and so many, these creatures are there. So deforestation and the pollution and the climate changes, of course, adversely affecting the growth of the mangrove trees. These three reasons I have told you. Now, at the same time, you can see that what is there which is helping mangroves, how they are helping us. They prevent erosion and stabilize shorelines, because otherwise, the sea will enter and in the cities. So they are giving that kind of stabilization to these shores, and they reduce the heights, and 66% during these events. So the waves also, so they control the power of the waves also, so that they should not enter the city. And that way it is helping us. And now, I've heard about some builders that they were just putting the sugar into the roots of mangroves. And it needs salt and different quantities of salt. Maybe in Mumbai, the quantity of salt which is required by a particular species of mangrove, it is less. Maybe at some other coastal area in the world, they might be needing some more quantity of salt, but not the sugar. So this is how these people are a threat to mangroves. Then what could we do as a science communicator? I was invited by the people who are trying to save the environment by saving the mangroves. They asked our children, they have taken our children to these creeks, and they have made a roads also inside the mangrove trees. Small roads are trails are there. So we had taken our children to that trail, and we tried to tell them that they have to just save these mangroves, which are inhabiting these animals also. So I am very much concerned about these. And then you can see the whole picture of the mangrove. It is submerged. And you can see the stilt type of roots, how they are inside the ground, that, seabed, you can say, where the sand is there. So mangrove forest, as I told you, they are found on the coastlines, and they are different than those trees in the forests. Roots are exposed to help the tree take in oxygen in a waterlogged environment. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and mollusks are among the organisms that take shelter within mangrove roots. This ecosystem is a home to considerable biodiversity, but is unfortunately threatened by shrimp farming. See, in India, I don't know how much shrimp farming is going on, but in other countries, they are just, removing these mangrove forest for the sake of having these shrimp, because it is being liked as a food. And in some countries, shrimp farming clears large section of mangrove to build holding tanks and processing facilities. The map below show the changes to the mangrove ecosystem in Honduras from 1987 to 1999. So much of damage is being done to the coastline forest of mangrove. Now, you can see the, fishes, types of fishes, and you can see gray snapper, then American crocodile, and the birds also, great egret and brown pelican, because when they are there, they get their food also. So there is a food chain that the birds are eating these fishes and that kind of food chain. And mangrove ecosystem hosts a lot of biodiversity, in part due to the mangrove trees' strange root system, which I have explained to you, and you can see it very well on the screen. The roots serve as a nursery. See, it's like a nursery for the larvae of many fish species. And the names are given, barracuda and all these, snook and all that. And this is not my subject. This is Dr. Yahya Bakhtar's subject, and he should just find out this, types of fishes, in the mangrove tree habitat, I should call it, where fish can develop into adults before moving out of the big, unforgiving ocean. In fact, around 1/3 of all marine fishes species are sheltered here only at the mangrove. So you can just, find out that how much these mangroves are giving to our, the world. And see, when the people, these are the mangrove trees, and these are the trees which are there in Mumbai. And you can see the plant having small leaves, and then how the people, they are entering, because it is, they are growing at the coast, the seas on the other side and the cities on the one side. But these people who want to save the mangrove, they are, just going there. And yes, it is really, we feel good when we do such things, because we are saving the trees, which are, our saviors. They are saving, the trees are saving us. And see how we can save the mangrove. The leaves can be used for roof thatching. How much, why should we save it? Because it is of that much use, but still the man, is just damaging all the, whatever the nature basket is given to us by the Almighty. It provides oxygen. It can be used as medicine, improve water quality. It is improving the water quality as well. And it promotes recreation and ecotourism, because they look good, and the people can come. If we are making it, as a tourist attraction, and then where we can teach, we can invite the students and professors and teachers to such places, and we can just tell them about mangroves, which is a wonderful example that how it is having so much biodiversity, I mean, all those creatures, and then it protects from climate change also. So we should have it here, dissipate strong wave and wind energy, as I told you when I had shown you my video, that how, I mean, what strength the waves are thrashing against, the coastal area. So there, of course, we can harness them, but later on, but that way the coastal area might, be coming inside, वो अंदर आ जाएगा और ज्यादा से ज्यादा सी फिर हमारे सिटीज की तरफ चली जाएगी. So उसको वहां पर बांध के रखता है. They are very strong, their roots are very strong, so it is not letting the sea coming easily into the cities, because that is our problem. When we talk of the climate change, we say the snow will melt, and when the snow will melt, it will come down through the rivers and it will come into the sea, and that's why the level of the sea will increase. So the mangrove is taking care of that in its own way, that it is just not letting the sea water coming into the coastal areas. Good food environment. See, many kind of food type of these fishes are present here. So let's plant a mangrove, wherever it is possible near the coastal areas, and maybe it might be there in some other areas also where the water is near the sea water is near these cities. And here also you can see it is not an easy task to research for that, but we should at least make the people aware. As the science communicator, I want to make all of you aware of this thing, that the mangrove trees are the savior of the environment, and they are giving us lots of food and lots of encourage and also, oxygen. Then why we should not save these great trees? Because till now I could not hear anything about the mangroves during these conferences and the sessions. So it looks so beautiful, and you can see that how big it is. And these are the roots. See, they are going inside the earth and the soil, and you can see lots of fishes because they are submerged, and the fishes are taking shelter inside the roots. As the birds, they are taking shelter on the branches of the trees, and even if there is a hole in a stem of a big stem of the tree, trunk of the tree, the same way they are taking shelter. So it is giving shelter to so many fishes and water aquatic animals, and at the same time it is helping by giving us oxygen, encourage, and so many things. So the question is that why we should not save such trees. And here also it looks so beautiful. All kind of fishes, they are there. And you can see that I was trying to tell you that you can see the location of these mangrove trees. You can see that there is a beach, and on the beach you can see the rest houses or bungalows or whatever, and the trees are there. Nariyal trees are there, because that is a coastal area. In Goa also, in the near the beach, we were having these trees. And in Mumbai, I had seen the mangrove trees, which are near the sand, only near the beaches. And you can see that how it is just stopping the waves not to come inside, to just harm the buildings or anything. So they are protecting, lots of protection, but still the people, they want to just, cut away these trees, remove these trees from the coastal areas, and then reclaim the land. And then they want to make big buildings, saying that you can have ocean view, you can have beach view and all that. So, I mean, I'm feeling the same way as you feel about, the tigers, save the tigers. And then you feel so much, sympathy for the tigers. The same way I'm feeling the sympathy for these mangrove trees, which people are destroying just to have, the building there and all that. And you can just say that this is the scientific thing, and which you can see, because mostly I'm talking of that how you are going to save something, because I'm a science communicator. But here everything is given, and you can go to the this thing, Google, and you can find out approaches for advancing collaborative mangrove microbiome research. Lots of, I think, the people who are doing research on fishes at different depths and about the fishes, then why they should not choose the colonies of fishes which is inside this nursery of the mangrove plantation. So that way they can do lots of this nutrient and carbon cycle. And so these kind of researches they can do, exploring their biochemical basis, developing a holistic view, promoting coordinated global research, interrogating mangrove microbiome, developing microbial intervention. So that way, lots of research they can do on these mangrove trees. And so that way, I think we should start doing that also. And the benefits people derive from mangroves, livelihood of 120 million people living near the mangroves. I'm also living near the mangrove ecosystem services. You can see how much money is there at the stake with the mangrove. Climate regulation, carbon storage potential. See, that is really noteworthy. Of mangroves is 3 to 5x higher than that of tropical upland forest due to strong carbon storage in the soil. Carbon dioxide released by global mangrove loss annually could be as high as the annual emissions of Australia. So this is solving the problem of this carbon storage also. And it's the wood. Its density makes mangrove wood a valued source of timber and fuel. See, it is giving us that timber and fuel also. So we should save this, and we should not ignore that it is in the coastal areas. So that coastal area also the researchers should take into account, and then the environmentalists, they should tell everyone, each one of us, that we have to just protect the mangroves also. Coastal protection, restoring mangroves for coastal defenses, up to 5 times more cost effective than grey infrastructure, such as breakwaters. So it is doing on its own. It is just helping just to restore the coastal areas, water filtration. 2 to 5 hectares of mangroves may treat the effluents of 1 hectare of aquaculture. See, that is also there. So now I really feel so much we can do to save the mangroves for the mankind. Tourism, because they look so beautiful. And I have not seen that if in Mumbai somewhere any tourism is connected to them, except of course our children, they are visiting those places, but no tourism is there. So there are over 2,000 mangrove related attractions globally, such as boat tours, board walks, and all these things, and fishing also. So these things also we can do. And more than 3,000 fish species are found in mangrove ecosystem. So I hope the people, those who are doing research with the fishes, they are listening to the voice
of mangroves, which I'm trying to call them for. And mangroves are various kinds. So they are of various kinds, you know. They are very big also. They are of medium height and coastal sediment habitats. So that soil is coastal sediment habitats in the tropics and subtropics. With their roots submerged in water, they thrive in hot, muddy, salty conditions. I have told you in the beginning only that the salty conditions, they favor the growth of the mangroves. They are extremely important to our own well-being and the health of the plant. And they include filtration system that keeps out much of the salt. Just imagine a tree is having the filtration system, which is, you know, giving the adequate amount, not more, not less. So it is of so much importance. And in geography, mangroves are not very inviting place. And what I've read somewhere that in Sundarbans, where the tiger reserves are there also, you know, some tigers, they take shelter near these mangroves also. These forests provide a habitat for a huge selection of plants and animals, both marine and terrestrial also. Both types of, you know, animals and plants. And it is so beautiful. Mangrove forest cover and trends. See, it's such a good picture. Somebody has drawn this picture. It measures extent and change in the extent of mangrove ecosystem, demonstrating trends at local, national, and global levels. Contribution of mangroves to coastal protection and disaster risk reduction. See, there are all those tsunamis and all those things are there, and they are going to help us for that also. They are very much economical, and you know, in regulation of coastal erosions and flooding and all those things, which are natural disasters. So they are helping the humankind on this earth that way. Mangrove biomass and carbon stock. Mangroves are, you know, superheroes in carbon sequestration in their biomass and undenying soils. Measures the contribution of mangroves to national climate change mitigation targets. See, all of you are talking about that, but you are not talking about of the mangroves. But as mangroves are every day attracting my attention for the, you know, protection. So that is why today you people have given me an opportunity and such a wonderful audience. You are listening to my call about the protection of mangroves, contribution of mangroves to fisheries and livelihoods. Measures are contribution of mangroves in supporting coastal biodiversity as nursery and spawning areas for fish and invertebrates. Mostly invertebrates are there, supporting both local livelihood and national economies by providing subsistence and commercial fisheries and food security. So it is giving us food, it is giving us livelihood. So we should just, you know, think of protecting, saving the mangroves. Mangrove biomass and carbon stock, I've told you, areas of mangrove ecosystems under protection, conservation, and zoned for sustainable use. The proportion of world's mangrove included within MPAs and all these things are given, which you can see, and for conservation and management measures. So what are the policies and the laws and all that? When you scientists, those who are present here and those who are going to attend in future and those who have attended these conferences, when we'll talk of mangroves, then we can really protect them. And these are the fruits. These are just the pictures of the fruits, and you know, the branch, the leaves you can see, and you can see the fruit, and it looks so beautiful. And these mangrove trees are inside Mumbai in the creeks, because the creeks are inside Bandra. You know, Bandra area is there, which are coast. This Bandra is at the, you know, coastal. The beach is there, and so many film songs are just you can see in the pictures all those rocks in the sea, and you really like to see waves and the beaches and all that. So these mangroves are very much into the city, and we should just try to have them inside the creek, through the creeks into the cities, so that we can make them as a tourism spot. And that way people will start knowing about the mangroves, they will start loving the mangroves, and that way they will be protected. So as house plants and in aquariums also. So in the house also, I don't know, I have not done it. I have done the aquaponics, but I have not done that. But I will think of that. I will think of doing some, having some mango plants at home also, giving those kind of habitat as it is given in the sea. The Soneratia and Cassularis, also known as the firefly mangrove, is known for producing an edible fruit. Young fruits are used as a soaring agent in dishes and dry fruits. आप चटनी बना सकते हैं इनकी. देखिए हमारे भारतवर्ष में तो चटनी का बहुत ही ज्यादा पसंद किया जाता है. तो मैंग्रोव ट्रीज को अगर अच्छी तरह से हम इनका प्लांटेशन करें, एग्रीकल्चर की तरह हम करेंगे, सो हम लोग बहुत कुछ इससे पा सकते हैं. बट इट इज वेरी सैड टू से दैट इज till now not much is being done. And all these things, pudding also from the mangroves, and you can see it is edible, it is not poisonous. And then these are the some of the kind of rocks, and seen maybe abroad some research is being done, and they have become edible, and they are there, the people can get it in the market. But in Mumbai, if we are not getting it, means all over India we are not getting all this. So this is a particular species. It is fast growing species but has low seed viability, and prominent knee roots, grows in unstable conditions, preferred for forestations. Salt pores, they secrete excess salt from plants. Can sometimes see salt crystals. Leaves are covered with salt. See, it is producing salt because it is absorbing the salt. So as in plants, we have the absorption and the transpiration. So that way we can see that thing also. So they are very much like other plants. White mangrove, farthest from water, cannot tolerate flooding. So they are delicate plants. So these are the different varieties. Then the black mangroves. And so black mangroves, characterized by long horizontal roots and root-like projection known as pneumatophores, can tolerate very high salinity. So pneumatophores we have seen in many other big trees also, and which are found on the coastal area. So following them also, these mangroves are having some of the varieties, the pneumatophores. It grows at elevation slightly higher than the red mangrove, where tidal change expose the roots to air. So that way the different varieties, and white mangroves occupy higher land than the red and black mangroves. So that way we can have lots of research on this, and research topics may be taken up by the students in the universities, by the professors, and they can really further research, and it will be something not so much traveled area, I should say. And this is the white mangrove. White mangroves are usually found upland of the red and black mangroves. You can see they are partly on the side of the sediments, sea sediments, and partly in the seawater. The bark is pale and they do not have prop roots or pneumatophores. See the prop roots, as we were seeing the still roots and prop roots and pneumatophores, that we are not finding in this particular variety. Mangroves are plants that grow in tidal areas. The word mangrove can describe a single plant, or it can refer to a whole community of plants. As you say, forest is a community of different trees. Here we say it also talks of community of plants. They are halophytes, salt-loving. Most plants cannot survive in salty conditions. We know other plants, they cannot. Mangroves grow best in sheltered areas with low wave energies. High wave energies destroy the shallow root system of mangrove. They also prevent seedling establishment and the buildup of fine sediments needed for growth. Importance of mangrove. Mangroves are crossroad where oceans, freshwater and land reams meet. They are among the most productive and complex ecosystems on the planet, growing under environmental conditions that would kill ordinary plants very quickly. They are the buffer zone between the land and the sea. Mangroves protect the soil from erosion. They play an invaluable role as a nature's shield against cyclones, ecological disaster, and as protector of shorelines. They are breeding and nursery grounds for a variety of marine animals. That's really great. I'm really thankful to these mangrove, natural, mangrove plants, because I don't know if in India we are somewhere looking after this wonderful plant. Mangroves are essential to the food chain. When the leaves fall into the water, nutrients are released that are needed for the growth of phytoplanktons. Phytoplanktons are the producers in this and most other oceanic ecosystems. And coastal people are dependent on mangroves for fishing because the fishing are trapped inside them. So it will be easy to just catch the fishes. Mangroves have a role in coastal protection. So that way, it's a wonderful plant. And I have become so really as emotional as you people are for the wildlife and for the trees. And I think my message is well taken. And now all of you will choose it, because all the scientists are here, mostly the scientists, and not, people like me who is a science communicator, or maybe all of you are environmentalists, but we want to save the environment. All of you want to save the environment, but yours is through your researches. So this is my request to all of you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, the organizers and the audience who have listened to me. Kindly help in protecting the mangrove. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an amazing lecture. Beautiful slides, and your way of presentation is amazing. And let me congratulate you for selecting such an innovative topic. Can you imagine, as of now, with so many conferences and seminars, you are the first one to talk on mangroves, which is such an important part of vegetation. So it was amazing, wonderful topic, and so many appreciation for you, ma'am. You can see in the chat box. So now I would request the chairperson of the session, Dr. Shashi Verma, to kindly sum up the session. Ma'am, stage is all yours. Pin up, Dr. Shashi.
सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार।
नमस्ते।
आज वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे पर आप सभी को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं हैं। सर्वप्रथम मैं हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी राजस्थान के अति प्रतिष्ठित महाविद्यालय राज ऋषि महाविद्यालय के ओजस्वी प्राचार्य डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी का, और यशस्वी कन्वीनर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर जिसका यश, जिसकी कीर्ति, जिसकी चमक पूरी दुनिया में फैल रही है, उनका कि इस एनवायरनमेंट डे पर उन्होंने जो बीड़ा उठाया है इस अपने पर्यावरण को सुरक्षा के लिए जागरूक करने का, वो इस अपने जो बीड़ा उठाया है उसमें वो पूरे प्रयास में सफल हो रही है। इसके लिए हम शिक्षक और कुछ नहीं कर सकते, बहुत ज्यादा हम शिक्षक सबसे बड़ा कार्य कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जब भी कोई काम होता है, बड़ा या छोटा कार्य, तो व्यक्ति स्वयं ही करता है, लेकिन उस व्यक्ति को बताना कि आपको ये कार्य करना है, इस कार्य से ये उपयोग हो सकता है, यानी कि अपने पर्यावरण को सुरक्षित करना, सेव करना हमारे लिए जरूरी है। तभी हम रह पाएंगे जब हमारा पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहेगा, हमारा एनवायरनमेंट सुरक्षित रहेगा। और इस बात को उनको बार बार कहना हर एक व्यक्ति को कि आपको ये कार्य करना है, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा कार्य है, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी दुनिया है, इतना बड़ा ब्रह्मांड है, इसके लिए एक व्यक्ति कार्य नहीं कर सकता, कोई एक देश की सरकार कार्य नहीं कर सकती, इसके लिए प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को कार्य करना पड़ेगा। और इस व्यक्ति को कार्य करने के लिए जो जागरूक कर रहे हैं वो हमारे पर्यावरणविद
डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा जैसे पर्यावरण जो विद हैं वो ये कार्य कर रहे हैं कि जागरूक कर रहे हैं। मैं मैम आपका रश्मि मैम आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने जो मैंग्रोव ट्री और प्लांट के बारे में हमें बताया कि किस तरीके से वो हमारे कोस्टल एरिया के लिए कितना वो उपयोगी हैं, किस तरीके से वो हमारे टूरिज्म के लिए उपयोगी है, वाटर फिल्टर करने के लिए उपयोगी है, हमारे जो जलीय जंतु है फिश वगैरह उनके लिए उपयोगी है, हमारे जो डिजास्टर आते हैं उनके लिए बाढ़ वगैरह आते हैं उनके लिए उपयोगी है। मैडम ने अपने व्याख्यान में बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हम सबको बताया है। उसी के साथ तो ज्यादा उसमें बताने की जरूरत नहीं है कि मैडम इसके एक्सपर्ट है, लेकिन मेरा एक प्रश्न उठता है इसी के साथ कि हम जो इतना बल लगा रहे हैं, इतना पैसा लगा रहे हैं, इतना प्रयास कर रहे हैं एक बात कहने के लिए कि अपने पर्यावरण को सुरक्षित कीजिए, तो ऐसी नौबत आई क्यों हम लोग सभी सक्षम हैं, हम लोग सभी बौद्धिक हैं, बौद्धिक प्राणी हैं, तो ऐसा आया ही क्यों प्रश्न ही उठता है। तो यानी कि हम ही उसको गंदा कर रहे हैं, हम ही उसको खराब कर रहे हैं, ये सच्चाई है। इससे पहले मैं बीकानेर में रहती हूँ, मैं अपना एक छोटा सा 2 मिनट का अनुभव बताती हूँ कि मैं बीकानेर सिटी में रहती हूँ। जब यहाँ रहती थी अब तक मैं बहुत खुश थी कि एक बहुत अच्छी सिटी में रहती हूँ, कि मुझे और जितने एरिया मैंने देखे, जैसे भरतपुर मेरा मायका है, वहां बहुत बारिश होती है, सड़कें टूटी फूटी है, या बहुत छोटी जगह मैंने देखी कि वहां से मुझे लगा कि बीकानेर एक थोड़ी सी साफ जगह है। लेकिन जब मैं बीकानेर से बाहर निकली, जैसे मैंने चीन को देखा, और मैडम उत्तराखंड से हैं, मैं बहुत बार उत्तराखंड गई हूँ और अभी भी 11-12 तारीख को उत्तराखंड जा रही हूँ, वहां की सुंदरता देखी और विदेशों की जो मैंने सफाई देखी, तो मुझे यहाँ पे घबराहट होने लगी बीकानेर के अंदर। अब आजकल ज्यादा होती है, बाहर निकलती हूँ जो मुझे सड़कें गंदी दिखाई देती हैं, बहुत दुख होता है, बहुत परेशानी होती है। और इसका कारण जब सड़कें गंदी दिखाई देती है या आसपास हमारे गंदगी दिखाई देती है, इसका कारण कोई और नहीं है, इसका कारण हम स्वयं हैं। तो क्यों ना हम सब मिलकर ये प्रयास करें, आज के दिन ये शपथ लें कि हम स्वयं कोशिश करेंगे कि हम अपने आसपास के वातावरण को स्वच्छ रख सकें, सफाई रख सकें। और इसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम सब ज्ञानी हैं, सब बुद्धिमान है कि किस तरीके से हमें कार्य करना चाहिए जो हमारा वातावरण, हमारे आसपास सफाई रहे, सुंदरता रहे। मैं विदेशों में जो लोग रहते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग इस बात को जानते हुए कि उन लोगों से बात करते हैं जब, तो वो लोग बहुत अकेलापनवा महसूस करते हैं, अपने देश को याद करते हैं वो। लेकिन जब यहाँ की क्लाइमेट कंडीशन, यहाँ का एनवायरमेंट जब वो बात करते हैं तो उन्हें लगता है कि इंडिया के अंदर गंदगी है, सफाई नहीं है। तो इसका कारण भी तो हम सभी हैं ना, कि हम प्रयास करें ना, जरूरी नहीं है कि हम कूड़े को उठा के फेंके, हम प्रयास करें गंदगी ना फैलाएं, हम प्रयास करें जो वर्कर हमारे यहाँ कार्य कर रहे हैं उनको प्रेरित कर सकें अच्छे से सफाई रखने की। जब हम विश्व के देखते हैं तो हमें अपने भारत में की ये सबसे बड़ी कमी नजर आती है कि भारत के ज्यादातर हिस्सों में बहुत ज्यादा गंदगी है। तो आज हम इस मंच से शपथ लेते हैं कि हम प्रयास करेंगे अपने पर्यावरण को, अपने आसपास की चीजों को स्वच्छ बनाएं। और ममता शर्मा और जो भी आरआर कॉलेज की पूरी टीम है उसको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। जितने लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, बहुत प्रयास करना पड़ता है, मैं जानती हूँ मैम, और जितने भी लोगों ने आज व्याख्यान दिए हैं उनको बहुत प्रयास करना पड़ता है इसके लिए, एक लेक्चर तैयार करने के लिए। और ममता को देखती हूँ सुबह 11 बजे से लगातार एक जगह बैठे रहना और इसको कंडक्ट करना, साधुवाद है सबको। आप लोग जो जागरूकता फैलाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं, हार्दिक साधुवाद आप सबको, सबको मेरे नमस्कार। सब आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Dr. Shashi Verma. You are very right. We should improve environment around us. Cleanliness is very important part of saving the environment. Thank you so much for summing up the session so well. I would like to congratulate the keynote speaker and the chairperson of the session for such an amazing session. This was the last session of the day, and with this we have come to the end of the first day of ISEPE 2022. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, all the chairpersons who are very learned and knowledgeable scientists of their field, and they have spared their valuable time to be with us here in the training program. I would like to tell all the speakers and the chairpersons that we, the organizers, and all the participants are very happy and delighted to have you here with us. And I hope you also had a wonderful time. I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of RRBM University, who has been the chief guest of the today. I would like to thank Dr. Ashok Arya, special guest for today. I would like to thank my patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, for his support. I would like to thank Dr. Upender Singh, Nodal Officer RUSA, for all the support and advice he has been giving to us, all the advisors of the ISEPE 2022, and everyone who is supporting us in one way or the other. The feedback form will be circulated on the WhatsApp groups also, on Telegram also, and I would request Muskan, can you circulate in the chat box right away? And it will be active till 12 p.m., 12 a.m. of today. I would request all the participants to please fill the form, as your views are very important for us, so that we can improve on our work. With this, Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary of ISEPE 2022, along with my team, Dr. Sudha Sukhwal, Ms. Muskan Data, Mr. Sheetal Verma, and my patron principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, is signing off from the campus of RRC Alwar. And I will see you tomorrow again, sharp at 11 a.m. on the second and the last day of ISEPE 2022. With new speakers and bucket full of knowledge. Thank you so much. Take care and bye-bye. See you all tomorrow.